Welcome to the Golden Moon Bazaar. Here, you'll find tons of event booths to participate in and get fantastic rewards. Call your friends and participate in Golden Moon Showdown together. Team up with friends and spar with opponents to win rewards.
Look, the Golden Moon Treasure event is just ahead. All new outfit rewards. Get UC rebates when spending. Receive gifts to improve your popularity rank. Compete for a limited Golden Moon lobby theme, Moonlight Bazaar.
In Golden Moon Blessing, exchange cards with friends to send blessings. Collect blessing cards to get fabulous rewards.
It's finally time to put your culinary skills to the test. Show us what you are capable of. The Eid al-Fitr feast welcomes you to relish the delicacies. Create a variety of dishes to get item rewards. Golden Moon Bazaar awaits your discovery.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch fear. I think like I'm a shark, the way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team, that's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation, I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win, now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind, I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, it's me सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari PERSIJA EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
We are now at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia SEA Spring Grand Finals, where the last 16 teams will be battling out for the champion title. And maybe some of you guys are asking right now, what am I wearing? So this is the PUBG Mobile brand new X-Suit Stygian Leech. So this is the first X-Suit with a unique face and distinct armor. And guess what? It uses a demon sealing silver weaponry and armor as its foundation. It is very powerful. It has fantastic entry emotes, and be sure to check it out in games. But back to the main topic. So this is the grand finals, and we know now that FaZe Clan is on top, where the league ends and the grand finals is about to start. And with me right now, we have a team from Malaysia, and it's Geek SLATE. And I would like to invite Damgood, who would like to join us for the first interview of the grand finals. Looking very sharp, looking very. You're looking a bit stressed. Are you okay, Dam? You okay? Okay, all right. So, first question, Dam. You were the PMPL MY champion, but then in PMSL, your team is currently placed in 14th place rank. So let us know, how will the team adjust the mentality for the upcoming grand final?
Okay, so before game final start hari ni, kami dah buat preparation dari segi mental, strategi, tactical, and then kita orang dah buat plan apa yang nak buat dekat game final lah. So gitu lah.
Alright, so what he mentioned just now was that they are very prepared for the grand finals. There's a lot of preparations. They have reset their mentality and adjust everything for the upcoming grand finals. So moving on, apart from that, so after watching the official trailer, right, Dam, I believe your friendship with Yuhai is quite well known among the community. Can you share with us why Yuhai is so special to you?
Yuhai sebenarnya bukan special dekat saya je, sebab dia kan pernah main dengan kami waktu di FAM, and then dia dengan teammate saya yang lain pun biasa, and then dia dekat dengan semua player Geek, and then yeah, semua kami serasi. Nice.
Alright, so what he answered just now, they are very close with each other. They play scrims, tournaments together, so there's a lot of friendship and bonding between them. And for you guys that haven't watched the trailer, don't forget to watch it. It's one of the best trailer I've ever watched, and don't miss it out. So final question, Dam, as we know that you have a quote, never underestimate your opponent, right? So after the league ends, can you let us know, who do you think is the strongest in PMSL so far?
For me, semua team power, but the yang paling power tu I think FaZe, because now dorang dekat top 1, and then firepower dorang pun better. Yeah.
Alright, so what he answered just now is that FaZe Clan is one of the strongest teams. They are on top of the table and they have very good firepower. Damgood, good luck, all the best on the upcoming matches. Good luck on your grand finals. Good luck, Geek SLATE, and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Yoodo.
Alright, settle with Geek SLATE, and now we have another team, and it's from Indonesia, one of the biggest teams out there, and it's Bigetron Red Villains. And can I have Yuhai? I would like to invite Yuhai. Will you do the honor for the first interview for the grand finals? Alright, hello.
Hello everyone.
All smiles and happiness from you. Alright, so since last week there are a lot of videos about BTR going around about. So can you share with us the moment and the first thing in mind when you knew BTR managed to qualify for the grand finals?
First thing in mind when we qualified to the final, I feel really grateful. I didn't thought that we can qualify. I just pray that my team can qualify. And yeah, we qualify. I'm so freaking grateful.
Alright, grateful is the keyword right there. So after the league phase ended, you guys have some free time to spend. What are you guys doing during those free time?
During those free time, we do a lot of things. We play scrim together. We watch our previous tournament, what our mistake on the league also. And yeah, we prepare for the grand final.
Alright, so on top of that, just now Damgood say that you guys have very good chemistry because you guys play scrims and tournaments together. So any words to him?
Good luck for GFM. We will beat you guys.
Oh, you will beat them up. Okay, okay. So last question. Do you have any words to your supporters out there?
To our fans, all the fans, thank you for keep supporting us. Don't forget to pray for us. We hope that in this grand final we can do our best so we can make you guys proud lah. Thank you so much.
Alright, thank you so much, Yuhai. Good luck for the grand finals. And we're back to the casters. Bye bye. See you again.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone, I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
We are finally back, ladies and gents. The day for PUBG Mobile Super League South Asia. I'm Chichi and this is going to be Sir Cloud. We're down to the finals of the days, Cloud.
Oh yeah, can't wait. This is the moment that we've been waiting for the past 3 weeks. And now we are in the grand finals whereby we will crown the champion of PMSL. This is going to be super exciting. We saw footage. The players are pumped up as well. They'll be waiting to get their hands on game number 1. But before that, of course, let's re-explain the format.
I mean, does it really matter by now? Because we're down to the grand finals. But hey, it has been almost an entire month of the entire PMSL have been running through and grinding for all these guys. We're done with week 1, 2, and 3. If you guys haven't known, it was starting off with 20 teams back then, but we're now down to only 16 teams make it to the playoffs and the finals. 4 teams being relegated before. But when it comes to the point system in the grand finals, it will still be the same for the first place to all the chicken dinner take away 10 points. Not just that, second place 6, third down to all to 7 to 8 plays, they have a point each. But 9 and 16 plays we ended up with nothing other than just those elimination points, which is going to be 1 point each of those elimination, with a total prize pool of $250,000, $250,000 in actually at stake here when it comes to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, lots of money there on the line. And of course, if you're wondering how many days, it's going to be today, tomorrow, and after, up until Sunday, 6 matches today. And you will see some of the teams having a starting point, and that is because of the bonus points collected through 3 weeks of week play or the league play, and 50% from that will be the starting point or the starting point for the grand finals that will begin today. And this was how the format was. Obviously, at the end of every week, you would have the team would have gotten themselves like 20 to 1 point. We have eliminated the bottom 4 teams from the bonus points, and now we are going to focus on only the 16 teams, and that will be the main show of this weekend. So the bonus points will be crucial. Whatever that we collected before this, it's locked in. Everyone's well set. No changes on the bonus points. Everything is just going to focus on the round per round points.
Now, how do they fare when it comes to the bonus point? We're going to put it up later on. But so far, this is going to be our 16 teams that will be in our playoffs. A lot coming out from the ties. All of them made it for all the tie teams. FaZe, Hill, Vampire, and then we do have REGUM coming from Indonesia, SLD of Vietnam, Bigetron of Thai, Boom coming from Indonesia, Yoodo Alliance Malaysian teams, Alter Ego from Indonesia, Sam9 of Malaysia, a VOIN coming up from Indonesia, DX or Dizavis from Vietnam, PERSIJA, EVOS of Indonesia, Geek, SLATE of Malaysia, Box Gaming from Vietnam, last but not least, BTR squeezing in from Indonesia. So far, we have such a great waving of flag coming up from Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. But sadly, we have to say goodbye for the wildcard teams coming up from the relegation. But when it comes to overall ranking, don't be shocked, because these are 50% of the initial points coming up from the weekly ranking.
Yep, and as you can see here on screen, so far we got 3 Thai teams at the top 3, 28, 27, 24. FaZe Clan, Hill, and Vampire Esports. The only team with a single digit here is, surprise, surprise, BTR down there with only 8 points. But then the gap is not that far. One round could change a lot. So do keep on the round per round points collected throughout today, tomorrow, and the day after as well. I'm pretty sure we'll see a lot of changes here, especially with the fact that in week number 3 we got SLD being the champions of week. So we'll be looking forward to see if they can continue on their momentum from the league.
Not just that, if you look at FaZe, right, they actually didn't score number 1 thus far the entire league. For the entire season. We talk about them having the most consistency of out of all teams out there, regardless of whatever their flag is, whatever they came from. FaZe getting those first 2 weeks of number 3, ended up the final week getting themselves in the top 2, number 2. So they didn't score themselves at number 1 almost every single week. But when it comes to initial points of bonus, in the grand finals, they place themselves number 1 due to the consistency. When it comes to back-to-back and head-to-head between the Hill and also FaZe, when it comes to the play as well, they're not that too far off when it comes to the mechanical skill-wise and the numbers.
And we just had to compare everything with Thailand for the Thai region, whether it's the team, whether it's the players. So players-wise, here we have Bomber for FaZe Clan, have been doing really well. Same goes for Get Slow as well. He got onto the highlights. He was the one that actually clutched Yoodo Alliance inside our military base during the league 1v2. If you miss out on league action, well, you missed out on a lot. So make sure for the grand finals, you guys stay. Looking over at the stats, it's 50-50 between the both of them. Average elimination and damage does we're on to Get Slow, but when it comes to grenade eliminations, Momon is the grenade master between the two of them. And Momon seems to be a little bit more of a team player with 20% team contribution. But all in all, it is a team game. It is a game about collecting points through eliminations, through rank points. So both players hit to each other very nicely compared.
You mentioned about the ties back then, Clown, and it seems like our top recap here will be coming out from the ties as well. But like, you cannot deny the fact that these teams come from Thai region will be one of the most challenging openers in this entire PMSL so far. And FaZe coming up top, I'm not surprised if the Heal and Vampires do get themselves the spotlight for number 1, for second, and maybe the first week. But coming up from FaZe, they have been consistent. Now, this is something that different from Hill and Vampire. Vampire and Hill can have that one-shot sprint, which is going to be at their strength today. But FaZe, on the other hand, they know how to maintain themselves every single week, even though it's a marathon. But can they push out straight off the bat when it comes to sprinting in 3 days short of a tournament?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure a lot of people would tip the Thai teams, all the Thai teams, to be the champions. So, but we do see some fierce competition as well. There was a moment, especially in week 2, we did see PERSIJA EVOS really pushing that number spot. They ended up number 2, but at the end of the day, they still managed to push, and the Vietnamese teams, they're able to push as well. And we do get some good performances from Samtai representing the Malaysian region. And here are our maps today. It's going to be the same as before. We're going to start off with Sandhawk, and then we're going to play 3 Erangels, and then we're going to end up with 2 Miramas. But what might not be is how tricky the circles will be.
Oh, that's one thing for sure. I'm looking for the finals circle. How will it actually fare? Will it be almost similar to those actually coming up from the league itself? Will be very totally different. And speaking of Sunhawk, we do only have 3 more Sunhawk to play within these 3 days, and maybe a total of 9 Erangels and 6 Miraman. That's it. We're done for the entire tournament as a whole. But for our top Sunhawk performers, you should watch out for this team: Vampire, Boom, Alter Ego, and Hill. I'm not surprised of almost every single map there'll be Thai teams coming in. We talked this during the league as per usual, but I'm loving how Boom and Alter Ego, they both rising up the occasion. And we talk about this multiple times, Cloud. Boom and Alter Ego feels like they have the same sort of vibe between these two teams.
Yeah, even their logo have the similar color scheme. In fact, we kind of think about it, Vampire Esports and Hill, they have that orange as well. So I don't know, is it like the a feng shui thing, or but I totally agree that these teams are well worth to be up there. For example, like Boom, we see Yummy really popping off with the DBS. I lost how many DBS clutches there were inside of the league. And for Alter Ego, you got Beast Mary.
I mean, don't let us start with the DBS. There's such a lot of drama coming out from the side of DBS. There's so many, even other casters in different regions, starting to question about DBS. Is it supposed to be there still? Because already it feels like, you know what, just give it back into the airdrop, or, you know, the box again. But when it comes to our predictions here today, this is going to be interesting, because I think we both have the same mindset of getting Vampires. When it comes to the grand finals, they do know when it's critical for them to push. And remember the past interviews back then, Cloud, a lot of teams are not willing to give away their secret first, just downplay it during the league. So we want to see if they can actually pull it off when it comes to grand finals.
Yeah, especially Coach Ken for Boom. I remember the interview, one of the interviews he was asked, okay, what's his strategy of doing substitutions? Because Boom was the most substituted team inside of the league, and all these things was like, it's a secret. So we'll see if the substitution still continues in for Boom in this grand finals. But looks like we have a little bit of a difference here. Geek, SLATE, and Yoodo Alliance. What's your thought on Yoodo Alliance?
I mean, for Yoodo Alliance, I do see a bit of consistency compared to Geek, SLATE, because they might be not up there all the time, but at least they consist themselves in the middle pack almost every single week. So I do have trust in them getting themselves at least a better performance when it comes to down to 3 more days, because they never drop. But the problem with them is never pushing those performance up in the last minute. So I want to see if they can actually accept those challenge coming from Yoodo Alliance to just have those sprint when it comes to a very few days short of tournament.
Yeah, and for myself, it's going to be Geek, SLATE instead. So for me, we all know that Geek, SLATE has good performances. They've shown it before, even in the PMG league before this, whereby they topped their group. During the league in PMSL, there were a lot of things happening for Geek, SLATE. Some of the players burned out, tired. That's why we saw some substitutions that we wouldn't have expected. We even got that wasn't feeling well in some of the days. So with this few days rest, 4 days to be exact, hopefully they'll be able to recharge themselves and be prepared for the grand final. This is where we should be able to see the best out of Geek, SLATE.
I think today will be probably the best day we get to see the best of the best for the teams, because we saw how many, like, example, one of the numbers or one of the names that I want to put out down there is going to be the X, right? The Xaviers. We haven't seen the best of them yet. We've seen slightly a best of PERSIJA, EVOS, and VOIN in the first week, and second week for PERSIJA, EVOS. But it's just being sort of shut down entirely when it comes to the ending of the league itself. I do want to see if they just trying to downplay it to save their strat when it comes to the grand finals, because this is where you place all your best cards out there. Even though it's just day 1 of all 3 days of the grand finals, you're gonna walk down to until 16th of April, but you have to have a great start. It's gonna set a tone for the entirety of the lineup, not just that, giving the boost of morale and confidence for the players to go through just 3 more days to go.
Yeah, and we have Yoodo Alliance on screen, one of your here. So I was talking to a friend recently about, like, what does he think. We're talking about, like, the PMSL teams, and he had a comment about, like, Yoodo Alliance. So he was saying that, you know, Yoodo Alliance, they're like these kids who don't for exam, but when they walk into the exam, they just perform. It's like they don't need, during break time they really discuss strats and all that. No, they don't really need that. They just have fun, enjoy themselves, and let the good vibes flow in, and the results do still show for Yoodo Alliance.
That's true. The thing about Yoodo Alliance, it feels like they need just a tiny bit more push to actually make it up there. Now, Hill, one of the teams, just like there's one more team that's very similar to SLD, yeah. Hill and SLD, or FaZe with SLD, the one that actually quite consistent when it comes to every single week of performance. I do wish to see also another team, SLD, coming up from it. So far, they are the one that actually the best coming up from Vietnam. And for FaZe, I mean, like, the times we have no questions that is up for them. Like, they are pretty much stellar when it comes to performing the best out of the best, and they barely disappoint the fans out there, even as ourselves as casters, to actually see how they do their critical thinking, how they actually try to work as a team. Box, on the other hand, this is going to be the unpredictable teams. This is the wild card that I'm talking about. They are the teams that sometimes super high up there, but they have their very highs and very lows. But they can be the game changer for the teams, because sometimes they just do something so bizarre, something so unpredictable that caught these guys off guard.
Yeah, we did, like, even a clutch without the DBS, by the way, coming from Box Gaming during the leagues. Yeah, I know. Everyone was like, oh, if it's a DBS clutch, you're like, yeah, great, it's good. But when Box Gaming did the clutch without the DBS, then everyone loses their mind. Everyone's just like, wow, great. And gotta give it to them. I totally agree that they are like a wildcard right now, despite they are not from the wildcard region. But it's just because of how their performance can be. Some can be really, really up there, and then sometimes they can drop a little bit. Hopefully they'll be able to find a level of consistency. Same goes for SLD even. First 2 weeks, so, but week 3, they were awesome.
At least they are progressing. We're talking about they are not descending when it comes to their progress throughout the entire league back then. So I just hope when it comes to this grand finals, they have put themselves in a position where Everything is at stake now. The entirety of their life, they invested so much, their blood, sweat, tears of training, grinding, screaming. It's down to here. They have to realize how important it is, because there's no time to warm up. There's no time to build up their formation again, because they should have done that the past 3 weeks of those league. So this is where they put everything forward, cylinders out. So for the teams that are having a bit of a late bloomer, there's no time for you guys, because we're going out all strong for the first map even.
Yeah, I realized that Sem9 is not playing you for game number 1 at least, so they're going to go with Adibs, Long, Puja, and Dep as the starting lineup today. So Boom, Esports, definitely you move Yummy, he has to be in the lineup. Ponbit is there, we have Hexas there as well, so this will be the Boom lineup. But whether they'll change in the next map, well, Boom always a wild card when it comes to the lineup. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, can't wait to get game number started. This is the PMSL Grand Finals. Let's go.
Flying back into Sun. Are you guys ready? Buckle up, because there's gonna be your finals in day 1, the first ever match of the playoff itself. At least this time we're having a good start with that type of flight path coming up from docks up to the side of Cow, just on the left side of it. But it's always about the circle. Now the flight path make the players reach everywhere is within their reach. You can drop whatever they fancy, whatever they want to go. It's within their reach for those vehicles. It's pretty much distributable for the player to drop all over the map. But the problem is, did they drop themselves where the circle will be at? Especially if the circle comprises of Vulture Islands, that's going to be a tough start for them.
Yeah. Always like this, where will it go riddle that the teams will need to actually unlock. Has happened that way. So anticipating circle, but I'm also looking at Sami. Look at the. So we have VOIN and Geek SLATE in the same compound. Bantai, on the other hand, or Cam Charlie, is empty. So that's vacant, but somehow he seems to be attractive for these two teams. Just anticipating the circle right now, and if it does go like 3 islands, well, it's going to be a big headache. But let's start the big headache out of Sami.
Hot drops again. Here we go. Geek, SLATE, and VOIN. This is going to be fun, but the circle pops. We do have around the side of the main peninsula. This is going to be a tough one for the players who actually drop around the west side of the islands, the one that actually not inside of the main ones. But Geek, SLATE having a bit of a exchange and greeting with VOIN. First contact being made, but nothing being knocked down just yet. But looking at Geek, they do realize they need those weaponries up. They need those gears up. They're taking their time, slowly, cautiously taking all the side compounds, all the side buildings, while VOIN doing the same. But the problem is, do they try to disengage? Do they want to go and commit to this fight? Because speaking of these two teams, especially Geek, SLATE, they have more to prove and more drive than VOIN, due to their performance back in the league was not so great. So this is where they want to push themselves up.
Yeah, and they only have 1 point difference between VOIN, so catching up is not going to be that hard to them. VOIN still looking to find poor performance from week number 1, getting a second place spot and holding on to their number spot for majority of the week. And if they're able to really find their form again days out of that week, then well, they will be a strong contender for that number 1 spot. The points, of course, they're not too far apart, like FaZe Clan and Heels in 1 point, and then 4 points with Vampire, 1 point between Vampire and RRQ, and it just goes and dwindles down. So we can expect that one game could really shuffle the charts.
I agree. Every single game is a dime right now. Speaking of Geek, they're starting off with this bonus point at 15, while VOIN starting off around 16. There's going to be 1 point difference. This is what we talked about back then, Cloud. The bonus point, the initial points coming up from those league will not impact as much as the previous few seasons, due to being cut off to 50% of it as a start. So it's within 1 map for these guys. They can just turn the tide over. For FaZe, maybe it's a bit more comfortable on the side of a top 5 up there, but those down there, talking about especially Box and BTR, they have to have this. They have to force those fights. They're halfway, or just half points difference, or make it like 8 to like what, 10 points different between 14 to 16. So they probably will try to force those fights early on. On the side of Geek, SLATE and VOIN, they're just 1 point difference as a start. Now this definitely going to give extra advantage for those who actually start to gain those elimination, but they cannot extend this fight too long.
Yeah, well, because the circle is like way on the right, so they need to cross through the usual choke points that we normally talk about. So in order for them to do that, and also not to take maximum damage from the blue, we need to finish this fast. So far, both teams don't seem to be letting go of Sami, and this is of course the first game, so they want to make their standpoint inside of Sami so that they can get this area in the following Sandhawk tomorrow. But now VOIN is going to push it onto Geek, SLATE, trying to find members of Geek, SLATE are at Mika with his nade. If it lands onto one VOIN, Geek, SLATE can push.
Well, they're not willing, because tomorrow is still going to be another Sami fight for these two teams. Whoever defeated right now, they will have to give away Sami as a start for tomorrow. So it's definitely a lot of statement just by winning this sort of a fight. For VOIN, they are definitely wanting to go for this. No way they're going to bow out from this fight, seeing as for Geek, SLATE, how they reposition themselves. And Zilin, the one that actually be the anchor for the team, will be the one that actually getting those off angles and work out through those flanks. But will they spot Zilin at this point? It's not actually giving away his position. Here comes the first contact. Mika prep up his nade, hoping it will land on a 4. This will definitely not VOIN wanting themselves clustered up. It's a very dangerous game they're playing.
Oh yes, if they cluster up, that nade could take down 2 at once. So it's going to be a risk there. But now we see a good spread here between these two though. But the good spread will be broken as the zone will arrive onto them. That nade from Mika will not land onto anyone, but he's getting closer and closer to Lapar. He doesn't know where Lapar is at.
We're talking about overextending. The Blues are definitely shrinks now, burning them alive, but at least it's still the first stage. So they can take their time still. Hopefully they do have enough health utilities, which I see none on the top of Mika right now. He got nothing, not even a bandage on him. Now I'm waiting for these guys. Did they even have enough resources to last this fight long? But here comes the DBS jumping straight out the window, down to the wall and the ground. But VOIN, a bit of a trading to do, 1-2-1 for the trades. But both teams are running dry, nothing on the side with those first 8 and bandages. Now they have to worry themselves if they've been burnt off, even though it's the first stage, but it will hurt as much.
Oh, Lapar, he checked his corner, so he know damn good is there. Alva will be the one to knock him down. They go up to the second floor. Zilin, low utilities. What can he do about it? Geek, SLATE, first to go down, and look at the taunt coming in from VOIN. They want Sami for themselves.
This is going to be a mental game, definitely, for these guys. The taunt will try to shake up Geek, SLATE. They lost the entirety of it. I just hope can pick up the pieces back together, have it another go for the next map, because they are the first one to back out right now. For Geek, SLATE at 16 spot without any sort of elimination, didn't get that much of value, nothing out of a value from those standoff. The longest time that is extending themselves way too long. Hill spotted RRQ, they heard the audio queue, they know definitely RRQ is running to the side, but are they closing in the distance? Now Tiger open up with those welcoming grenades out, definitely giving away his position. How do Tiger and the rest of Hill will respond to this entirely? Because right now, Hill's the one that actually on the lower grounds. RRQ do have the higher grounds. If Tiger actually didn't pop those nade up, they definitely have no clue that the rest of Hill is actually down there. But they given away this position a bit too early on. And this just giving a bit of a RRQ cautiousness and just going towards that side. But SLD, greater bacon time right on top of this warehouse.
Now Bacon Time being surprised by SLD. With Bacon Time losing that one, they wouldn't want to approach this area anymore. Looks like it's not going to be a worthwhile fight for them because they the numbers anyway. And we're still at stage number 2, meaning that since they're on the main peninsula, there's still a lot more options for them to take. Bacon Time, I do scouting, but I would say that it's a probability that they will just leave this.
And lost 1 minute early on, Shirty S. So they definitely don't want to have another go. This is what I love about the Titans. Do you realize this? They lost 1 man early on. You know what? we are in disadvantage. They know where they stand. They have the discipline to pull back and fall back and go for a retreat, reassess, regroup, have another go. That's the thing about the Thais. They are disciplined enough to know their strengths and weaknesses. How we witnessed coming up from Geek SLATE just now, they were forcing the fight too long. Even though they lost a couple of men early on, they still keep it going. The problem is you already have a bit of a handicap as a start, and you want to go and force against a full squad roster across you. That's not great. Vampires, they're very spread out, Cloud. They're going for 2-2 formation right now. There's another team right across, so I think it's probably going to be PERSIJA. Yes, PERSIJA, EVOS. But I don't know if they have any clue there's going to be Vampires this side coming from PERSIJA. Feels like they... Now they do. They heard the audio queue, yeah. But Newsy just going to go back with the rest of the team, I guess.
Yeah, he's not going to take that fight because from his position, low ground to high ground, without teammates together with him, so he will be at a disadvantage. Plus, he does play the support role, so he needs to play a bigger role of being into better positions to be able to support his teammates, not to take that fight early on his own. So that's a good call there by D. I mean, I'm liking how Newsy has... what's the right word for it? Has done this evolution for himself, from a main fragger to a support, and he executes both roles very well.
I agree. I mean, like, one of the main reasons we're talking about Vampires and one of our predictions here today because of Newsy and Tony. Okay, I do want to see how they work things out when it comes to the grand finals, but we do have a couple of players dropping out by the play zone. Now, this is alarming because why? A lot of teams are extending themselves in the play zone for the fights, including VOIN, who fought against Geek SLATE. We saw the taunt early on, but it just shows they don't have enough resources. They barely got themselves any first aid, any bandages, any med kits to keep it going, and they're not that too far. They have to cross by none. But the net circuit will be right on top of bomb. There's so many roads down there. It's not just that. There's so many teams already parked themselves in the center. One of it is going to be BTR. The Axe, they're taking themselves at the junction. They're not going to move anywhere nearby. They got themselves a solid compound to work with, and it's right on top of barn as well, just like how I mentioned. Coming from north, it's a clear pathway for Boom for now. This isn't a great start for them, but Alter Ego, their rotation, their navigation towards the circle will ripple up those coming from the north.
Oh, well, Razy will be rippled by Winnie then. It's going to be an easy knockdown by Winnie. Be an elimination secured here for Box Gaming. It's going to be first blood for them. And for Boom, at least the rest of them are in the circle. I guess what Razy was trying to do is that he was trying to kind of like scout out, or maybe to realize that he needed a little bit more loot. Now Capone spots out Hexas, 50% of health left. Hexas knocked down from afar by Levy.
It's going to be Capone trying to finish off the job there. Problem is, it's too far from them. They're actually trying to spot out the other players of Boom. So many vegetations in between. You're gonna hate those trees sometimes. You notice that you can see their feet, you can see the silhouette moving. The tree is just in the way. Rabies is in the watchtower, a bit too far apart from the rest of the Axe. And I'm surprised how DS taking so much confidence to this first map now. Just all men by themselves so far coming from Rabies. He's probably just scouting out the perimeters, but it's a very risky position for him to stay there as long as he needs to. But Alter Ego spotted a box after they pick a fight against Boom. This is what I mentioned before. Alter Ego will ripple up those coming up from the north. Boom, no for a fact they've been gatekeep. They just having a bit of a detour. But Alter Ego coming just recently haven't got a clue there's going to be box gaping this side. But on the side of Potato, it's still within a reach for him to actually save Octa. It's going to be less than 5 meters apart. But Winnie, who will save him now? Nobody's nearby.
Yeah, they don't have an opening yet. The Boss Gaming just try to pick up Winnie, then they could be shot down. Because right now, Alter Ego is over Winnie, taking a hostage. Octa is down, but he should be in a good position for his teammate to pick him up. Just trying his luck to end Octa, but unconnected. At the same time, we can see that Newsy and Luxy, PERSIJA, EVOS, we knew they were close by each other the last time we saw them.
Back on side of Bacon time, SLD and Vampires. We do have Chuanji coming in strong, but Straps! He got stabbed from behind. It's gonna be Gosu and the rest of SLD. PUBG makes so much work on the flank side as well. Straps being finished off by Gosu within reach. He can be revived, but the blue zone is not gonna give any mercy to these two teams. Tony K trying to wrap things up and going forward and finishing it as rush as he can. But Tony K, he still can actually do so much work. Damage done on the side of SLD, one by one, limb by limb, taken off by the side of Tony K. Even though they've got finish off stripes and Newsy early on, but Ravenclaw and Tony K, how can they wrap things up? Bond squeezing in as the last few circles, but Ravenclaw, he has to make the push. He has to force his fight to make sure that he can actually advance into the safe zone.
Well, Kwanji, last man, and he's kind of low, but he still managed to get a knockdown to Rainbow, and he has a first aid. Should be able to heal himself back in time, but oh no! Wait! Again, it's Tony K! Just rushing in. And Tony K took down 2 from SLD, and he had to just finish up the job. That was wow from Tony K. Great timing. But now can Capone pull off another great timing for Box Gaming.
Here comes the rest of Alter Ego. Box Gaming, they're being boxed left, right, center. They were gatekeeping them before, but Alter Ego advanced forward way faster than they do. And now you rip what you sow. The rest of Box is nowhere to be found. Down to only Shunos left. How can he actually pass across Alter Ego? There's also teams chasing the tails out of it from behind his back. VOIN on the other end, from Geek SLATE now into DX's hand. There'll be Gatekeep and VOIN slowly losing man. We're talking about down to only one last player left there, and he's barely making it alive out of the blue zone. They don't have enough resources. They barely got himself bandages and first aids, and he has to pass across the entire roster of DX. This is a dangerous thing for Alva. He's still trying to fight himself out there, but only one first aid, and that's it. Lambo will be finished off, but it's out of VOIN, but that's going to be maybe the last player finish off finally. And Alva down. We're down to only 14 to 12. Make it even for the teams.
Well, make that 11. Now that Pombit has been eliminated by Mela, so it's going to be facing with their second elimination point, but they lost one player in the process. Right now they need to reset, they need to move quickly as the rest of FaZe Clan waiting for them to come in, because Sam9 is close by, so they gotta reposition themselves to be prepared for Sam9.
Here comes Mela. We saw the best of Tony K. Now Mela wants a bit of it too for his highlight. He is one of the top Terminators right now. PERSIJA, EVOS, Luxy taking a fight but, against DX right now. A bit messy on that side. So scrappy when it comes to this map because of the circle itself. FaZe trying to play around the hills here. Going for the slope of the hill that's around the latches just to see if there's anybody coming up from the side. But Potato caught by the hands of Sam9. Adibs shooting from afar. Come up from flank entirely. And it's always the entry fragger for Sam9, but they lost that early on. Potato being knocked down as well, coming up from Alter Ego. But here comes Rosemary.
Rosemary, Beast Mary, Rose, all the names you can think of. But we can think of Rabbids as well as he gets knocked down by the blue. D-Duck is inside of the zone, so he is all alone here. Probably the last man for D-Xavier. Yes, he is the last man. But look at the team surrounding him. He's definitely not going to move for now. Praying for the circle to be on top of him.
Down to pray time now for this guys. Circle is already harder as it is. Hill, a bit segregated. They'll be chased by the side of Yoodo Alliance from the back line. They have to be extra careful. One man knocked down, nowhere near to try to save Tiger. But now they're trying to do the job. Hopefully not being ambushed by Yoodo Alliance and Bacon Tom at the same time. We do have another contender coming up from the top as well. They don't have enough space here for Hill to share this compound with the rest of the teams. Very limited amount of structures in between. With Venturas caught PERSIJA, EVOS. This is great for Hill. And the team's actually inside of the circle already. But FaZe is only Venturas taking on the back line. Alter Ego now going for the rush. Shunos in danger.
Oh, Shunos running for his life, hoping the Alter Ego spot him out. He managed to get away. So it's going to be a good run there for Shunos. Managed to exit just in time. They're still checking the corners though, but Shunos is cleared. I'm not too sure where he's going to toss that nade, but it's okay. But Shunos now caught in the crossfire of multiple teams. Luckily, he still survives. Still managed to set himself, and he's going to stay put here.
The only question right now for Shunos is where to hide. There's nowhere to hide. Left, right, center. There's somebody shooting you. Satar dropping a Kirby on Venturus after Venturus being gatekeeping in that angle the longest time. Finally shutting down on FaZe's one of their torn at the back. RIQ have to think about how to hide out just to see on hill, but they definitely find themselves an angle to corner up hill on the different side entirely. Gasler is way up there, nowhere near to see that, but RIQ just drop just a huge nade onto the side of hill, and Yoodo Alliance as well. And this is just RIQ sweeping the floor clean.
Oh yeah, that's a great nade, but more nade to get 2 knockdowns. Amazing indeed. Yoodo Alliance right to circle, unfortunately eliminated at 9th place without any elimination points. Alter Ego stopping RRQ from coming in. But the nade hero being knocked down. The Pico as well, leaving Asa alone.
Down to only Tiger to make the play for the entirety of Hill right now. Alter Ego trying to take advantage from the sideline, but the Blues are closing in. They have to get into it. D-Duck being spotted out by Alter Ego. You're trying to pick any sort of elimination they can get, but Asai is just right around the corner. If Potato keeps this going, he can actually shoot down the entirety of RRQ just within his reach. But Rosemary just gonna give his attention fully to the side of Hill, and now scouting out and just want to finish off what? Going forward, pushing in, but Asa is trying to stall for the team. He's the last member for RQ, but the blue zone is just burning him alive. Barely make it out. He tried to push slowly forward to the side of Mort, but can he reach that safe and sound?
Looks like the answer is no, as finally be taken out. And that is going to be number 8 with 3 elimination points for RRQ. The Eagle managed to slip into the circle. And now they are pretty much on the clear. The teams on the other side. But in the blink of an eye, now we are left with 6 teams.
6 teams in the 6th stage here. We're talking about how far this game can get. Bacon time finish off one more player. Finally out is going to be BTR Satar. But PERSIJA EVOS still gonna go for the hunt. They got himself Alter Ego 10 eliminations right now with 1 knock, with full squad still alive. Indonesian teams coming out so strong when it comes to Sunhawk. They got 3 teams alive right now out of all the remaining team of 6. Redface dropping a nade, hoping it will be a Kirby against the BTR side. He got himself those elevations to work around. Hardly be spotted by any of those teams, but Saxy get a glimpse on Fnatic. He'll be knocked first, one by one. They're chipping away Alter Ego players, but Octa giving the pressure up. Never mind, BTR and the rest of them just got finished by PERSIJA within a flash.
Oh, that was lucky there by Hill. The molly didn't hit. Again, the Rosemary will not miss his shot. He'll take down 2. And it's now 5 elimination points for Rosemary. At the same time, Yoodo on Boss Gaming. He was PERSIJA was Esports the whole time, but they didn't know he's there.
But Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego Triangle being shut down. The triangle formation will have a loophole there once Rosemary being knocked. But can they finish the job? Shinos just led by PERSIJA EVOS. He wants to get a glimpse, a dose on the back line. He's taking this trigger discipline at work. And Shinos slowly crawling and proning, just going towards the other side of PERSIJA EVOS while Playzone finish off Luxy, but Potato got caught off guard. Bacon Time just slammed the heck out of Alter Ego.
Nice angle from Bacon Time by Boss Gaming. Yoodo took out Luxy from behind. Yoodo, if only PERSIJA EVOS, they knew he was there from the start, but now it's a little too late, and it's down to Zuxi the last match. Yoodo's been pressured, and Yoodo's taken out by Zuxi. That's a revenge by his twin brother.
Oh, this is going to be Bacon's time game. Out of nowhere, Bacon's has been quiet, and now they have the most men. But will they survive? As Octa taking touch out of the equation. Down to 2 players of Bacon time. Eyes and Noise. 2v1. Can Octa clutch this? Oh, that was so close. The Rock is just saving the heck out of Octa.
Oh, but look at this. Already 15 eliminations. Octa as well. If he can pull off a clutch here, this is going to be an amazing first round for PMSL Grand Finals. Octa now fighting for his life. Bacon Time. They know exactly where he is. He's getting as close as possible with an info in hand. Octa is going to show himself because he's going to climb up the high ground. But Octa knocked down to ice. 1 more to go. Could this be a choo-choo?
Oh, and it's a real out! And It's down to the last magazine. It's running dry. Noise trying to just reset himself. He managed to do so. This is not great. Go down to the DBS fight. 1v1. Octa, you gotta have to do this. Noise just spotted out Octa, so just within one tree between them. It's down to the DBS game for both players here. And Octa, he's running low in those sprays. You just have to switch it up. Down to the DBS game. Here we go. And he did it. Octa plays so much. Carry his back, breaking it for the entirety of Alter Ego with a whopping amount of eliminations.
If you don't have Rosemary, you have Octa. You have players who can step up the game if one person goes down. Alter Ego, let's remember, they were still holding the record for the most eliminations in the single chicken dinner. That's 19. And 10 eliminations for an individual. That's Rosemary. But they have broken the record. Got to tabulate the scores again. That was a crazy end. This is the PMSL Grand Finals, ladies and gents.
I mean, like, Octa and Rosemary, these two guys is the deadly duo right now. Just call them Rockta right now. Rosemary and Octa. It was a crazy combination. But Octa, in the final week of the league, he stepped up, level up, grind himself on a different tier level of a boss here. 1,000 over damage just by himself. Closely behind is going to be Rosemary. These two is just invincible when he put up 1+1 of Octa and Rosemary as Rockta. They are rocking it.
Rockta it is, and both of them combined, the damage is almost 1,000. That is crazy. An average of about 1,000 between the both of them. By the end of the day, elimination points that matter. So the teams to watch, obviously you're gonna have Alter Ego up there. And you got to have a Thai team as well. No Thai, no party, right? Bacon Time's up there as well, representing the Thai region. But it's also nice to see Box Gaming, because some question about whether they're gonna be consistent or not. Looks like at least game one is pretty decent for them, especially with Zunos with the backstab onto PERSIJA EVOS.
But that was still one of the greatest Sunwon, and it was 1v3 if you calculated that exactly as how it is. Octa clutch against 3 players of Bacon Zone by himself. And then there's another factor coming up from different teams. But that was difficult. That wasn't even easy. We're talking about his running dry of his magazines. His ammunition down to the last magazine of Rizzo, and that's it. He know for a fact he couldn't go for the sprays anymore because the reload time is taking too much and the distance just too short. Less than 10 meters apart. He knows for a fact he needs to switch over to DBS. Same goes for the side of Bacon Time player. That was insane coming up from both teams, but Bacon Time, I'm surprised that they are not aware and the response were a bit later of how Octa just know exactly where they're at. Octa feels like he can pinpoint every single player's position of Bacon Time just now. Now that's information gathering coming from Alter Ego at its best.
Yeah, and that's also about the confidence level, because Octa made the first move and both of them had a... So as a DBS player, you gotta play it as close as possible. That also means that you have the level of confidence, and Octa really showing it in that round. Amazing for Alter Ego. 17 elimination points, not breaking the record just yet, but it's still 27 points in total. It is almost double the amount that Bacon Time got.
It is double right now, definitely is. And speaking of the record, right now we're still holding at 19 eliminations, still done by the same team, Alter Ego. This team is just one of the most scariest team out there, because if they start to rise up like this, and even in the first map of the day of the Grand Finals, so the first day, this is already scary enough. It just shows that they can control their performance whenever they need to. But Geek, SLATE having a rough start. Same goes for the side of 7-9. Boom. They caught in the triangle before. We talked about Alter Ego and Boom, very similar when it comes to these two teams. And Boom fought against another team. I think it was DX early on. And when it comes to number 1 right now, easily pushing himself at number 1. All the times were being pushed down there. It's going to be Alter Ego taking the podium spot.
Yeah, straight up to the top despite the bonus points. Favored the Thai teams, going up 11 gap between Alter Ego and Bacon Time. But of course, this is only round number 1. The point gap is not that far. One round could change it all. But for the side of Geek SLATE, right, 0 points in the first game, unfortunately, still roots them down at number 15. BTR. At least they managed to gather a couple of points, 2 rank points to be exact, and they managed to break into the double digit in terms of total points. Geek, SLATE, they gotta be careful if BTR catches up onto them.
And not just that, for BTR and Geek, SLATE both are the teams that need to push themselves since day one, map one. We're talking about them having to get those crazy amount of eliminations, like how Octa just delivers to us right now. 30% of team contribution. If you compare with Bacon, yes, he's more to his team contribution, but maybe he's the one actually being supporting the team the entire time. But Octa and Rosemary as a duo, look at that. That is crazy.
Oh yeah, both of them up in the chart. So definitely that helped Eagle to boost themselves onto a #1 spot and bringing home the first chicken dinner in the grand finals. The next match will be in Erangel, and it's going to be the same map sequence as per the league, but Alter Ego opening their account in PMSL. I wonder who will get it next. Could it be the rise of the Thai teams, because they love Erangel?
I mean, like, no time to lose it, Clark. We do know there's no more time for you to get your engine started and stuff like that, because it's just going to be 3 days of a sprint. No more marathon of the entire league. We're done with the league. For our top ranker performance, you mentioned about the ties. Hill and FaZe is going to be the top performance for now, as LD have been very consistent the entire league and the day itself, while Yoodo Alliance will be squeezing in after, as the 4th team if we compare with all the others down there. But when it comes to the grand finals, anybody can be the top performers right now.
Yeah, just looking over the gap of the rank point, so we do see a 3-digit rank point for Hale, FaZe, LD, but a double digit for Yoodo Alliance. So that's something that they may want to, but at least they compensated with the elimination points, almost a 20 difference with SLD, but the gap between those two teams and also the at #1, #2 is there, and that's why the Thai teams, they are feared. They are tipped off to the champions of PMSL. But looking at game #1, looks like the Thai teams not be complacent.
Well, maybe they're just testing out a bit of Sunhole for Waters just now. So we've got to have to wait and see, is it going to be the same sort of, outcome when it comes to Renga. And that was a very fast map, by the way, coming up from Sunhawk. Back then, it was super slow, but I'm loving the fact this grand finals, everybody just gone blazing around. We're talking about 6th stage, we're down to only 6 more teams. And I scored one for me. I mean, like, I know for a fact they're going to score here today. I have a lot of faith when it comes to Alter Ego.
Yeah, that's a fast one. Good one, good one. Round 1 already got one. Well, let's see. Vampire, Boom, Geek, obviously Geek. So, not in the top 5 at least, but hopefully I'll be able to score one. And you're actually looking good, because for you have Yoodo Alliance, and they are one of the top Erangel performance. So, maybe the next chicken dinner might fall onto Yoodo Alliance, and you'll be getting your streak.
But at least we both are talking about vampires, right? So vampires, on the other hand, where are they? Are they taking their own time, or are they coming up on 2nd day and just trying to see if anybody's trying to give away their secret strat in the first day of grand finals? But we do also want to see if DX and Bigetron were having a go again in the grand finals for Pachinki, because they lost Pachinki for DX, right, during the league. Now, will they challenge them back here in the grand finals?
Oh yeah, that'd be a good question. So we'll be looking forward to that. I wonder, so we had in Erangel, we also have that challenge inside of Miramar. So this seems, I don't know, they're just like inseparable. They really want to take that home, but do they really risk those points? That's going to be crucial in the grand finals. Yeah, we got to keep an eye of the Chinky area. If not, the last time we saw where disabled for Chinky for Bacon time, they went on to school. But they kind of like moved around. I think it depended on the group that time, and also kind of on the flight path. So I guess, yeah, I mean, it's going to be the first round, so we really see what's going to happen. We will expect to see some change of drops as well, because we are sticking with the same 16 teams throughout.
And speaking of the grouping, back then in the league, there are teams that are dropping in certain round of compound that being occupied by the team that actually right now not playing. So this will be the advantage for the teams that actually lost their initial drop spot before in the league. Now can take those grounds that actually empty out due to the teams being relegated before. So there's a place for them to actually start to loot up as their first drop spot. But are they familiar with this rotation? Did they actually have enough time to, adapt themselves within just how long? It was like 4 days off. That's it for the players to actually reconsider about the position and the rotation for the grand finals. So they don't even have enough downtime to recollect their thoughts and just do a different strategy when it comes to the grand finals itself. And speaking of Erangel, on the other hand, we do know Erangel will be the most maybe played out there. So these guys really have to master it and dominate. We haven't got ourselves any kings of Erangel just yet, because it's just every single time there's Erangel, there's nobody taking back-to-back chicken and all getting that how do I say, higher percentage of winning in Pachinki than the others. Everyone's pretty much the same amount of chances there.
Yeah, it's much even between a lot of these teams. So looking forward to see who will be consistent in Erangel. And of course, Erangel is very important because that will be the majority of the being played even in the grand finals. So the teams really need to a little bit more focus onto Erangel. And I'm also thinking about the teams that are not playing, i.e. teams who were relegated from the league. We got Team Secret. They would drop in areas in military base, so that's likely to be taken. We got the PBE, who normally drop in Milta. That's going to be taken. Well, for the others, GE, they're kind of nomad-ish. So yeah. And DBD also kind of nomad-ish as well, depending on the flight path. So that's going to be a question mark of where it's going to be. But for sure right now, if in case a team like Xavier, who ensure where to call home, they can consider to drop in these two places.
But at the same time, if nobody actually taking SMB other than Yoodo Alliance, and if the circle happens to be there, that's supposed to be their ground, right? So I do want to see if there's any sort of a teams that want to get into SMB, or maybe just trying to, disrupt a bit of Yoodo Alliance, because right now, like you mentioned, we don't have TS anymore, so there's nobody actually trying to contest Yoodo Alliance on top of SMB. But wow, it's a bit of a therapeutic, aromatherapeutic session for some of the players. And speaking of the players, and like you mentioned about Sam9 itself, they don't put in Loyu yet. For me personally, I love Long and Loyu as a duo coming up from Sam9. And speaking of the roster and speaking of any player swap, will there be sort of a change coming out from each team for their lineup?
Yeah, so we'll be looking over at Sam9. Hopefully we get a visual on them before we get into the game, so we get a confirmation. It's only one game, so we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, so we can't really say that, oh, this one game, this lineup is great. They would have done enough of games inside of the league for them to know that, okay, this situation, this lineup works, and so on and so forth. So I'm pretty sure they would have made the right decision for themselves. Sometimes it's just situational in games, so it really depends. And maybe sometimes as well, it's like, okay, they have found their rhythm of like, okay, if it's Erangel, this lineup is great. Drama, that lineup is great. So just waiting for if we do get a visual onto Sam later on. Looking over at some of the teams like Box Gaming, like RRQ, still with the same lineup. So I guess maybe it's still game number one after that longer break, and everyone's still trying to keep that lineup consistency at least, so the players themselves can get that momentum.
Claire, I have a question for you. If you get to choose who's your best player, say for the entire league plus as entirety of PMSL, who you put up for the names? Just one name.
Wow. Okay, that's a golden question. Ooh.
Stats aside, we put it as the player itself. You know what? Disregard their numbers of eliminations. Who would you put up?
Right. I kind of want to say Mela. I think that's the obvious choice because of the numbers. But okay, if I were to pick someone who's not in the obvious choice because of numbers, right, then arguably I might say is that maybe. Like if we just look at one individual.
Interesting. But we do have Loyu playing this time. Speaking of Sam9 and that, so this is going to be a good start off for Sam9. I do love Loyu in the lineup more. But as for me personally, I think it's going to be Rosemary. You know I'm a big fan of Rosemary, by the way, but you cannot deny how witty this guy can get. But I think his best performance right now with Octa, this is going to be best right now, but I'm also thinking about Yummy. Because these guys have been flashy. You remember Yummy when it comes to him trying to carry out the entire team, he can actually deliver. He got himself the cool, calm and composure. That's the element you need where you happen to be a solo player at that time. And that's going to be one of the strongest attributes as a solo player, as a one individual as it is. And this too, Rosemary, Yummy actually can deliver. But Octa now starting up to rise up the occasion. While I'm looking at Mela, yes, he's one of the best players out there, but he's more integrating himself into a team play.
Yeah, so that's the thing as well, right? Like, how do you rate a player if he's like more of a team player rather than an individual player? So it's kind of hard, right? But I do agree as well. Despite he's like not one of the top eliminators or top damage or even top assists, but he has been really popping it off for Boom. Now for Young, specialty obviously, if you put a DBS in his hands, he's amazing. And why my first thought, I would have at the back of my mind, I wanted to say Yummy as one pick, but I had this one thought as well. Is like, okay, most of his amazing plays was through using a DBS. So if he's given a different scenario, like, okay, you don't have DBS, you remove DBS entirely from the world of mobile, you give him something else, whatever it is, right, except a DBS. Is he able to pull it off in the same rate as holding a DBS? So I kind of had that thought. That's why I thought that was a little bit more volatile. But Yummy, no doubt, because DBS is the meta, and he is the meta of DBS at the same time.
I agree. I mean, like, it's pretty hard to judge who is the best player due to how overpowering the DBS is right now. But like I mentioned, use it before it gets nerfed, right? Just use it as much as you can before you get nerfed and get yourself one of the best players out there using this broken mechanics of DBS right now. But yes, I agree. When it comes to aiming, when it comes to individual skill, when it comes to spraying without any missing bullet, that's going to be one of the best to judge as a player, as an individual. And right now we're looking at, that's kind of a rare scene to see those clutches with those sprays.
Yeah, that's why when Box Gaming did it during the then it was highly celebrated. Yeah, we got this DBS celebrations, but when they did that, it's like the celebrations just goes next level. So we're looking forward to see if there's thing like that, like a big highlight without a DBS inside the grand final. So far in like game number 1, well, it was a DBS ending, not a DBS clutch because there was a mixture, an M4 and a DBS, but overall the DBS ending. It was if Octa, he actually clutched like 3 without a DBS. Oh, then that will be a big highlight.
I agree. Now, before the DBS will be put back wherever it needs to go, or if it's getting nerfed, we might just finish off PMSL with a lot of DBS game. But hey, whatever works, right? Whatever works in the game itself, it's nothing wrong. Whether it's going to go for camping or proning or DBS or whatever it is, whatever's good for the team, there's a $250,000 at stake here, Cloud.
Yeah, use it while it is still there, because we don't know next season where will the DBS go. Will it go back into the box? Will it be nerf damage nerf, or maybe the amount of DBS in the open loot is going to be lesser? We don't know yet for now. So while it's still up there, then well, use it as much as possible, and if that clinches you the title of the best team in PMSL, why not just go for it? So speaking about PMSL and the best team, you gotta master this next map to be the best of the best inside of PMSL. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna hop into our game number 2 that's gonna be played inside of Erangel.
We're back in the OG map here. In the map of Erangel will be the kings of Erangel. Even the kings of the Chinkies too. Is it going to be Bacon time or DX start to fight? We do have the flight path cutting across from Primos up to cheating range. It's a bit far to those who want to drop themselves in Milta power, but I feel like we might actually do have Medusa intersection. of a circle again, just right on the northwest of shelter, that between school and shelter, that Medusa intersection. And that's going to be a tough one because you don't have a PBE this time. We love to drop them to around the top. I also have to keep an eye out if there's any sort of contenders who want to drop themselves in Milta.
I'm looking at the military base. We did have that question whether any team is going to take military base. So Yoodo Alliance, obviously, because they normally drop in Novos, they're going to go there. We have BTR inside military base, so they're going to take over the Team C area. But whether they're going to maintain that or not for the next match, or this is flight dependent, it's yet to be seen. So we're going to keep focus onto this for now. BTR dropping straight inside military base. They're going to drop on the left side, which has some small comp for them to loot. Probably playing a little bit safer because they saw Yoodo Alliance flying there as well. But the circle this time, okay, circle on the left.
And he got himself a water net, but Snipes happened to be having a bit of a go time with Rabies. The pistols away. I mean, like, Snipes close enough being knocked down. It was so close, barely make it out alive. And lucky enough, Rabies don't have any sort of weaponries on him, so it's going to be safe for Snipe for now. But the rest of DX and Geek SLATE, this is going to be the battle of the scout coming up from both teams.
Yeah, that was lucky there by Snipes because, plus of course, Geek SLATE, they were the first team to be eliminated, no points previously, so, and Snipes played that. So if this was another early elimination personally for him, that's going to be hard. But Rabis, he got RL, so he's pretty confident, and he knew from the audio cue that it's only a pistol. So he's probably trying to take advantage, and Snipes trying to just away. But again, Rabis knows it's just a pistol. But damn good to give him cover fire from afar. Hopefully Rabis goes away. Damn good coming in to get back up. And Snipes, he should be saved.
You know what, I feel like both teams are actually stalling for time just to see if there's any of their teammates manage to get any weapons on them and then just start to shoot against these guys. Damn good, that's kind of ambitious taps and sprays. Just now with those AKM, the recoils is crazy. It's just so hard to pinpoint and just shoot with that distance. But like enough, both teams decided to part way for DX and Yoodo Alliance, so it's going to be safe for both right now. I'm not sure for the next few seconds because they might want to have it another go, especially DX. Rabe is definitely desperate for those eliminations. He wants to go for the kills, but he couldn't get it, so he will try to go for another round. VOIN, on the other hand, realized the last map they were extending their fight in the blue zone too much. I'm not sure if they want to play the same game here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have wished that in that round, like the circle was more on them because time was stalled because of Geek SLATE. But they still got 4 the other day, so can't really complain about that. But because the circle was kind of tough for them, and the time was stalled by Geek SLATE, and hence that's what's happened. So they'll be looking to see whether they can make up for that previous round this time around. With VOIN being normally dropping into the areas of Milta Power, so it's going to be quite a for them to travel, and because the circle's on the left on top of the flight path, take a while for them to come back in.
A bit of a quiet before the storm here. Like enough, we don't really have a lot of hot drops coming in. I'm not sure about the SMB side because we do have BTI and Yoodo Alliance happen to be very closely with each other, and they have to cross those bridges. I'm not sure if anybody wants to gatekeep that bridge for now, because they definitely know for a fact there's going to be a couple of teams dropping SMB, so that's going to be a good advantage for them to use to get those volume of kills up for those elimination numbers. But Boom, not so great in the last map. I mean, like, they tried to force a fight, but they caught themselves in a triangle where a lot of crossfire happening and just happened to be crashing into a different teams after one compound to the other. When they're compound hopping, it's just not so great and you caught off guard. But BTR feels like they're taking a bit of a majority of this SMB. I'm not sure where Yoodo Alliance is right now. Did they actually start to migrate themselves across that bridge already or not? We have to wait and see. FaZe spreading out, taking their own loot. I feel like it's going to be probably starting off second, maybe third stage. We get to see some open fires down there.
Yeah, I guess it's standard though. But let's see if that the record is broken, because the record right now for longest wait for the first blood is at stage 3, and if it goes past by there, then we're going to see a new record in this round. Speaking about the Yoodo Alliance, the last we saw them, they dropped on south of, somewhere down south of military. because of the flight path, naturally they couldn't drop straight into Novo, and strategy was like, okay, drop there, get a vehicle, go into Novo, and bounce back into the circle. And, that could take them some time, but it's okay because they should be on the clear. Looking at the circle on the left, as long as they follow the right bridge, the possibility of them being gate capped is very low because of the flight path. So we might not even see VOIN be interested to do that.
For Boom, on the other hand, we do have Crazy Hexas Pombit playing. Bubuhu, I mean, like Bubuhu always jumps in. I think it was either the second Erangel or after the break Erangel. Usually we get to see Bubuhu, but Boom, surprisingly, even though they have a lot of rotation, right? It actually not one of the factor of their impact. Not one of the factors that actually make a difference of their performance. Pretty much everybody can display same amount of performance, but Winnie, oh Winnie, always alone for Winnie. I don't know why Box Winnie always going a lot of places alone by himself out there.
Well, probably he's doing the scouting. So they're in the circle and he's leading the pack. So he's just making sure that wherever they want to go, take as the checkpoint, is clear. And a Boom took that preemptive shot just to tell me that, hey, we're in this compound, so don't come close. Hence, Box Gaming, they had their other checkpoint, which is going to be, there's a little bit of elevation of high ground, somewhere in the middle of the so there's probably going to be a pit stop for now. And it's not too bad, because it's in the middle of the circle. Very likely they'll get the next phase of it, well, 100% pretty much. And they can pretty much for now.
Box. I mean, like, yeah, Winnie always do the scout work, yes, but sometimes he's the last one surviving anyways. I feel sad for him, because every single time you have to go through everything is alone. It's just so tough for you to bear the responsibility when the others just nowhere near to be found. But speaking of Sem9, they do put in none other than Liu Yu. I love this lineup so far coming from Sem9. I think this is the best lineup by far. But we haven't seen the best of Dap. Now Dap, when it comes to his gameplay, he's more about getting those angles right. If he got himself the most comfortable angle that is, he can actually just pinpoint and just spray it out and never whiff. But the problem is he always caught himself in the triangle or got himself in a crossfire. That's the case. The navigation, when it comes to team cooperation about where to go next and how to get into it, that's the biggest difference. If you watch the entirety of the league of PMSL down to the final day, that's what making the Thai teams a bit better than the others.
Yeah, but not gonna lie, right? When Sem9 was up at their lowest point, but when the other members of Sem9 they aren't really performing, you would see that really show up. So, oh wow, okay, I had to pause that thought for a moment because Juju saw this circle before in the league, and it's gonna be crazy how many teams are gonna fight with each other in this kind of circle.
This is a bizarre circle. Honestly, look at how little space there is. There's no land for these guys to even stand on. Coming up from Jogobo, there's nobody else, but there are definitely going to be a couple of teams coming up from the north, slowly cutting across those main peninsula. But coming up from the southern part, that's going to be insanely crowded. Speaking of land, there's not enough land for anybody. 16 teams still there, and Box and DS have to share the same place even. And this is not great as Sheena's getting on Frankie first. Sheena's getting on 2 down. T-Dog gets 1 with those DBS working. And Box, they have to flee. This is not great for Box at all. They even have FaZe coming in as a third party. This is going from the pan to the fire. Box nowhere to have a place here.
Well, because the circle looks like our first blood didn't need to wait that long, they're going to take the advantage over Vampire Esports, just driving past the beach. And we have the other members of FaZe Clan having a good angle, and that's going to be 2 downs. And FaZe Clan, right now they're going to take advantage of it. Vampire Esports, are they eliminated? Is that the entire Vampire? I think so.
Highly, yes. I don't think there's one more player, but Alec look caught off guard with BTR trying to cross the bridge. And the moment they cross over, it's going to be them waiting at the other end. Yoodo Alliance and BTR, they know for a fact they have to face each other by the end of the day. But this is what I worry about BTR and some of the Thai teams, right? Some of the Indonesian teams and Malaysian teams. They love to overextend themselves so much in the blue zone. And it's a lose-lose for both teams right now. The moment they step out from this blue zone, you saw how crowded it was back there. The moment they step into that zone, it's going to be the end. And provided if they have enough utilities until then, it's great. If it's not, what's worth fighting, and maybe those couple of points will contribute towards your overall ranking, but is it going to still be worth it enough for these guys to just overstay here for these fights?
Well, maybe exactly what BTR anticipated. Like, if they were to come into the circle now, then there'll be a lot of other teams waiting for them. So instead, might as well take the 4 points, and maybe there's points that they'll be happy with, considering that the current situation is as such. So they try to take advantage of the Yoodo Alliance, but BTR not waiting that long. They're starting their move, sending 2 out to find a route, while the other 2 waiting at the bridge just to see if they can get more out of Yoodo Alliance. And the moment the 2 that's been sent out found a spot, clear, the other 2 will move in.
Speaking of moving in, and I think this is one of the best sort of a pet or crate in the middle of the playing field out there that can actually be utilized by Bacon Time if they know exactly the timing about peaking. Now, lucky enough, we don't have another Bazaar, because still got 20% of water in it. But Vampires, we do have one last player. There's gonna be Ravenclaw, but Alter Ego start to close in. I don't see anywhere Ravenclaw can survive this. He's been compressed from north and south, and there's nowhere else for him to go, because if he move on the right side, it's going to be N as well. PERSIJA EVOS taking on RRQ, a box Lavi spotted out from of our Bacon Time players, but Lynx will be spotted out by the rest of RRQ. Asai is already in the building, but Lynx, this is a bit of a dangerous game he's playing. He's just in the middle of nowhere right now.
Trying to find space, and space is limited with this kind of circle, and looks like he's just doing well, pretty much, knowing that where his opponents are at. But VOIN, knowing where BTR is at, one of them got taken down. VOIN with their first point in this round, they want to open up their account well, and especially taking out another huge team from the same region. It's going to be BTR. BTR still spending time in the blue, rotating in, and like what we discussed earlier on, the circle, it's going to be tough because the amount of land is limited, not 100%. Hence, areas to move in, areas to park themselves is a bit more lesser than your usual.
Yep, and I noticed a lot of Indonesian teams, excluding Alter Ego, the rest of them are playing these very late rotations, including VOIN and BTR. But BTR was smart. They know for a fact, you know what, if you go straight across, just cut across from the southern side, they know there will be so many teams. They're taking a bit of a longer rotation just so they have enough. With only one first aid, I don't know about Shaman and Yoodo Alliance. This is too much for them to take a hold against the blue zone. BTR, they're splitting themselves into a one formation for now. Bacon got himself one player in the center there between these two teams, 2 players of BTR. But Ice just flee. He made it out on time, just in the gate of time. And BTR, they coming up from SMB, now slipping into the circle without anybody trying to punish them.
Ooh. I should find a route, so that's good for them. But the next phase, definitely they need to move, so this is going to be a challenge for Yoodo Alliance, playing without Olio in the lineup. BTR on the other seems to have found their compound together with some elevation, so this is going to be an okay spot for stage 4. Very likely they will not have the circle anymore, and it's going to be really tough because we still have 15 teams here.
It's too small of a space. It's just a tiny piece of land between these players, and less than 100 meters apart. We talk about how close they are right now. They're within just a bullet to reach out there. But if the circle shifted toward the right side, it would be great for BTR. They don't even have to move for another stage of a circle, but it just moved up north all the way. Whoever's down there, look at how many teams still not inside. FaZe might be gatekeeping this side because there's VOIN, Geek, SLATE, Hill, Bacon Time, and BTR. There's 6 teams not inside yet, but Bacon Time trying to get there and rushing into it, but they might clash with BTR when they navigate themselves into the circle.
Well, right now, look at the circle. Boom Esports is in a good position, but BTR clashing with Bacon Time, and now they might lose a player. 9 out by BTR. GenForce will take him down.
GFD1 just need to be a bit of a reload there. Bacon Time, the rest of them just enter inside. BTR, you know what? Bacon Time, they're just gonna leave that be and not gonna save his teammate. There's nowhere near, already got finished off. But they're trying to get across these haystacks. But there's Yoodo Alliance on the other end. Ice is a bit more cautious, making his stab, but FaZe got a bit of a splat with Mika running him down, and that's gonna be Vampires Oh man, speaking of the vampires in the grand finals.
Yeah, goes our prediction for this round. But Hail Esports 7-9 as Hail Esports standing the ground pretty well. Step on the other side tries to get the knockdown revenge but not able to do so. Managed to get away. Flash and Sky only sharing the same compound, still with 9. Everyone with their own nades. Flash is gonna toss it for sure. But then again, managed to evade, so he's A-OK right now. But Loyu onto Flash. That's gonna be the backline.
They have to make it fast because there's more team coming in here. They need to flush out here as soon as they can. Sam9 trying to force himself in. Well, Tiger taking the back line. He's taking a backstabbing dab with those DBS. And they caught off guard. Lung and Loyu now panicking whether to go back in the back line and save them or just go forward. Sky's waiting at the other end.
Close.
He can actually clutch 2v1 there. Close enough. But man, Loyu's in out of health. Managed to flee by and slip back into the warehouse. But Tiger slowly compressing them on the other end. This is a dangerous game for Sam9. But Sky is now knocked down. The DBS versus the M4. And the M4 wins.
Loyu won against the DBS. That was a great defense by the unfortunately heavy casualty. But yet they still won against Hail Esports and managed to take home those points. 7-9 still survived, but FaZe Clan is there.
It feels like they are in the same shoes as they were before Sam9. They got back their warehouse, but Mormon knock on one with those nades. Loyu and Onzen and the rest of them. Loyu last. Standing, and that is Long. Now Long, can he actually pick up Loyu? But he doesn't have time here. And Mormon cooking up another nade. Speaking of DBS, here comes another. Onzen's again. Can those M4 work out quite right for Sam9 once more? Onzen running dry with his clip on that DBS, but Onzen's trying to clear the corners here. Trying to play the safer game. A bit hesitant we can see, but look caught from behind. Mormon coming in, a double pick on 2 different angles. What a cleanup from FaZe Clan.
Pretty much 7-9 got a taste of their own medicine with FaZe Clan doing pretty much the same thing on 7-9, taking them out. And that compound, just look at what so many teams want that area. It's still within the circle. FaZe Clan in it now. Boom. Still in good position. BTR joining these teams too. But for the rest of them on the northern side, we got RQ, we got PERSIJA, EVOS, SLD. They need to cross the road. Boss Gaming stopping Yoodo Alliance from coming into the circle.
They got a glimpse of Yoodo Alliance. Finish off Canny from afar. That's like 200 meters apart of a shot coming out from the side of Box Gaming. Shamil now a bit alert, a bit more cautious, a bit paranoid for the fact he has to be carrying this alone by himself. With only M4 160 DBS in his hand. While Tronchi running dry on those clips on those AKM, trying to cut across the side of Bacon Time. If Bacon Time being finished off here right now, Yoodo Alliance can stay alive for a bit longer. But SLD, they right in the middle of the circle as well. They're nowhere near being closed in by the blue zone. The one actually have to move. It's going to be Bacon Time and Yoodo Alliance Shamil.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if Shamil will use his vehicle or he'll just stay put and try to crawl himself. But the distance is just too far. Forced to use the vehicle. That will give information to the other opponents. As Boss Gaming tries to take him down, he still managed to get himself into the circle. Nope. Yet he's still on the outside of it. Bacon Time on the other side. Winning, not letting him go. Shamil is in trouble.
Dominating across the board right now. Boss Gaming with 9 eliminations. They want to go for more, but winning that spray is going to be devastating. But Geek got ambushed by Alter Ego. Octa again trying to finish off Mika, but he needs to be a bit of a reload there. But that's going to be stalling for the side of Geek SLATE. They cannot save Mika. It's just too deep into Alter Ego's place. So Alter Ego on the other end, they know for a fact they need to get into the circle. They're going to leave these elevations. Going to have to just please themselves with those 1 elimination they get out of Geek SLATE. But Alter Ego, they're not done yet. They want to go for more. They're eager to go for more. They want to get themselves those adrenaline rush, just like how they did in Sunhawk. Box, on the other hand, they are taking a lot of eliminations, but they're nowhere near getting those covers.
Oh, still in the same compound that Geek SLATE wants to take away from FaZe Clan. And now knock down to Mika. That's an opening for FaZe Clan. Moment with the nade. Zillin is still there. If that lands onto Zillin. Oh, he sees it clearly. Zillin. 50% of health left. Still help giving cover from the other side. Molly will buy time for Geek SLATE, but Molly's to the other end as Moment is moving in with the DBS.
So many teams cutting across. There's Molly burning on Mormon barbecued. But at the same time, so many teams cutting across this warehouse right now. Everyone wants to be a part of this warehouse. FaZe, they know for a fact they cannot stay indoors. They have to pull back and see at the flank and the outdoors. But Box compressing on the other side. Geek and FaZe, they're trying to have a bit of a tug of war here. But the one winning will be Box Gaming if they're trying to push. But lucky enough for Box, they are a bit attracted to the other side of the compound. They're attracted towards the other side of the angle entirely. They're not focusing on this side. Where Geek and also FaZe having a change of name, trying to flush each other out. Where we see Geek coming up from behind, being ambushed with those mollies. Snipes burn almost the entirety of his HP down. But Geek, they need to have to regroup and trying to push on one different angle entirely. Cannot go indoors. But we do have indoors fight here on top of Hospital. RQ trying to just get away from PERSIJA EVOS' grasp.
Ooh. Gotta get away. Oh, but they still have the circle. Okay, but this fight still has to end at some point. As Arakasa being naded down. Nicely done by Red FaZe, taking him down. PERSIJA got the upper hand now, with Mort being on the upper floor all alone. Red FaZe with a nade toss on the third floor. It will connect onto Mort. Mort is now down to 50% health. Needs to reset, needs to reload with the DBS.
He don't have time. He doesn't have time right now because Alter Ego start to step in here. Looking at the circle, they can just cut across and be the housekeeping team. But they're taking a bit of a pullback for Alter Ego, repositioning themselves to see what's going on inside because they're not done yet. Voldemort will actually try be safe, but never mind. Red FaZe, that was a perfect golden nade. Finish off the entirety of RQ, but they are not done. Waiting outside is going to be Alter Ego. And on the one coming up from the south, we're not done with Geek versus FaZe yet.
Oh yeah, not at all. The circle is not in the warehouse, so these two teams need to finish this fast. And now Mela is trying to be a little bit sneaky here, using the smoke to his advantage. Has no clear vision of where Snipes is at, with the audio cue now helping him to determine where it is. He open Snipes at the lower ground. It's going to be a 1v1 fight here. Snipes with the Bison on his own, into the smoke. It does connect onto his opponent, but not enough to take him down. Consent from the other side, shot down by Mika.
That's gonna be a perfect angle. Off angle coming up from Mika. Snipes need to reload moment. Just get a one tap with those EBS. And that's done. Done and dusted for one player. Slowly picking them off one by one. FaZe Mela start to work out those shotguns and Mormon from the back. Finish off the entirety of Geek SLATE. While BT are having a bit of trouble against Box. But that's the last member of Box. They finish off at 10 eliminations.
Wow, still 10 at number 8. That's pretty decent there. That's pretty good for Box, in fact. That will push them up in overall charts, definitely. BTR not stopping as well with 5 eliminations so far, but they only have 2 players left. Bacon time! 1 elimination this round with number 7. PERSIJA EVOS, great hospital compound, been held down by them. And they seem to be interested.
So many teams not getting the center. The one that actually not touchable right now, it's gonna be Boom. They are unharmed. They are not being spotted out yet. And nobody trying to challenge them in the center of this sort of a circle. And circle will shrink less than 40 seconds. PERSIJA EVOS still holding this compound, still holding towards this building. They know for a fact they won this fight before. They got themselves quite a number of utilities still, but nowhere near about those mollies. If the other side of the team got themselves those mollies to work, PERSIJA EVOS have to leave. Mollies is going to be the best utility for you to flush out any teams out there. BTR on the other hand keep FaZe at bay. They deny the entrance into the zone, while BTR is not in the safe boat either. The moment they step out from this crate, it's going to be done. They'll be exposed so much to all the different teams out there.
Ooh, here we go. Looks like the fight is going to happen anytime soon. FaZe Clan and BTR just next to each other. And that circle moved away, meaning that this fight might happen now. Just waiting for time to pass by. And the fight might be inevitable, because what's going to wait for them to be Boom, so they gotta take out each other first before they focus on to Boom Esports.
And Momo want to go for the rush, trying to get one knock with those nades. While Mela gonna get into those vehicles, force them out and try to run them down. He got one. This is it. Mela makes such a risky move, but it won straight to 1. Both teams in a losing spot right now because Mormon got finished off by GenForce. BTR win those spot, but they're left with only 2 players. But they have to leave here. We're looking at Boom eyeing out towards this side, and Alter Ego spot out BTR as well. We do have 4 Indonesian teams along with 1 Vietnam left. SLD, where are they? Rosemary trying to finish off the others coming up from the other end, which can be BTR. Boom in the center. Still inside of the circle. They got one of the most solid compound to work with.
Yeah, it's just that now the circle needs to be split between the two, between the road, and it's going to be thing where the circle will go. If it goes either side, then the teams need to move. But not gonna lie, totally that Boom Esports, they are in a very good position. It's just that they've been comfortable with circle. They got a compound, so no elimination points just yet. But Alter Ego may get some.
Here comes the rush. Going for different angles, but Redface just so well outplayed them with those containers. But Luxy, he got himself those elevation. He can see what's happening down there. A potato tried to toss the nade. Redface tried to just avoid it, but not avoidable for those coming up from Redface. Those sprays of the EMP and with the M4 as well. Working such a clean setup by himself. Redface just outplayed these guys around the corners.
Okay, speaking about the corner, Redface still at the corner where Fnatic is held hostage. But even if he wants to finish off Fnatic, it's secured at point. Octa is there to get a Rosemary, and because they know exactly they'll throw all the utilities onto him. Not connecting just yet, but finally, wait, Hexas, Rosemary, okay, another fight's happening. That's going to be Boom Esports coming from behind.
Can Octa clutch again for the side of Alter Ego? He himself to have to clutch the entire team. Octa still holding on to that last tin of lifeline. And Octa just trying to make sure he can cover himself in those smokes right now. They can barely visualize him, but this nade will finish things off. Octa inside of those vehicle, but that's the nade. And Redface almost got, never mind, Redface finish off Fnatic with Hexos coming from Boom on a different side, compressing Alter Ego 2 ways there. They're being sandwiched at the ham down now. Boom. They're still playing at the ledges, at the side of the hills here. Barely being spotted in any of by those teams on the other side. PERSIJA and SLD, they will have a go first. But Boom, this is a high chance they can secure this team fight and this chicken this time.
Yeah, Boom, they are refreshed here. They haven't taken any fights, so now they'll be focusing on this final moment, moving in, taking the high ground against PERSIJA. Look at this, PERSIJA EVOS needs to climb onto the high ground, onto the hill. It's going to be a tough spot for them while needing to deal with SLD on the left. That's why we can see that Redface is trying to cover with the smoke on from SLD. And SLD, they are still on the outside circle as well, but they have a place to play with. SLD pressing PERSIJA EVOS.
But PERSIJA EVOS pressing or corner. They're taking a fight back. They form themselves a triangle. Got themselves two different angles to cover from. And Lengths managed to secure his angle so well against Boom. There's no way Boom can pick out. The only one that can actually bring them down is going to be those nades. But Pombit find a loose end. Finish off Lengths straight away. And just tighten up on his side. SLD slowly compressing that side as well. Boom! They finish off. It's going to be Chuangxian and Yummy May. Finish off that with the nade coming up from Yummy. That's a big one from Yummy. Finish off the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS. Now down to SLD versus Boom. Vietnam versus Indonesia. Who can actually fare well with Razy coming up from very different angle entirely. On and off angle, the furthest away. But the rest of Boom is too near to the side of SLD. Both team going for 3-1 formation, but they found out Wrong's in first.
Oh, and Hexas as well as a little bit of elevation, taking advantage of the Boom Esports. But Boom will not go down without a fight. And he gets one for himself. Yummy will need to retreat behind. Bombit in the vehicle, probably going to move away. SLD drops in with the DBS, tries to knock down someone. If only he can connect us. Yummy, off-angle shot by PUBG, beautiful to him. Down to Powerbit. To Pombit all alone.
But this is going to be PUBG, gonna be the anchor for the team. Down to last player. Pombit, that's it. SLD shouting and cheering for the triumph. And the last map just now, winning themselves that chicken, well deserving. They grind themselves in and got themselves a smart play from the IGL, and the entire team just cooperates so well with that fight. SLD, but close enough for Boom. Close enough again, but Alter Ego got such consistency at top 3, but SLD, I mean, I'm not sure how much elimination they finish off in the end, but I do know coming up from box, they got themselves double digits. So the Vietnam aiming for the eliminations here today. But for the side of SLD, they're trying to balance out both.
Yeah, SLD. And I thought that would have gotten it at some point because, you know, they were relaxed for the most part of the round. And that means they don't really use their utilities. They have everything in hand. But, well, we got SLD who have the momentum. They are pushing it through. And SLD Week 3 winners now coming in with a chicken dinner in game number 2 of the Grand Finals. Again, it's going to be PERSIJA, the star man for SLD, multiple MVP so far.
I mean, this guy is a great asset for SLD. There's no way they're gonna let him be when it's off season to have a bit of roses swap. This is one of the best players when it comes to his wittiness and also when it comes to strategy of getting himself the perfect angle to shoot these guys from a blind spot. SLD got himself this chicken. They're traveling quite far. VOIN, on the other hand, they were untouched. They were unharmed. They were not in any part of any crossfire early. Because we saw they got themselves in a hospital area for the longest time. They finished off their skirmish with different teams that trying to take them out from those hospital compound before. But they lasted there for quite a bit. And they were so lucky the circuit even favors them in the end. But that was skills. The entirety of it coming up from Blue Box. They got themselves the circle all the time. But they were aiming for those kills.
Yeah, that's why the travel distance not as much as any other team here. But they still managed to get like 10 elimination points before they got eliminated. So it's pretty decent. And despite them going out earlier than the rest, it was like 8th or something like that, they still managed to slide themselves into the teams to watch. And we don't get this. Teams to watch, no Thai team in the teams to watch.
So far, the time has been very quiet. We're gonna have to wait and see what they have to offer later on. But outside of it, I mean, like the rise of Indonesia and Vietnam, you have to give it. They're so aggressive the first day here. And speaking of the highlights, most of them comprises of box gaming. It just shows that they've been gunning people down since the second stage of the circle. But this warehouse, definitely remember those warehouse, Cloud. I mean, like that warehouse have been so many teams died over for that place only. And speaking of hospital, this is the only skirmish that BIM has to fight against early ones. And then they're being quiet because nobody's coming up from the southern part.
Yeah, like a lot of them really try to focus on taking the middle. That's why we saw the warehouse was the key point that multiple wanted to take, including like we got FaZe Clan, we got Geek SLATE at some point, 792. So that was the key area until the circle shifted away and it kind of favored SLD. That's how they got the chicken dinner. Of course, the circle is one, but besides that, we cannot deny the fact that they have skill. That's why they are Week 3 winners. Chicken dinner for Vietnam are 2 different regions getting the chicken dinner graphic.
Wow. They actually secured 9 out of it. Just 1 point different with Box when it comes to those elimination, but with those chicken. And this is one of the most consistent team throughout, aside from FaZe, this is one of the most consistent teams throughout the entire league as well. SLD, they have been not the one that actually be under the spotlight all day. Because when we talk about Vietnam, we will always remember DX, but DX is nowhere near up there these days.
Yeah, it seems to be a shift here for SLD as compared to Xavier. We kind of thought that Xavier really popped it up in the Grand Finals, but so far in 2 games, well, of course we got plenty of games. 2 games so far, Xavier not really showing it yet. In fact, you kind of think pretty much the same goes for Vampire Esports, a team that one of the teams tipped off to actually win PMSL. But we did see before how Vampire Esports actually climbed up to the number spot, so I'm still going to hold my horses for them. But it doesn't help that Vampire Esports down to page number 2. Alter Ego still at number 1.
Yep, it feels like the last run they had in Sunhawk just now, not within reach of SLD to cut them across yet. But slowly all the teams that starting off with a number of initial points before during the league, now slowly being pushed down. We're talking about FaZe now placing at 4th. Bacon Tummy Hill down to 5th and 6th place. While Boom start to climb up as well. I'm loving what Boom have to offer. Same goes for Alter Ego and PERSIJA EVOS. These 3 teams pretty much have the same mindset. They just want to go for the kills.
Yes, they really want to go for it. That's why we can see a amount of eliminations there. It's pretty good for them, despite only 2 rounds. On the other hand, we got a couple of teams not really showing it off after 2 rounds. Geek SLATE, because BTR, they did okay. So that's why Geek SLATE, they were pushed down to a number 16 spot with only 17 points. But of course, it's only a 3 difference between them and also a couple of teams on top of them. So one good round from Geek SLATE still change it up for them as well. But yeah, overall we can see the Malaysian region teams, 3 of them on page number 2. So something needs to be worked out there.
Yeah, a lot of things have to be going back to the drawing board with the coach, and they definitely have the time, like 5 minutes between the match, for a bit of a coach session between them, so they need to think about how to actually improvise, because right now they don't have time. You're talking about the grand final, no more the league, there's no more building up the hype or whatever. They have to gun blazing, and they have to just all cylinders out since day number one, and it just shows that the Indonesian teams know where they're at. They know for a fact this tournament format these days, you have to go for the eliminations. The chicken is always a bonus. Yes, there's a cash into it as well, but the main problem is going to be getting those numbers up. The easiest way is going to be getting those eliminations, because the chicken dinner is nowhere near compensating for those if you compare it with those eliminations, right? So I see that Box kind of get the idea with the Vietnam team going really aggressive, extremely aggressive since the start.
Yeah, Vietnam teams. That's why you can see coming here, Levis, with the 5 elimination points, being one of the top performers. But this is where we come back to the no tie, no party, right? Mela, Momon, there representing FaZe Clan, PERSIJA, EVOS. We got Red Face. He's been showing us really good stuff here inside of the Erangel round. So it's good for them as well. And nice to see PERSIJA, EVOS actually coming up again. We did see them in week number 2 being really strong, and then week 3 was kind of like an off week for them. But if they can put on the performance like how we saw in week 2, really catching up to the number 1 spot, ending up at number 2, they could be contenders as well.
And speaking of Mela, coming up from the ties, yeah, we do notice that they have nowhere near above when it comes to the grand finals so far. But FaZe Mela, he definitely got his head into the game. Look at that damage output wise, went all across this boy, got himself the most. But those eliminations being stolen away by the other teams down there. Maybe Red Face is one of them if you compare right now. But damage wise, coming up from Mela, he definitely got those knocks. He definitely got himself the aggressiveness that needed to be in sort of a CQC. But the problem with him is that's just, I noticed that it got hand down 2 sides multiple times. And we talked about Circle before in Erangel, and the first circle was really tough. You have to agree that circle was insane. That was just a bizarre circle as a start.
Yeah, absolutely. First circle was like okay on the left, and then the moment the second circle popped up, it's like ooh, 50% of water, and then it slowly goes back onto the main peninsula. But then it's a big scare for our teams, and that's why we saw a lot of early fights. When that circle happened, we can see teams just like, okay, we got to get into the best position possible, preparation for the next phase of the circle. So that's how we saw, like, the moment we mentioned, and that's where the first split happened. It was a compound crash, and it was, yeah, it just went on from there. Like, the team's just not holding back. And we can expect the same thing well in the next round, that teams will not want to hold back, especially for teams on page 2. So looking at Geek SLATE here, not getting any point all in 2 rounds.
Now that's a bummer for them, but instead of BTR, they're not safe anywhere down there either. I was hoping the one that actually playing as aggressive as Box, as aggressive as Alter Ego or Boom, it's gonna be those actually down there, including BTR, Geek SLATE, the one that actually dying to get those points. So every single point is a dime right now. We're talking about the grand finals. The same for Alter Ego, I'm loving them how they perform. Same goes for you almost got one, close enough, got themselves second place. But coming up from Vampires now, I do agree with the fact that star-studded lineup is not a thing now. I feel like everybody have to have different roles. They can't put all the star fraggers down there because it feels like they're not working as a team for Vampires. But I'm not sure, is it just the grand final jitters or not warming up just yet?
Well, at least to be fair, for during the league, that lineup did pop off really well for them. I think if we were to put on the topic of like star lineup and how effective it is, the bigger attention is to be given to BTR because they are still a star lineup, but yet performance-wise not as great, and they barely made it to the grand finals. There were some clips on social media showing the emotions from the team. Some of them cried as they got a confirmation to get into the grand finals. It was just that for them, that tough 3 weeks for BTR. And in the grand finals, first round maybe not so, but second round not too bad. So they really have that momentum, but it's also a matter of like adapting to the other teams around, because you got the top of the cream of the crop, 16 teams that will be around them.
Yeah, I mean, like legendary players is what they have, but can they get the the best player right now? Because the past is the past, and it's a different era entirely. With the format system a change, without the circle being changed, even the blue zone is quicker than before. So they have to adapt for these veteran players, like it or not, because they don't have a choice now. We're down to only like what for the entire day we'll have less in total of less than 20 games right now. That's definitely, yeah.
But we also have lesser interviews to do after we do an interview after this. Yeah, had to segue, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on to Cairo, our host for today.
Back with another interview session of the day, and it's the grand final day. Today with me right now is the coach for Alter Ego, and his name is Defian. Hi, Defian.
Hi, Khairul.
Alright, before we get into the interview, I would like to inform you guys about the new suit in PUBG Mobile that you should get. It's the X suit Stygian Leech, where you guys can get it in-game in PUBG Mobile. But then, straight forward to the interview. First and foremost, it is an intense fight for the first game. Match 1, Alter Ego managed to clutch things out. Winner chicken dinner for you guys. A 1v3 that was cleanly took by your players. So, how do you feel? And can you share with us what are the preparation that you guys do for the grand finals?
Of course, it feels great to have a chicken dinner in the first match, in the final, of course. But our preparation basically the same, because we have been almost a month in here, and we just do it as we usually do. Just normal evaluation per day, and then for finals, I usually calm them down because there is so many pressures, especially in the finals. So I try to balance it out. We still need pressure, but enough pressure is good.
All right, enough pressure is good. That's a good answer from you. I like that answer very much. So apart from that, what is the difference between Sanhok and other maps? Because we can see from the history of your team, which is Alter Ego, where you guys perform very well in Sanhok.
So actually, I hate Sanhok.
Oh, you hate Sanhok?
Yeah,
okay.
I hate Sanhok because we cannot apply a good strategy in it. It's mostly lucky, because if we don't get shift, and we need to go very far from our drop spot.
So meaning that your team is very lucky, yeah?
I guess in some way, I guess.
All right. So last but not least, final question for you. We know that many players are afraid of the word itself, DBS, the shotgun. So, but to you, what is your team opinion about it?
My opinion about DBS, actually, I have nothing against it.
Oh,
because it's just another gun. Every gun has its own advantage, disadvantage. So, because I think mostly pro players here using DBS, so they can be very accurate.
Yep.
But I think the cause of most people afraid to DBS is because this live stream always show the good side. They never show like people whiffing using DBS.
Yes, true.
So that's why people are so afraid about DBS. Of course, it's a shotgun. Of course, it's very dangerous in close quarters. But I believe there is some player that can still can barely use it, because it's not that easy. It's not as easy as we look.
All right, I love that answer. It's like a different POV from a person, where we usually hear about DBS this, DBS that, but to you, there's nothing much about DBS.
Yeah, it's just another gun.
It's just another gun.
Yeah.
All right, great answer from. Currently, I can say the best coach, because you guys are #1 now. Congratulations on winning chicken dinner. And I think that's all for this time for our interview. And see you again. Bye-bye.
I mean, like, my take on the DBS, man, we want to see the cons out of it, but you remember that one distance DBS shot. We cannot unsee it. Yeah, the cons of DBS is about the distance. But that been shown that the distance don't actually play a part.
Yeah, I know. Like, maybe it's just a different opinion. Like, if if you ask one of the Thai region players, they'll be like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, even distance is still okay. But yeah, I really like the insight as well about the DBS. It's just another weapon, and the best part is that it's not as easy as it looks. That's great insight there. So meaning that if we look back on all the DBS gameplay, clutches, taking into consideration that opinion, so it's actually hard to pull off a DBS clutch then, like really hard.
Yeah, I mean, like, it looks easy because these are the professionals. They are professionals for a reason, but this is surprising. Lamborghini out. Because usually try it's going to be replacing T-Duck most of the time. But to have Lamborghini out, I'm not sure about this lineup. I think this is one of the first lineup we're coming out from DX without Lamborghini in it.
Yeah, it's the first time we're not going to see Lamborghini in a round. So it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of composition can actually work out for Xavier. I mean, fair enough, because Xavier for the first 2 rounds is not really working out for them. And this is not a league, this is the grand finals. And there's only a limited amount of games to play. So with that being said, then they're just making that switch early and quick, whatever it is. I'm sure they've evaluated at the back end, so I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing with that swap.
Now, we do have another swap here coming from Alva with CL. I mean, we've seen CL a couple of times in the last few weeks of the league itself, not the first few weeks. The first week we did barely get to see CL, but Alva, I mean, like, he's one of my favorite players coming into the side of VOIN. But VOIN, after those first week of the league, we don't see the best of them after that. It feels like the momentum being shut down entirely when the league was happening. And usually when it comes to refresh, getting those first few momentums right, VOIN is always there, but not in the case of this grand finals.
Yeah, true enough. Even in the finals as well, we don't see the VOIN of week number 1. So I kind of worry that we did talk about, like, okay, they are new team, PMNC champion, PMPL Indonesia, second place, and now straight on to PMSL. The adaptation week after week, especially if you're a new team. One is adaptation to the format of such a long league. Second is the adaptation to the teams around them that always change, and maybe that's where experience do play a part for VOIN. But hopefully with this swap as well, it will bring them something different. I do see that for some of the teams that may not be performing, they'll be making swaps earlier as compared to the league just because of the number of games.
I agree, and also I just hope it won't be that impactful when it comes to if it's punishing. I just hope it's a good impact instead of a negative ones. But coming up from the side of Empires, we haven't seen the best of this team yet. So far they have been eliminated too early on. I'm not sure what happened to the Ties, but definitely playing it very safe, very quiet for today. And BTI is one of those teams rotating too late, too long, taking their time in the blue zone.
Yeah, I guess it was circle dependent as well, because they played around the areas of military base, and then the circle was like on the bridge, so not on the bridge, on the left. So they kind of like time. I'm pretty sure if like the circle was kinder to them wherever they drop, they would play it a little bit more differently. But let's see if anything changes. Pretty sure we're going to see a different circle after this. Who knows? It could be the same circle again as we head on to our game before the long break, before the iftar break. This is going to be Erangel again.
We're back, and the flight path feels very similar like before. Coming out from the southern part on the left side to its just favoring on the west side of it, but a bit more in the center this time. Instead of cutting across Korean Hospital, it just cutting across Ruin. On top of that, ended up on Zaki. But it's always about the circle story. Now, back in Erangel first map of the day, we do have Hospital and so much of the ocean area inside of the circle. That was a tough first circle. But this time we'll be more generous for the players, because like we heard about the interview coming up from Alter Ego, when it comes to Sunhawk, even them, they feel like they are quite not that strong in Sunhawk due to how the circle is just so hard to predict. So it's a big factor, but how the circle will actually share towards the players' rotation and their strategy.
Yeah, so it's gonna definitely be very, very different. Very circle dependent, as what was explained earlier on by the coach. So let's see if the circle, how the circle will affect this round. I'm looking away at BTR again, dropping into military base. Guess this is where they're gonna call themselves home for now. Looking at, even though it's like a flight path that is slightly more in the middle, they still choose to drop there, and that's absolutely a. We're gonna get a very different circle this time, and I think, this is like my hunch, right? Because BTR, they gate cap Yoodo Alliance at the bridge. Yoodo Alliance might want to do the same against, and now that they have this kind of circle.
But at the same time, BTR can actually opt out to go for the left bridge instead of the right one, if they want to go a longer rotation, because there's not much of a contest coming out from the left side. I have a feeling it was SLATE, if I'm not mistaken, on the other end, just nearby Ferry Pier. They will usually not stay there, overstay themselves too long. So it actually will be a clear path with taking on the left side, but provided they have to make it fast and quick, because we do know if they're taking on the left side of a circle, left side of a bridge, it's a bit too far from the initial circle just now. Vampires on the other hand split themselves into two different places for the compounds looting, and they know for a fact they're not have been great right now. So do they want to force the fight? The Access have been very quiet. Now this is a team that used to be the #1, not just in Southeast Asia, and also coming up from the best of Vietnam. But right now we are looking at the baton being passed over towards the side of SLD, who's happened to be the best Vietnam team the entirety of PMSL so far.
Yeah, SLD definitely doing very well. In fact, they're 1 points away from Alter Ego, so this round could change that #1 spot even. Same goes for PERSIJA, EVOS, FaZe Clan, and I think the cutoff is there for now, for this round only. We'll take a couple more rounds for the other teams to actually catch up onto Alter Ego, but Alter Ego so far so good. I also want to point out that what's running in my mind is that for BTR, there's still a bad news for them, because Geek SLATE, if you remember, they don't do this all the time, but they did it sometimes against Team Secret. Like they camped at the bridge, not allowing Team Secret to pass by. Yes, they win some, they lose some, but the fact they still did that. So for BTR, knowing that situation, even if they want to take the left bridge, it's still going to be a risk they have to take. Well, that's just how dropping into military bases at the other day. But be aware of like the possibility of Geek SLATE might still want to take advantage of that, because the circle still comprises some percentage of that lighthouse, and that can be a good situation for Geek SLATE to be in.
I mean, but BTI is a team that we take it as every obstacle is sort of an opportunity for them, but because they will not back out from any fights, right? BTR so far, when it comes to firepower and strategy-wise, feels like something is lacking. If you compare with all the Indonesian teams out there, I'm surprised BTR being pushed down. This is their downfall right now we're looking at, because they are the only Indonesian team not managed to squeeze into the top 10. The others, they do have their limelight, but for BTR, we haven't seen any of their best plays yet. So I want to see for them to turning those obstacles into the opportunity and make it work. But it has not been working by far. I just wish they know what's the real issue coming up from the lineup or the team or the individual. If there's something personal going on, they have to settle it out, because when it comes to grand finals, like we heard the interview, even the coach have to divide those pressure out of the players. The pressure is real for these guys.
Yeah, I guess that's one as well, because you're bringing a organization name, right? And they themselves are big names. The star-studded lineup, MVPs, you got legendary players like Ryzen in it, so a lot of attention would have been given to them, and perhaps a lot of like even like from the fans, the supporters as well. Naturally, some fans will be very critical, some fans will be very supportive, so there's naturally a balance there. And for BTR having a big fan base, I'm pretty sure they would have gotten a lot of feedback, whether it's good or bad. So like what you say, right, it is down to the coaches, the managers to really try to pull the mindset out of that. And if I were to take an example of a practice, right, so as far as I know, there are some players who would disable their social media during the tournament day, because they don't want to be distracted by especially the negative comment of the fans if they don't perform.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on guys, we can do better as a community. Stop with those negative stuff. You know what, these guys, when it comes to esports as a whole, esports is all about the mental game. If your mental is being swayed, plus those negativity coming from the comments did actually impact quite a number of the players down there. So if you're really a big fan of the team, keep supporting them in a positive, good vibe, because they needed that. Some of them are far away from their home country, some of them missing their family, some of them even missing their children, because some of them actually get married in case gamers don't have a family. They do have. So these guys have so many factors to have their mental strength being swayed over. Those small things are actually quite big impact for these guys, will actually be helpful, and it's not easy to be a pro player.
Speaking about being away, right, even though like some of the teams, Malaysian regions, they are obviously in KL, but because like type of break between is like 4 days, and in that 4 days it's not like they're like chilling doing, right? They still practice, they still do stuff, even though in that break, even though in the home country, they still stay in the premise where they're staying with their own teammates. So they haven't been home for like the past month, even though they're in the same country. So everyone's making the same sacrifice, and where I do agree as well. I do hope that the community understands that the level or the amount of sacrifice that it takes to be a player.
So much sacrifice made. Time, dedication. They don't even have enough time to go and hang out with their friends because they have to train themselves, especially during this season right now where everything is at stake. So much, not just the orgs names, it's about the prize pool, even as a career path for these players is at stake right now. For Vampires, on the other hand, they're trying to get themselves out of the blue zone for now. Sam9, they love those big buildings, they love those big warehouses, they love these big museums. They're going to stay put for a bit and wait for any team to take advantage of them. But RRQ, surprisingly, the scouts are being shut down entirely off. No eyes anymore coming from the side of RRQ, but they tried to get a bit of a damage control there. But Nepeko got finished off straight off the bat, and the circle happened to be shrinking at the same time.
Ooh, areas of farm. And what interests me actually is look at Yoodo Alliance and BTR. They are still on the military base island, and it seems like Yoodo Alliance, they are waiting for the presence of BTR. And still with this kind of circle, Yoodo Alliance would still have the advantage. Now BTR said the option of going left is just a matter of gathering information, whether it's clear. But if not, if they choose to go on the right, then it's going to be Yoodo Alliance that will be happy to try to take advantage.
But I have a feeling when it comes to the circle itself, we ended up on Medusa intersection. It's going to be a tough one. We mentioned multiple times. It's going to be open street, a lot of them. And instead of PERSIJA EVOS, they cannot be complacent here because FaZe just coming in, they might be compressed two ways. Realizing that where they actually in that position, they're definitely going to go back and fall back. Just retreat and enter into the circle with a different spot or different position or angle. Now that's a wise move coming up from PERSIJA EVOS, knowing for the fact they are jeopardized by another team coming in. Mormon spotted out by Red FaZe. Now Red FaZe coming up from PERSIJA EVOS. Yeah, they are the legendary twins of Luxy and Zoxy, but Red FaZe has been popping up quite a number recently.
Yeah, previously from one of the members of EVOS, I must say. So himself and Coach Sinyo, original members of EVOS, joining up with the legendary Luxy Zuxi. He's the only one from the original EVOS lineup that actually made the transfer over. So considering the only one, then obviously it's because he merits himself, and that's why he's here. And he's proving it so far. Doing well, at least for today. We can see that he's the one leading the charge for PERSIJA EVOS. Then he's up 5 elimination points in the previous round. So if he can continue on for that, he could be the anchor for PERSIJA EVOS overall.
Yeah, I have to agree. He seems like the strongest pillar for PERSIJA right now. He's the one making the call whether to go in or not. He's making such an opening for the team as well. Every single time he tossed those nades and spray with his M4. But for Vampires, doing not so great again. Caught off guard with one knockdown behind. They are forming 2-2 formation right now, but being splitted heavily by the side of Geek, SLATE, Mika. But Mika, he's going in alone as a solo, just coming out 1-3 formation on the side of Geek, SLATE, but there's so many teams nearby as well. Passing across is going to be Yoodo Alliance and Hill. Hopefully they're not listening to those shotguns right now and those fires, but Tony K managed to trade for one. It's going to be their main frag, damn good on the ground.
Ooh, okay, but at least it's a long distance shot. Vampire Esports don't seem to be interested to crash in, so it's more like a warning shot, and to just wear down their utilities, their healing items, forced to use at least one first in that long range shot. So as long as they can wear one down, who knows, in the long term, if they face against each other, they would have the utility advantage at least. And looking over at the circle, BT the left bridge into the circle, they are A-OK. Yoodo Alliance on the right, A-OK as well. So no team sacrifice as of now.
Yep. BTR did actually take the left rotation. That was smart, but they're spreading out far away from each other. 2-2 formation. Coming in very late, PERSIJA EVOS from the north, but REQ in between. There's going to be a crossfire on the north very soon. Talking about 3 teams up there. Happen to be less than 200 meters apart, with Alter Ego spotted out Prime Putra. It's coming up from Sem9, and Octa taking on those guns out. They are rushing in, and Sem9 in a swift finished off in the hands of Alter Ego.
Oh, without a single point this round. At least in the previous round, they got a couple of points, but not at all. And being the first team to go out, and they went out to Alter Ego. Happy to take those points to extend their lead at the top.
Boom taking on a few fights as well. Got himself secures 3 eliminations. So far, there's only 2 teams with 3 elimination scores. The only one that actually score anything, in fact. Boom and Alter Ego, we mentioned about these 2 teams. We cannot stress enough how aggressive these 2 can get. I always want to see Boom versus Alter Ego as the ending. If it's 2 teams left by the end, I want to see these 2 having a go for once to see who's better at it when it comes to teamwork. But on the other hand, we do have Boom charged by QEON instead of DX. Now, DX, they don't have Lamborghini as a main and opening fragger for the team. I want to see this lineup to work, and it actually does work with Chuan dropping a nade right on top of Pombit.
Well, that's going to be his first personal action inside the PMSL Grand Finals, and a good one there with that knockdown to Pombit. Boom. Are they going to go in for it? Razy's going in. Okay. Pombit used as a stage by Xavier. Xavier still with a high ground, but they managed to take down Pombit through a splat, and it's going to be given to Chua as a grenade elimination.
Side of Boom, how do they want to go for this? Will they go for a different route entirely, or just force it out to a side of DX? Because DX, they got those elevations work. Definitely can see the one angle to the side of Boom. There's no way out for Boom except for getting those vehicles and up and go to the other side. Potato heels of Pachinki taken over by the side of DX for now. And they're still inside of circle, nowhere near being closed in by the blue zone, but they know for a fact they're at the rim of a circle. They cannot stay comfortable there. PERSIJA EVOS taking on the northern side, have DX's glimpse on the other end, but do they want to take advantage of it? We are trying to look for what is DX shooting right now, but FaZe just knocking on Yoodo Alliance's door. Here goes.
Knocking on Yoodo Alliance's door. With Adi alone, using his nades to buy time. His teammates still on the other compound, but for his teammates to come by, it's going to be quite a distance, so they need to really time it right. As Momo tosses the nade onto the second floor, they look at the stairway. Gonna be a-okay for now, but he's running out of nades. Now he's forced to use the smoke to buy time.
Speaking of vampires, at least they got himself a circle this time, right on top of the farm at the shoreline. Got himself quite a compound, but on the side of FaZe and Yoodo Alliance, this rush will have a go. Yoodo Alliance prep up all the nades and will be returned by the side of FaZe, and FaZe being cornered all around. Every corner trying to get out the entry exit, but Mormon, he got himself DBS a bit too late as Flax finish off Mormon with those shotgun and a flash. Yoodo Alliance, they will fight back and they will try to get FaZe out of this places, but Venturas is just too far. Now Kenny trying to cut the corners out. They need to clear those corners right with those DBS in play. They are at a risk, but Mela knock. A bit of a trade done. Onzo's coming into a sort of look, but Alter Ego fighting VOIN on a different corner, but Yoodo Alliance, they need to finish this closely, fast as they can. VOIN and Alter Ego is just so nearby. The moment they're done there, they're going to go on the top of FaZe and Yoodo Alliance, but Venturas, the last player remaining, can he pull a clutch?
Oh, can he actually do it? But now focusing on to Hail Esports. Hail Esports with Get Slow. Trying to finish out the members of Bacon Time, but Bacon Time for the other side will put him off through a long range. We're back onto Venturas, and Venturas is now 2 times back to back eliminated.
FaZe not great again. Bacon Time on the other hand shutting down on VOIN, while we're looking at Vampires start their steps to the side of BTR, playing alongside the street. Both team on different side at the same time, but they are just too open. They got themselves the smoke. Tony K got himself the shack, but the back line, nobody's actually guarding over that side. They are shots to the side of Empires and BTR left, right and center. Speaking of the other teams out there, they definitely are busy themselves out there, but Satan knocked out on Tony K. This is detrimental for Vampires. They lost their flanker, they lost Tony K, nobody covering their backs now.
Oh yeah, Tony K all alone, and now he's bleeding out. definitely finish off Tony K. Vampire Esports, but they're still going to go in for it. They know that how precious keeping Tony K alive is. Ravenclaw will be the one, but Ravenclaw will need to evade those nades are not done yet. We can see BTR just tossing it onto Vampire Esports. But from the other side, a crossfire coming in as Schwabs. One knockdown, that will stop BTR.
BTR got the smokes to buy them time. The problem is the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be clear as day for Vampires to shoot them down. But they're running low when it comes to the bullets on the side of Vampires. They have to actually close in the gap here. Well, Satar is hoping for him to get some covers, but he has no clue where the shot's coming out from. He hits gunfires every angle that he's been covered with. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, on the shoreline, spotted out Geek SLATE, might actually get into the business of Vampires shooting across the other teams down the street. But for Yoodo Alliance, it's okay for them to have a move first. For Voldemort and RRQ, this is going to be the last play of RRQ. Like it or not, you have to take this fight.
Okay, I'm waiting to see if you pull the trigger onto Lynx, but probably missed his opening. But now it's going to be a second chance for him. Lynx still doesn't know that Voldemort is tanking out the blue. When will he pull the trigger? Okay, now he has a clear sight. He's going to pull it anytime soon. Now he stands up, shoots onto Lynx. Lynx gets knocked down.
And barely make it in and got himself an extra bonus point and then finish off the job. But this definitely will give away his position. Voldemort needs to heal himself in case PERSIJA now coming in. Zuxi with a vehicle rushing straight and a flying car flipping over with that DBS. One shot and can make it. Did he make it on time to save? Yes.
No.
No, not really. Oh man, so close.
Yeah, distracted by Capone from a now he might have gotten it. But now, both Indonesian teams, Alter Ego to BTR. Sata goes BTR. One now as well. They're trading it back, but deals being traded back. Down to Swavel.
Down to Swavel. But the Molly were burning them off quite alive. Here comes Rosemary and Fnatic. Trying to flush out Swavel in this very small shack. Where to hide and where to go. Lucky enough, he got himself a couple of smokes to just stall. But he needs to get out, but Fnatic and the rest, they're tunneling their vision, not aware. The flanks is too bare out in the open. Vampires take advantage of it, taking this in a third party in. Vampires sneakily just getting those shot from the sidelines.
Ooh, but speaking about shots, who needs a shot? If you have a nade here from SLD. Boom Esports at the lower ground, but Hexas tosses it into the compound. Gosu! It's now Hexas. Hexas is currently eliminated. And that is it for the two players of Boom entirely.
Now, next is big Geek SLATE visiting Alter Ego with the rush. Rosemary going down and Fnatic, and that's done. Geek SLATE going in as a hunch and just follow their intuition into to rush. It's not of Alter Ego, but they are just digging their own grave here. They are in the center of attention now. They are in the center of the circle, but Vampires get themselves a Thanksgiving Day because it's a free eliminations for them. They're not even needed to budge out of their compound, out of their comfort zone.
But Geek SLATE down. Only smoke is buying time for them to reset. Hopefully they'll be able to do it before the smoke goes away. Vampire Esports on the other side, just pinning down Soft. But at least the good news is that they are within the circle. Vampire Esports would be a little bit more interested with what's happening behind them. That's going to be Yoodo Alliance creeping in onto Vampire Esports.
Geek, lucky enough, the smokes will actually try to be used as much to revive their teammate and got himself a couple of boxes to loot up, but will be enough. Yoodo Alliance wants to go into a sort of Geek. The one that popping up the smoke will attract all the attention surrounding them. Yoodo Alliance sharing the same compound with PERSIJA EVOS. If I'm not mistaken, they're just next to each other. They start to fight to a side of Yoodo Alliance now. Well, for the side of Vampires, they try to shut down BTR, but at the same time, Geek smoke is just too obvious. They need to know what's happening inside, but Shrap start to running low of his ammunition. He's running dry. Ravenclaw open up the space a bit more for the side of Vampires, guarding over the back line, but Snipes spotted out Newsy from that distance with that car. 98k sniping away from afar.
Oh, here we go as Flex goes in, takes out one member of PERSIJA, and the circle moves up north, meaning that these two teams will need to manage the road after. Zuxi gets away, Luxi is still left behind, popping up a smoke, hopefully able to get into the vehicle, but he gets across where Geek SLATE will be waiting for him, but Luxi doesn't want to let go of Yoodo.
Luxy having those shacks as cover for now, but Flax definitely want to get him out. But Luxy coming up from a different angle. The twins, can they do work for the team here? So much effort putting into it. PERSIJA, EVOS, Luxy running dry on this bullet. But he still got himself those AK amp to work with. Giving a pressure instead of Kenny, but didn't clip Annie, and instead he got knocked down instead. Due to the buggy they're covering Kenny as a barricade. There's no way for his shots to come across and come through that. Yoodo Alliance start to move. They want to go in and finish off the job. Now left with only PERSIJA, EVOS, Luxy there is. And Kenny and the rest of Yoodo Alliance making a go. It's a green light, let's push in. But Vampire still not living out their compound yet.
Ooh, right now Geek SLATE, how do you with Yoodo Alliance snipes this down. The rest of Geek SLATE behind. Flax will be happy to take that point. Snipes for Yoodo Alliance. They have Vampire Esports behind them to deal with. And Sharp is just going to tap away. Managed to get a knockdown. Bacon time getting 5 elimination points at the same time. SLATE, 1 knockdown. This nade from Yoodo Alliance could prove costly for Geek SLATE.
For side of Yoodo Alliance, not so great either. I'm not sure if any of them got the Molly's work. Yeah, Zilin do actually have a Molly, and Zilin got himself a Kobe. Now all they need to do is just flush a dose in a very small shack. And that Molly can do a lot of work there, but Yoodo Alliance trying to just close in the gap. Look, trying to respond with another nade towards the side of Geek SLATE, but the ones winning is going to be Vampires on the sidelines. Yoodo Alliance giving pressure on side of Zilin. They missed those mollies, they missed those nades, but here comes another pressure of Wave to just let Geek out of their comfort zone. Bots coming out from behind. Geek SLATE being hammed down here in between these two teams.
Oh, but there's Vampire Esports still not letting go Yoodo Alliance, but the counter fight coming from the other side. There's going to be Boss Gaming. They can see Vampire Esports, but Geek SLATE nevertheless still eliminated at number 7 with 5 eliminated points thanks to Yoodo Alliance. But now look at the circle. They are all playing by the rim of it, meaning they want dominance in this area.
Down to 5 teams, with Vampire 1 more being knocked down with 2 players remaining. Newsy decided to go into the smoke and try to save Strap, but the problem is the smoke didn't cover Strap right now. Only a rock in between them. With Vampires, Newsy scatter all the information that's going on the outside. Ravenclaw will be giving the support fire from the back line, but Box, they are hungry and thirsty for blood, splitting into 2-2 formation with Car 8, BT28 and those rivals gunning down on Yoodo Alliance and Vampire at the same time. Speaking of another team, we do have SLD on the other end and Bacon taking the center of the circle. These are the northern teams that are coming out from the north, untouched, unharmed, but Yoodo Alliance starts to crack. That's going to be Newsy cracking the code into the smoke.
You can always depend on Newsy and his nades here, and they're not stopping those nades. At the same time, PERSIJA takes down Winnie somewhere else, and that's going to be a busy time for Boss Gaming on the other end. But now the nades from Newsy not stopping yet, but Newsy probably out of nades. Yes, he only has 1 nade left, so he's going to save that for later. He's going to move back a little bit more because they're still on the outside circle. 30 seconds, 2 teams in the circle, now 3 of them on the outside.
But capitalizing the circle is going to be SLD right now. They're taking over 50% of it. We're spreading out wide on the northeast of it, while Bacon holding on the other side. Box and the others, including Vampires here, nowhere near inside, but they got himself 5 elimination for Box again. Bacon, they have the center, yes, but they're leaving out with only 3 players. SLD, they have a chance to get a back-to-back chicken here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, a good possibility here for SLD. As long as they can maintain the position, they could do it. But now their challenge is to take out the other teams, as Newsy wants to take out Yoodo Alliance. Spray coming in from Ice, hitting onto Boss Gaming as Capone goes down.
Bacon some Ice do have himself some utility to be used for his health, but as they start to move, he only got himself 1 elimination, but he can gain more by this. But never mind, return fire on the side of 9 noise of Bacon time. They were in panic mode because right now it's not just only SLD firing against side of Bacon time, the others as well. They have to make sure they covers all the angle. Plays the finish of Yoodo Alliance down to the last player. Shinos on the other hand still holding to those shacks. Shamil, the last player of Yoodo Alliance, barely hanging on to his dear life as Music keep the pressure on that side. They go in for the rush. It's flooding him down, but never mind. Got another knock, but before he can finish off, the rest of Vampires can get back up to their feet, but the blue zone is not helping. He just doesn't have to carry those burdens and carry his teammate, get into the zone back on his feet.
Oh, he's still trying there, but SL not make it easy for them. SLD putting focus onto Vampire Esports. SLD still in a good position, but now Box Gaming in a tough one as Junos is left all alone inside the shacks. The Bacon Time will not want to let him go. The good news is that they are in the circle, but the next circle might not favor them. Right now, we'll know for sure where will the circle go, and it still goes to SLD.
Inside of SLD, there's going to be one small hill that dividing them from Bacon Time. They can't see what's happening on the other end, but they can hear it with their audio queue. On the side of Box Gaming, it's being boxed definitely by that shack, and Bacon Time, all the matter of time right now if they want to go in for the rush or not. Vampires, they still got themselves those elevations, but they are in an open area. SLD spreading out into 3-1 formation with, I think there's going to be PERSIJA or maybe the other player. They're going in for the flank for their off angles in case somebody stands up. Trongzin is the man that have to rely on to be the anchor for SLD in case somebody coming out from a from off angle that they didn't realize. But Bacon Time right now barricading themselves with those Dacias, those vehicles, but for how much longer? Vampires for Ravenclaw and Nuzi working as a duo. They lasted quite a long time within themselves.
Oh yeah, they had to fight multiple teams to get into this spot right now. Let's see, hopefully it's going to be worth it for them to get that chicken dinner. 4 elimination for Vampire Esports. Nuzi keeping eye on to Bacon Time, but the needs to move is going to be Vampire Esports. Bacon Time might still have some room, or maybe not. That's why they're popping out the smoke. They're starting to plan their move, but Junos is still alive. And remember, Junos backstab PERSIJA EVOS inside of Sandhawk. He could do it again.
In this case, the first one to move will actually the one who will be shot down first. And the one that actually have to move will be the one that actually being comprised of the blue zone. That's going to be the case of Bacon Time, but they're shutting down on Box. That's a clever remark coming up from Bacon Time. They know for a fact the only one that can backstab them is going to be Box Gaming. But Bacon is not done yet. They are forced to fight against Vampire. I feel like this is going to be SLD back-to-back chicken dinner. They have a 4. They outnumber these guys. They are not within the reach of Bacon Time as well due to the hills in between them.
Yeah, it's actually looking good for SLD now, considering like how much control they have within this safe area right now. Ravenclaw close to get eliminated. The zone wouldn't land onto him first before he heals up. Okay, he managed to heal up. He has 4 first aid. Right now, Ravenclaw, because he's the last man, he will stay put. He will stay low for now, allowing Bacon Time and SLD to fight against each other.
They still have a shot here for a chicken for Ravenclaw as long as the blue zone didn't actually close on his side first. But like, you know, it feels like going that way now. Ravenclaw will be discovered by Bacon Time. But the problem is, can he cut across? But Bacon right now tunneling their vision to the side of SLD. Same goes for the side of SLD, but Trongzin knows exactly where the last member of Vampire is. He wants to go for the rush with those vehicles, and he's planning to go for it. He can.
I think he's just finding an angle there by climbing into the vehicle, but can't seem to get it. But right now, they are lining up with each other, creating a barricade just to get a bit more defense for the side of SLD. Ravenclaw still survive somehow. Bacon Time being taken out by Quad, and this could be an opening for SLD on the Bacon Time. 2, 3!
Sprays, random spray on Bacon Time! Wait, SLD in Grand Finals, back-to-back chicken dinners in Erangel.
Wow! SLD! They are shining like diamonds now, 2 to back. The winners of week number 3, carrying the momentum into the finals.
This is insane. Coming up from Thursday, back-to-back, they are the Kings of Erangel right now in the Grand Finals. They're not showing any sort of a slack. They're not slacking off. They had a 4. When it comes to elimination, they did not get as much as the others, but hey, they're balancing out quite great with Tronji getting 4 by himself. Imagine the entire team. How much did they finish off with those eliminations? And this definitely pushed himself at #1 spot because Alter Ego nowhere near the top 5 just now.
Yeah, Alter Ego, they did get a decent number of eliminations, but we'll need to get a confirmation later on as we check out the teams who were not in the top 4 for sure. SLD, 30-minute full squad time, that's the entire round, basically not losing any players at all, not donating their points away. And it's not like they had a comfortable round. Again, it's another round they needed to try a lot as compared to the top 4 teams to watch. And SLD, wow, really strong. I wouldn't be surprised if after they tabulate the scores, they're going to be at the #1 spot after this.
They were in second gear in the entire league. because they were in top 5 almost every single day. But when it comes to the pushing up the final gear and putting up the NOS in their driving right now for SLD, they definitely got it going. They are on a steamroll. They are on fire right now, getting back-to-back chicken. And not just that, they secure quite a number of eliminations too. So that's going to be a lot of catching up to do for the teams that are down there that actually didn't see SLD as a threat at first. Nobody actually mentioned SLD in any sort of interview before.
Yeah, I mean, they stayed quiet for most of the league except for the last week. And then, hey, don't forget about us. You know, I know you guys talk about the Thai teams a lot, but don't forget the Vietnamese region. Yeah, Xavier had an off day, but SLD kind of took over the middle for the Vietnamese region, and they're doing super well. And since we have some time looking over the highlights, I also want to point out that it was just announced today of the PUBG Mobile, the top 2 teams from the PMSL Grand Finals will to PMWI.
So important, so much at stake here, not just about the prize pool, not just about the glory days, it's about the next stage. And so hard to get those spots in the recent days of how the format has been changing so far. But this is incredible coming from SLD. This is like one of the best performance back to back and such a clean execution. I mean, yeah, you want to call it luck, you call it, but back to back is no more near luck. Because how they navigate themselves, their team cooperation, the teamwork to get all 4 men well and alive, and when to pick and how do they play around these hills of around this area, that is skills. And the IG are definitely one of the best right now because they are getting a hack out of it in terms of a wrangle in their palm. They just having it, not going to give it away to any other teams.
Yeah, and if they had to travel like more than 10,000 meters, it's definitely not because they don't get the circle all the time. Anyway, 6 elimination points, but that's okay. It's the most points possible among the other teams. There's going to be 16. Bacon Time 14 this time. Yoodo Alliance 13 and Vampire Esports 10. But we have to look over at teams that didn't perform for the few rounds here. M9-0 and surprise enough, Hail Esports 1 point.
But I can see some of the Thai teams start to, starting the engines and start to warm up here. We're talking about Bacon Time Vampire, slowly getting those eliminations, especially Bacon Time with 9 eliminations right now. But coming out from SLD, there's no denying. I mean, like, this definitely going to give a lot of wake-up call for the teams out there and giving them a bit of a reality slap, showing that, you know what, we never put SLD under our radar as a threat in any sort of interview. It's always under the ties, it's always about FaZe, Vampires, even VOIN. But nobody ever mentioned SLD. And now they're taking the reign on the podium spot with the most chicken dinner. And not just that, they're opening up the gap slowly. But there's only 2-point difference of gap due to Alter Ego just now was quite aggressive. They didn't gain any sort of ranking point, but they got themselves 7 eliminations, more than enough to maintain themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, it's only like a day number 1, and we already got themselves more than 1 chicken dinner, and that is like what you said, the surprise SLD. Always not really. It's always the banter of like, oh, I want to take over like a Thai team, I want to take over an Asian team. Nobody really talks about the Vietnamese team, and it's nice to see, it's nice to see them like really showing that, hey, don't forget about us. Considering that we don't have the the wildcard teams, it's great to see like a team that don't really talk about, but they are up there, so doing very well. But on the other side, I want to point out that Geek SLATE, at least with the amount of points collected in that round, they're no longer number 15, but swapping places with them is another Malaysian region team that is 7 that did fairly well inside of the league stage, but this is number 16 before the break.
Yeah, when it comes to the break, we're going to have the interview after the break. Definitely it's going to be SLD. If you guys have a lot of questions, you want, maybe the moderators actually watching, do put up in the comment section for you guys to ask them any kind of question you want to know. But speaking of the break, will this break the momentum of SLD in the next Erangel too? Because sometimes a break is good for the teams down there, but not so much when a team is actually on a steamroll.
Yeah. From a player's perspective, it's like if they are performing, they want to just go for the next game, because they have the good feels. But like what you say, and it's not going to be a short 5-10 minute break. We're going to have a 1 hour break because of the iftar break. So we're just waiting for production to queue there. But happy iftar to everyone out there. It's already like last week or before we actually head on to Russia. So it's gonna be next week, obviously. Oh, next week? Is it this week? Next week. Yeah. So it's going to come close now. So hopefully for the last few days of Ramadan this year, do enjoy the moment while it's still here.
Yep, and you know what? Time to have a great feast after that. Why not? I'm looking forward for that feast in the future for the one that actually the Muslims around the world that are celebrating Eid. But speaking of the next match, we still have one more wrangle to go and two more Marama. We're halfway done with our first day in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, time flies because grand finals we only 3 days with the same amount of maps, so it's definitely a different feeling. The league stage. Time flies by, especially with games like that, full of action, a lot of great gameplays and prizes for us too. So with that, well, this is the grand finals of PMSL, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be looking forward to seeing more surprises coming up for us after the break, of course, and during the break, do take a while as well to kind of rethink again. Well, will the Thai teams come back top? Or will there be a new region team finally taking it over? We're going to leave it, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to this long break. So, my name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. We'll see you after this.
Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erengel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Golden Moon Bazaar. Here, you'll find tons of event booths to participate in and get fantastic rewards. Call your friends and participate in Golden Moon Showdown together. Team up with friends and spar with opponents to win rewards.
Look, the Golden Moon Treasure event is just ahead. All new outfit rewards. Get UC rebates when spending. Receive gifts to improve your popularity rank. Compete for a limited Golden Moon lobby theme, Moonlight Bazaar.
In Golden Moon Blessing, exchange cards with friends to send blessings. Collect blessing cards to get fabulous rewards.
It's finally time to put your culinary skills to the test. Show us what you are capable of. The Eid al-Fitr feast welcomes you to relish the delicacies. Create a variety of dishes to get item rewards. Golden Moon Bazaar awaits your discovery.
Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erengel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, इट्स मी सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ, हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला। थ्यांक यू।
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुद और मैं आयुद का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Super League South Asia. I'm Chiche, and this is always the amazing SoundCloud, this side. And we are having a great start with double chicken coming up from the Vietnam, which is going to be SLD.
Yes, SLD doing really well with a double chicken dinner. We can expect them to be interviewed after this, so it will be interesting to see what they have to say of their chances of getting that top spot, that #1 spot, the crown jewel. But of course, still day one, only 3 games, so yeah, the competition to catch up.
Speaking of which, I do want to see deep down inside if SLD can score a hat-trick chicken dinner in a row, because we haven't get that anywhere near so far in the league. So can they be the first in a back-to-back triple chicken in a day?
Yeah, can they be? Yeah, we haven't got like in a day 3 back-to-back. So let's see if they can break the record now. But of course, one of the records that we're still looking to see if it's broken, if we get to see the 20 elimination with chicken dinner mark. So far, the benchmark is still 19, held by Alter Ego, and for an individual is 10, held by Rosemary himself in the same game.
Yep, but just now, the one that closest to actually get that record break is still going to be Alter Ego. So, I mean, like, if there's going to be a record breaking again, I think it's going to be coming up from Alter Ego to break those numbers.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, Alter Ego, they definitely know how to farm those elimination points. When they get a chicken dinner, for the most part, it's always like a big number of eliminations. So we'll be looking forward to see if they try to break their own record. And if they can do that, obviously, going to put them in a good chance to get the #1 spot. And looking at how the current standings are, the points are not far away for them. So if they can do that in that one round, hopefully in the next round, and they could be able to catch up to the #1 spot. But we still have a couple of teams on page number 2. So those teams on page number 2 in a scary spot for now. We have a couple of teams like Geek, SLATE down there. We have BTR as well, still trying to climb up of that dreaded page number 2. Right now, it doesn't matter anymore whether you are like wherever you are on page 2, whether it's number 10, number 8. It matters whether you are the king, MSL, #1.
Yep, for South Asia, if you're the champions, then nobody can say about you otherwise, regardless of whatever tactic you need to make it work. If you are #1, and we get to know this after 3 days, who will be the champions for South Asia. And you talk about the worlds as well, right? It's going to be so much at stake for these players.
Yeah, PWI, PUBG Mobile, World, PUBG Mobile World Invitational that will be happening soon after this. So the latest news, if in case you haven't caught up to PUBG Mobile social media, it will be the top 2 PMSL that will move on there. Now, would it be from the region? Will it be from a different region? We don't know yet, because the numbers change really fast. Like every round, there's a potential that that #1 spot will be taken away, even the #2 spot. So yeah, of course, if you don't get the #1, you still get the #2. It will still be great, because at the end of the day, the prize pool for PMWI is going to be $3 million.
Big bucks.
Yep, a little bit of a scam there, but it's okay. Yeah,
I'm kind of confused just now.
I got scammed as well, so never mind. So after this, looks like we're going to go in for an interview, and looks like it's going to be a group interview. But let's head on to Cairo, our host. Let's go.
Hello everyone, we're back from the break. I'm your host for today, I'm Khairul, and here with me right now, there's 2 players from 2 different teams, Shine Like Diamond, Parajin, and Bacon Time 9 Noise. But before we start off the interview, I have something for you guys where you can get it in-game, the new X-Suit Steigen Lich, where you can check it out later. But then, continuing with the interview for today. Hi Parajin, how are you?
Chào em khỏe không?
Em khỏe ạ.
I'm fine, thanks.
Alright, so congratulations on getting a back-to-back winner chicken dinner just now. You guys clutch boom for both of the matches, and could you share with us what happened during that game?
Chúc mừng đội của mình đã được 2 giải cơm gà trong trận 2 và trận 3. Trận vừa rồi và trận mình đã thắng đội bạn Boom 2 lần và cũng tiêu diệt team của bạn Bum. Em có thể share thời điểm đó.
Cái thời điểm đấy thì tụi em combat với lại 44 với lại Bum và tụi em xử lý tình huống tốt hơn cho nên tụi em giành chiến thắng ạ.
At that time we are comeback 4-4 and we handling better than Bum. That's why we are overtake.
All right. Confident answer from Parajin. I like it. So your team has been consistently improving since week 1, ranking first in week 3. You guys are playing very, very good during the league, and now you guys are currently ranked number 1 in the grand final. So after the week 3 of league, can you share with us what is the main reason your team is performing so consistently?
Team của mình á là đã giữ phong độ rất là rất là tốt từ ban đầu. Mình đạt giải top 1 trong tuần 3 và sau đó thì mình đạt top 1 trong vòng 3 và hiện giờ trong cái vòng final này thì mình đứng đầu. Thì có thể xem là vì sao mà đội mình có thể giữ vững phong độ trong 3 tuần liên tiếp như vậy.
Theo em thì là tem cải thiện bản thân và là có tinh thần tốt hơn và kiểu tự tin hơn về bản thân hơn á, cho nên là tụi em đang có phong độ rất là cao.
We always sell review and we have strong spirit and confidence. That's why we get good result.
No wonder he looks very calm. Yeah, no wonder the team is playing very confidently. So last but not least, is there any words from yourself, Parajin, to the other teams?
Em có thể chia sẻ điều gì em muốn nói là của bản thân em đối với các đội khác.
Em chúc tất cả các đội còn lại mà gặp may mắn và nhiều may mắn, và em muốn nói là SLD vẫn là tuyệt vời nhất ạ.
I want to say good luck to all the team here, but I also want to say that SLD is the most excellent.
Oh, okay, good to know. All right, thank you so much, Parajin, and not to forget about you, Nine Noise. Can you pass the mic? All right, thank you. Okay, you look very handsome today. All right, so starting off the grand final at number 6, and now you guys are in the 3rd place, overtaking the other Thailand teams. It's very surprising for Bacon Time, since in the league we saw Hale dominating the league. But then, can you share with us what's your team focus in game? Is it the rank points or the elimination points?
ก่อนหน้านี้ค่ะทีมของเราอยู่ที่อันดับ 6 ตอนนี้เราแซงขึ้นมาเป็นอันดับ 3 แซงหน้าทีมไทยอื่นๆดังนั้นตอนนี้ทีมของเราโฟกัสอะไรมากกว่ากันในเรื่องการเล่นเกมหรือว่าการฆ่าค่ะ
เป็นการฆ่าครับ
Right now Bacon team focus on the elimination
points. Looks like they are focusing on their firepower, trying to dominate in the elimination points. All right, okay, so in game 1 there was a 1v3 situation in Sanho between you guys and Alter Ego, and I know you still remember what happened, right? So can you share with us what happened in that situation?
ในเกมแรกอะค่ะทีมของเราถูกฆ่าโดย AE 1-3 ช่วยแชร์ให้เราฟังได้ไหมคะว่าตอนนั้นเกิดอะไรขึ้น
เกมมันก็เป็นอย่างนี้แหละครับ
Is the game very normal? Everything can happen.
All right. Okay. Very safe answer. But then on top of that, who is the biggest threat in PMSL Grand Finals? Is it the weapons, or is it the teams, or is it you yourself is the biggest enemy in game?
อะไรคือปัญหาสำคัญในการเล่นครั้งนี้คะ
น่าจะเป็นปืน DBS ครับ
The biggest threat in this time is about the shotgun named DBS.
I heard DBS just now. I was expecting that answer. All right. So, any words to the other teams out there, since you guys got 3 games left for day 1 grand finals?
อยากพูดอะไรถึงทีมอื่นไหมคะ
รักทุกทีมนะครับ
To all team, love you guys.
Oh, love you guys. Okay, that's so sweet. Okay, that's the first time someone's being sweet in the interview. All right. So I think that's all for our interview. Thank you so much, Parajin. Thank you so much, Nine Noise, and see you guys in game. Back to the casters. See you again. Bye bye.
Love you guys. Stay down there. Don't be up here.
Yeah, he didn't finish his sentence. But anyway, that was a very interesting. That was an interesting interview because because of the ending, you know, I was expecting it like, oh, okay, you guys, whether it's support or, you know, you guys stay down, but oh, love you guys. Okay, that kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's so rare for us to actually get to interview Nine Noise. I think that's one of the first few that we actually get. Now, speaking of today's performance, Alter Ego get a good start, being the opening of the day with a huge amount of volume of kills as a start there. But SLD bring back the best of Vietnam with a double chicken at that. Can they score a hat-trick? Can they score a triple back-to-back, which none been made in the history of PMSL so far?
And become the undeniable kings of Erangel for today. And yeah, will definitely break a record. I'll be looking forward to that. They are on the roll. They have the momentum. And if only they were in our predictions. So far, not one, but SLD already taking home 2. So 3 more games to see whether I at least get one.
I mean, if only Alter Ego got another, it would be double on me. But hey, Vampire is still not there, nowhere near down up there. I mean, like, we're talking about Vampires. It's supposed to be one of the best in the world. But surprisingly, they're taking a bit of a slower approach when it comes to the grand finals, nowhere near of what they offered us in the league. So I'm not sure, are they keeping things hidden for now until waiting until tomorrow to do something about it, or they just, you know, having a really rough start?
Yeah, it's very hard to tell, right? Because we don't get to see much of them. I think the most that we saw of Vampire, yeah, okay, we did see a glimpse of them in Erangel, so to be fair with that, in Sanhao we did see a good glimpse as well from Tony K rushing in 1v3 and some points for Vampire. But of course they are Vampire, right? And the expectation for Vampire is higher. It's like, hey, you guys should be like consistently like maybe top 3 round or maybe even the chicken dinner. But because of other teams doing really well, like SLD, like even Alter Ego, so that's why they've been pushed down to the P two.
Yeah, and they have to be expecting this. I mean, you cannot put the mindset that everything is in the league. It's something that as predictable as was in the league. So they definitely will bring in something new for the teams. And speaking of teams that are bringing a lot of things that's very new, which is going to be SLD, everything has been super flawless for them. We're talking about how they're cleaning up, the wrapping up the chicken dinner multiple times with the 4. They have all 4 men alive, and that was great and a big statement given out that their teamwork and team cooperation is actually at its best. But can they maintain those sort of momentum? Because we did actually have a bit of a pause there, 1 hour of break. With that break, that momentum, some other teams start to rise up after those breaks. Yeah, we did talk about like the possibility of that happening, because if you're on roll and you're feeling good, you're feeling great, you will continue on to play. You will wish that, okay, can we just jump into the next match straight? Because that's what's in the player's mind for the most part. It's like, okay, we got a chicken dinner, we want to straight up play next game because we're feeling good and all that. But like what you said, it's a break. And it's not like any other break. It's not like a 5-minute or 10-minute break. It's a 1-hour break. So, wonder if that will break their momentum at the end of the day, or that will allow some of the other teams on page 2 especially to step up. Look at the Xavier, since they made the decision to swap out Lamborghini, so they'll be looking to really push it through. I have a feeling Lambo might actually be swapping in after this. I don't know. I feel like the Axe without Lambo feels a bit very different. It's quite impactful pulling the main player to be benched out for a bit. Maybe he just need a bit of a rest there, but it feels that they're lacking when it comes to those taking the risk. We mentioned about Mela, okay, one of those guys, they are the same standard of players and having the same mindset. When you talk about Mela, he's one of the main fraggers, but the way they think, like Mela, Lamborghini, come on, even Rosemary, Yummy, these guys have pretty much on the side of even PERSIJA EVOS, I think Ratface have the same sort of mindset where they took the risk. It will do or die for them. It will be those kind of risks that we talked about where nobody willing to make a move. They are the only one that push forward to make something out of nothing for the team. So that's Lamborghini have to offer when it coming out from the Axe. So they cannot afford to lose those kind of initial openers for the team, or the open fragger for the team to go out too long.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be back after the break. Maybe that's the break that he needed. And we all have seen Lamborghini, him clutching in Miramar before during the league, He's been carrying the team when his team was down. Until the last days of the league, then you start to see like other players of the Xavier stepping it up, and then okay, finally I can take a break, guys. But hopefully his break is not carried onto the grand finals, because like the first few rounds that we've seen today from the Xavier ain't that good. Lini was subbed out, and yeah, with the 1 hour break, maybe he is the break needed at the end of the day. Box Gaming, one of the surprise team. Like, it's, you don't know what will come out of Boss Game. Will they be performing this round, or will they not be performing this round?
For me personally, I feel like Box Gaming have been quite consistent with those kills and eliminations. They're just aiming for the numbers instead of the chicken dinner. And even the interview just now stated by the side of Bacon, they're just going to go and run and gun instead of focusing on their ranking or even the chicken in the first place. Because we saw multiple times come from Box, they have been getting themselves high volume kills or eliminations in this state. We saw themselves getting a 7, getting a 10, even though their rank is nowhere near about those kind of points. It just shows some teams are, most of the team, I think, their main objective will be getting those eliminations numbers up. That's it for the day.
Yeah, that was the strategy that was as well, and it totally makes sense, because with the current meta, elimination points do matter. We did see like all the teams getting like 10 eliminations, but they got eliminated at what, number 8 or number 9, something like that, and they still rank themselves as one of the top teams in the ranks for the match. So it just shows that how important the rank points are. I was slightly distracted by the twins here. I just noticed that they have different glasses.
Yeah, that's one of the things you can actually separate them from the other. I'm glad they have different sometimes hairstyle. Due to that, they can easily be separated between who is who. But outside of RRQ, I mentioned all the players before regarding their the risk taker for the team. For this case, I mean, like, RRQ is very different. They are not that risk of a taker, but they're very smart about placing the position, especially Asa. He's always the one that being very sneaky. I think Nepeko will be the one who's willing to take the risk, but Asa, I feel like it feels like RRQ is depending a lot on him when I feel like he's the anchor for the team to get those kills.
Yeah, Asa definitely has been performing well, so glad to see that. So RRQ, they'll be looking to climb up the charts as well, some middle at this point. And this is a interesting substitution. I believe that Seal only played one game, or maybe at most 2, and now he's been out for Alpha.
Alpha, I mean, like I mentioned about when we swap over before with CL, I do prefer Alpha in the lineup. It feels like his dynamic with the team there's a bit more chemistry to it, and they're a bit more daring with Alpha in it. If you compare with CL, yeah, it's a bit more strategic, it's a bit more meticulous when it comes to approaching those fights. But with Alpha, they're a bit more daring to go for those forceful rush and those flush. But we do have another one. Zilin and Stuxnet having a bit of a swap. We had this since week 1 for Geek SLATE, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's a common swap here between the two. Unless any other player they feel the burnout, then they'll be swapped out of that. But if there's any need of change of performance, then normally we will see like Stuxnet being swapped between the both of them. Of course, having the both of them together in the lab has happened before, and it has brought chicken dinner towards Geek SLATE. But whether they feel it's suitable for the current situation, obviously is up to them. And it's a much refresh for Geek SLATE's lineup, considering that their first 3 games weren't that great.
Oh, I just wish. I don't know. It feels like very off here. If you compare with their regional and country finals, a lot of teams are not performing as how they were in their country finals. Is it just me, or it feels like a big of a gap there? Is something happening between that kind of bring down their performance? Or is it really just the teams getting better, or the map is getting harder for the players?
I think it's the teams getting better. Well, the map technically didn't change except for this like circle button, but I think it's really the teams. If you kind of think about it, like we have like new names being top performers, like Rosemary. He was around, but we don't really talk about Rosemary that much. That's an example. Yummy is good example as well. Another new name that really showed very well. And now we have Keymind who comes in. Keymind does decently well as well. So you can see that there are other teams that they're really starting to step up the game. And if teams that are complacent, not saying that SLATE is, but in general, if teams are complacent, then it's difficult for them to catch up to the competition.
Yep. Speaking of a different era, right? I mean, I do want to see these guys to be one of the best players in the world, even as individual or as a team is better because it's a bonus. But can they make it up there? Because right now, yeah, South Asia champions, great. But there's another step going on. They have to prepare themselves for the global. We mentioned early on, top 2 will get themselves in the international global tournament in the future. So how do they want to get themselves more than this out of this tournament as well? They have to think about the different regions, their approach. Will they still playing DBS? Will DBS get nerfed after that? We're going to have to wait and see. But so far, focus down to the second page yet. It seems a bit quiet from the Thais as well today.
Yeah, the Thais, not like their usual self, so that is needed. Only arguably Bacon Time, they're popping up, but for the rest of them, I think this is the expectation that we would like to see from the Thais, because they're the Thai team. But let's see if anything changes, because we did talk about the possibility of the break impact players as we come back onto the game from the break. Round 4, here we go.
Here comes our last wrangle of the day, and starting again from the side of SMB. So far the flight path 3 times in a row coming from south, flying up to the north, but this time not so up north. I think it will be going around hospital area. Yep, right on top of it. From SMB up to hospital area, but the circle is always a big question here. We have very different circle of a wrangle today, but another question will be, is SLT gonna make it for the triple chicken back-to-back? Can they actually do it?
Ooh, yeah. Let's keep an eye on that. And if they can break that record still. So, let's see if that happens. I'm looking over at all the drop paths as well. BTR still sticking to military base. So, this is enough indication that irregardless, unless maybe the flight path is all the up north from left to right, then maybe they might change. But as long as they can drop military base, that seems to be the plan for the PMSL Finals, considering the absence of Team Secret. Milta Power used to be taken by PBE, probably going to be taken by Alter Ego. They are floating towards the areas of Milta Power, so that's going to be their second drop spot with this kind of flight path. A little bit of a change there, but of course it depends on how the circle at the other day. That is going to be the key thing. But keep your eye on the middle area. Oh, I just had to say middle, and the circle went there.
Yep, it's great as well, but if it hard shift to itself, I mean, I have nothing else to say, okay? But so far, it feels like we're gonna have Pachinki / Kaka sort of a circle, and we do know this circle will be very interesting and it's super exciting due to how it's actually in the center, within the reach of most of the players, right on top of a flight path. And not just that, if we ended up on top of gut camp field, it's going to be an open battlefield, battle war for all the teams down there. We've seen this before, only haystacks in between. It's down to their witness about how do you want to play around the haystacks. Do they have vehicles? Can they make it on time? So back to it, where we're starting off. A lot of teams having their scouters dropping in different places entirely, just to loot up their own weaponries and getting their gears up. But always the question, who get knocked down on who first? Because it's always the scouters would be the first victim of a first blood.
Happen to open up and loot into smaller compounds for some of these teams as per usual. It's just a matter of like what you say, who gets knocked first, especially if it's a 1v1 fight. But looking over Sem9, so this kind of reminds me that for the most part, you don't get to see Sem9 as much because they got eliminated fairly early on. That placed them to number 16. A very different performance of Sem9 as compared to the league.
we've seen the best of that. I mean, in the league, at least we have a glimpse of the best of Sam9 still, but it's just not consistent. I have a feeling it's due to the rotation and the navigation of team. And back then we had 20 teams for 5 groups, 4 teams in a group. Now we're down to 16 and it's fixed. At least right now they can mark their territory and nobody can actually cross over for their initial drop spot. But there are cases where they want to crash into the initial drop spot straight on. In this case, we do have Lynx scouting over Tiger. That's going to be a big catch. If Lynx can shut down on Tiger, that's going to be the main frag of Hill. It's shutting down a lot of firepower of Hill if he can just knock and finish, wrap things up, get those executions.
Oh, but Ty heard it, so he knows that someone was looking at him. I mean, to be Lynx, he couldn't really pull the trigger. It was a micro Uzi with a hollow, so a micro Uzi that it's kind of tough as well. The firing rate is great, but not great when it comes to that sort of distance. And now with Tiger having that information, he called on to Flash to come and back him up. And if they have enough information that only one player, they might probably want to finish up the job.
And this is a dangerous game if Lynx decided to lurk over this for a longer time, because the entirety of Hill is already here. There's no way exit out for him. He should have bailed this one the moment he missed those shots. Now jumping down with that micro Uzi. It's been a while we've been looking over at micro Uzi. Here we go again. Can micro Uzi, never mind the shotgun. Coming with the DBS. Shotgun versus the DBS. Here we go again. Feels like he's over cornered, but still got knocked on one, but the trade's done and damage done as well. Lynx from PERSIJA EVOS, they're starting as a 3 for now.
Yeah, I mean, for him to clash with a micro Uzi is very, very difficult. Especially if you're going up against the entire squad of Hale Esports. At most, 1 knock, and that's about it. And then the follow-up will happen, and that's exactly how the trade was done. So, first blood given towards Hale Esports. The start that the Thai teams would want. Because right now we can see our 2 Thai teams, they have dropped into the middle bracket. But still, all hope not lost yet. 1 round, 1 good round could send them back up.
That's true. I'm not worried for those actually in the top 5, honestly. The one that I worry most is going to be teams coming out from 11 to 16, because these are the teams we haven't seen the best of them yet in day number 1. Is it okay for us to say it's a bit too early, but we only have 3 days here, Cloud? Is this still too early, honestly?
Well, it's a very different mentality as compared to the league, right? So I think that answers it, because like the league, you have like a lot of games. Even week 1, maybe you don't do so well, you still got week 2 to climb back up, week 3 come back up, just like what BTR did. And when it comes to the grand finals, obviously 3 days, that's it. Whatever happens is dusted. No regrets after that. There's no point looking back. So you have to take every game really like it's the final game. Just as SLD is doing. They are taking it every game. Game by game is the final game. Same goes for our Ego. Same goes for Vacant Time. And that's why they're up there.
True. That's the reason why they're up there after 3 weeks long of leagues. There must be a reason why. But the thing is, the reasoning must be now. It comes to 3 more days. There's no more warming up. There's no more saying about we're trying to adjust. And that's going to be nowhere near about when it comes to 3 days of grand finals. But FaZe definitely having a very proactive round. They start to locate themselves a different compound entirely and spotted themselves a victim along the process. Will they be the victim or will it be the prey? Because Boom right now, Yami is praying and he's not missing too much. But Mormon managed to knock down on Razy from afar. But do they make a U-turn coming from FaZe? Yes, they are. And they want to go for the rush.
Yeah, because they know they got the knockdown, so they are confident on taking this compound. Keyman still managed to trade it back, but the trade happened again between Victorious and Keyman. Now Mela needs to fight against them. Mela with a DBS, he knows how to use this weapon back of his hand. But Sam9 butting in from afar.
Sam9 just trying to be the third party while Boom trying to wrap around against FaZe, and FaZe happen to be dropping a lot of their players. This is quite a rare sight to have the Thais always being eliminated over the first few, but Sam9 taking this matter into their advantage, now going in as a housekeeping team. Sam9 Low, you tried to scout for any sort of flankers coming out of the other building of the compound, but Lunk cooking up the nade. Same goes Prime Putra. They are going in as a tree, as Zap giving support fire at the back line, but they're not rushing in. Loyu reposition himself. They try to flush people out with those nades, but it's not working, and Box happen to be coming by. I feel like there's going to be an endless shift of running in, but Yummy naded himself where that's not supposed to happen.
Okay. Right now, boom, they're hitting the plot, but Sem9 came in at the right timing, so gotta give it to them. Their timing was impeccable. And I really like how they kind of circle around to gather information before they crash in, so they're sure on which angle is safe for them to just drop from their vehicles. Keymine alone against the entire Sem9, and it's not going to be possible for him to clutch in that kind of situation. Sem9 finally looking pretty decent this round, eliminating Esports. 2 teams already out.
And these 2 teams are the teams that always got themselves a very good run. We talk about Boom and FaZe. This is no easy task taken down by these teams. So we have to give it for the side of Sem9 taking advantage of a smart move. With the FaZe, at least for Boom and FaZe, they didn't score themselves a 0. They got themselves a couple of eliminations. That's kind of still progressing throughout the entire day. At least they didn't end up with nothing. But for the other teams, we're having quite an early skirmish. And on stage 2, we finished off only 2 teams right now. But yeah, feels like it's going to be a third after this, because look at how crowded Pochinki is.
Yeah, because circle shifted towards the right, so Pochinki will be the focal point. These days, obviously, they know Pochinki. That's a regular drop slot in PMPL Vietnam. So they're looking forward for this kind of circle because they know how to play it. But Bacon Time has the same as well. It's just that this time, Bacon Time still kind of spread out. Of course, we're still stage 2, so it's for them to still cover different angles. But we can see that Pochinki is being entered by a couple of other teams.
Side of Bacon Time, I'm not sure if they're walking straight in his trap here when they get themselves indoors. Because when you get yourself indoors, sometimes you'll be cornered from the outside and you get mollied out. And that's not great for these guys. On Pochinki, we have more teams. I'm not sure how this circle will progress after this. We've ended up on top of Pochinki. It's going to be Suburban Warfare. DX, on the other hand, catches Vampire, straps on the ground. But I think there's quite a distance between them due to how they were not able to finish off the job. Yeah, Straps will be picked up by his teammate. There's going to be Tony K and Nuzi coming up from a flank just to go out to see if DX willing to push out of Pochinki. But right now, DX, their plan is actually getting into Pochinki instead.
Yeah, it's unlikely they'll do that because if they travel towards the high ground Pochinki, there's too much distance, too much open space between them and their opponent, and they'll be easily shot down. So it's more of like shots and trying to wear down their healing utilities at least, and also just to let them know that hey, this angle, this compound, there's someone, so in case you want to enter Pochinki, don't think about it. So that's more of like for them to just stamp their dominance in that sort of area. But for the rest of the teams, as time goes by, we wait for the next circle to see whether Pochinki is still going to be the focal point, and if it does, 3 teams at least inside of it has an advantage.
I wouldn't mind the field outside of Pochinki, honestly speaking. I would not love it if it's actually right on top of Pochinki as the center. But yep, at least it drifted away to as a side of the north. It's going to be on top of school. Surprisingly, nobody coming up from Roshok, which can be only one team up there. PERSIJA EVOS, they can have a very clear pathway into school. Nobody actually will be any obstacle or a hurdle for them. They can get in safe and sound, but provided that Sem9 is not going up north, because Sem9 is definitely going up that way, knowing for a fact how vacant it is on the northern side. But those coming out from the south, this is what happening. Bacon Time just finished off Tiger just in a couple of taps with this Mini 14.
Because you kind of think about it, there's only teams who regularly drop at the north, and that's PERSIJA EVOS and Sem9 inside of Severny. So if we see Sem9 already in the main area, main peninsula, then it's like, oh, then it's very likely PERSIJA EVOS only there, because this kind of circle, not many teams want to play that area. But let's focus on the 2 Indonesian teams, BTR, Alter Ego. Everyone's in to have part of this potato hill.
Yep. The potato is hot right now, coming out from the side of the teams here. But I'm worried about BTR. If they're just trying to nitpicking all the fights around them, they'll be sandwiched two ways. Alter Ego and Hill, they are in the center. Yes, they do have those elevations, but they are attracting unwanted attention. Geek snipes, taking on Frankie from afar with those sniper rifles. But looking at how Hill, BTR and Alter Ego going, I feel like Alter Ego, you know what, they're not very patient. They might actually go for the rush.
Okay, let's wait and see if they do that. And it's kind of worthwhile as well if they choose to do so. It's, the circle kind of like they're pretty much on the edge of the circle, almost there. So if they want to push in and they want to take out BTR, absolutely okay. But now let's focus on to the Pochinki town, and Nine Noise, after that view, he seems to be the next one to go out.
Raby's trying to just finish off those points, so I couldn't find Noise where he's at. Took him a bit longer time. There you go, finally found it. Congratulations, Rabies. But here it goes! The greeting with this congratulatory touch, just dropping a big one on Rabies. Was that a bait instead? Didn't see that one coming. A Kirby drop right on top of his head, knocked down straight away. An eye for an eye, a trade for a trade. Down to only 2 players. Bacon time, one back there. You know what? They are comrades' blood right now. Rabies nowhere near to the side of the other DX player to save by. This is going to be a bit tough for DX to have Rabies back on the roster, but we do have another rush here, Cloud.
Well, it's going to be VOIN, and Octa had to be left back. Potato trying to on the VOIN, but couldn't get a knockdown. But on the other side, we have Rosemary taking out they're trading it back right now as Fnatic goes down. Lapar is still with 50% of health, and Rosemary, where did that nade come from? Who was it from? It's none other than Lapar.
Lapa tried to clutch out 3 players of Alter Ego, just now bought themselves so much time, but Potato trying to run them down, trying to go for the flank side, but can he make it? 1 more second to go, he cancelled it down. Lapa have to stand up back his feet, but no. Potato, that diversion was so important for Alter Ego. All men still will be alive for the next couple of seconds, but on the side of BTR, they are rushing into SLD's compound.
Nice fast move there by Potato, but now back onto the outskirts of Pochinki. Looks like we have Gosu. On the other side, BTR, the compound for themselves. Suavel kind of low. He's resetting now with a man. He's back up healthy. Bacon time eliminated? What just happened? But now SL BTR.
BTR dropped down 2 men down there. Suavel with the DBS trying to blindly find somebody in the smoke. Barely can see a silhouette here. The smoke is just too thick for them. Randomly spray again come up from Satar. They're giving away his position. It's going to be a 3-way war. SLD Geek SLATE is here as well. Parjin running across the street with those bridge of smoke. Going towards the other end. Satar spotted them out. He wants to go for the chase. But it's a bit worried if anybody coming up from behind. Janford is still bleeding out. While we're hopping to a side of DX who's trying to rush to a side of Empires. Tony can't reply with a knock.
Well, it's down to Frankie now, and he doesn't have to stop Vampire Esports with the advantage. They want to clear out the rest of the Xavier. Frankie has no choice. He has to go through Vampire Esports. He has to take the advantage. This is his only window. He chooses to pick up Chua. Okay, let's see if that works out for him. The smoke is still active.
For now. Raby's still bleeding out. Hopefully Vampires don't see them. Sure, but never mind. A bit too late as Frankie got finished off. That's the loss of DX. Within a short amount of time, they have to recuperate themselves. There's no time given by these guys. And Hale keeping the pressure on the side of Vampires as well from afar. There's going to be like 250 meters apart. Gatso with that mini 14. Keep tapping it out, giving the pressure on the side of Vampires. But they're not willing to leave their comfort zone yet. Because Vampires are the one who should cut across of Hill to get into the safe zone.
Should be able to have a back exit. But they are going onto the other side, closer towards Hill instead. But looks like they're not going to go for the crash. It's not going to be worth it for them. Focus on to getting themselves onto their checkpoint within the circle. Playing by the slope. So they kind of help them to get away from Get Slow's Mini 14. Right now, this slope is going to be their refuge. But the next circle might not be in their favor.
So far, they don't need to move. But 30 more seconds to go and we get to see if they're being favored or not. For Vampires, they're playing in an open field, but the side of a hill will cover them for a bit longer. Shrub spotted out those in the high grounds and those elevation, giving Hill away their position. They start to shoot, but the thing is, they can't see the entirety of Hill. Maybe that's just the bait. Asan knocked out at the back line. This is an opportunity for Tony K to take it into the matter into his hands, but the rest of RQ very split it out. Now, they have no intel about what's going on the other side of the lower ground and those in the high grounds. It's a bit of a risk for them to open fire right now coming out from the side of Vampires. But this circle shifted again right on top of School this time. And look who's there. SLD.
SLD again. And time around, they're in the better side of the road. With the compound, they can hold GeekSlate and BTR from coming across. And GeekSlate and BTR, they must fight each other. If not, they're going to hit each other as they try to get across. Now RRQ trying to hold back Vampire Esports from coming through as well. Vampire Esports kind of stuck in two teams.
RRQ trying to hike up here. Or Vampires trying to do the same thing. They have to crossfire either way. Unless RRQ willing to get out of their affairs and just get into the center as soon as they can. Alter Ego trying to cross over this open field. That's opening up so many teams and shoot them through.
Ow!
Double knock within a second. Oh boy, that's not great. PERSIJA, EVOS, and another team trying to steal those eliminations away, but secured Alter Ego in a matter of hands. It's going to be PERSIJA, EVOS taking those 3 eliminations away within a second. BTR now visited by the side of Hill on the other end. We do have Box coming in, but this warehouse is super crowded.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 3 teams, get 4 in this compound, and we expect more because look at the movement on the mini. Got like 2 teams coming in. Vampire Esports from the high ground, they might be interested in this next.
BTR, you got the warehouse, yes, but it's not the greatest view out there due to how it was actually. The warehouse is just on the lower ground. Liquid Audio spotted out the players of Vampires. Shrubs taking down on Box Gaming on their side. Shrubs trying to finish off as fast as he can before the entire cavalry arrives, and Shrubs already building up the bridge of smoke just to get close to Lappy to finish him off. While the others, I'm not sure who else for Vampire is shooting, but definitely Shrubs is no way stopping in. This is the Shrubs we saw back there in Cloud. And this is the Shrub I'm waiting for. Finally showing off his fangs, but Winnie can buy so much time for Box. And Shrubs delivers, finish off Lappy from there, but Winnie caught Shrubs in that death drop.
Ooh, managed to so shot onto Shrubs, almost taking it down. Ravenclaw is down. Shrubs finally got down as well. From afar by Capone. Boss Gaming really stopping Vampire Esports from coming in, but Vampire Esports, all hope not lost yet as they still have Tony K and Newsy.
They barely have any vehicles to run into the circle here. It's a bit of a dangerous game, like I mentioned. Straight away being shot down, finish off from afar. It's going to be Geek SLATE. Finish Tony K after Liquid tried to knock him down just now. There's so many eyes watching. There's so many third parties going on. And Newsy, no vehicle. Have to be cautiously going into the zone. But the thing is, only vegetation's in between. Nothing to cover him. Look at how many crosshair is actually aiming on Vampire side. We're talking about 2 to 3 teams down there. Liquid, BTR, and as well the side of Geek SLATE is eyeing this one out. And Newsy, you're coming in very slow, but at the same time the circle starts to shrink again. Do Newsy have to run again after this? Yes.
The best is to zigzag, but I think he needs to wait for the commotion between Geek SLATE and BTR to happen before he can do that. Geek SLATE, they have the circle advantage. BTR, they don't, so they'll definitely want to take it against Geek SLATE. But look at that, this current situation. Okay, there's a building, and between them is Geek SLATE still has an area to defend. If they can do this, BTR, this is going to be huge because BTR, we all know what amount of firepower they can out. Damn good, holding the ground with the nades, trying to get Sata, but Sata, oh, damn good, blinded with a stun grenade, immediately retreats back.
Yep, you get blinded by those knives, definitely. Straight away going for a retreat by Jamforce. How did you even throw from that angle? Going straight into Sniper's head. Now Jamforce could keep it going through those windows and doors and getting it on damn good as well. How is this even possible? That's an entry, that's a sign, that's a green light. They're going in for the rush. Leaving Stuxnet out and Geek SLATE obliterated by BTR.
Just-
You have to thank Janforce for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just when you thought that they would be able to defend that ground, but wow. I mean, the nade's been tossed when the smokes were still active. That is just good game sense. And not only that, they eliminated Nuzi, who was lurking behind, and Vampire Esports only managed to get 6 elimination points. But for BTR, same 6 elimination points, but the difference is they are still in the game.
They are full squad running and gunning right now. SLD distracted with PERSIJA, EVOS and Box from behind. But Gosu and also PUBGM have to focus on what's in front. It's going to be BTR full squad still there lurking around. Capone taking a bit of elevation with a flat field up there. But nobody's coming up from the northern side. Only one team. I think that's going to be Sam9. They are untouchable. Nowhere near these guys, and they definitely can actually have a shot at winning this, but never mind. Speaking of them, FaZe already spotted out Sam9, picking the fight from afar.
Ooh, Sam9 playing by the edge of the circle, but they're on the other side of the circle where there's minimal teams. They have minimal cover as well. It's happen to be in this kind of circle. They're sending 3 players out of the open in the middle, and now Loyu just needs to get to them. Red face, get Loyu, but Loyu, prayers answered, he's safe.
Barely make it out alive. Now they're playing the slopes of a hill for Sam9. We're waiting for the other teams to open fire first. RQ splitting into 1-2-1 for now, trying to open up the angle as much as they can, as wide as possible. But on the side of Sam9, they're taking most of the circle anyway, 40% to 30% of the circle just by themselves. But the thing is, all the other 5 teams are just nearby. We're talking about majority of it coming out from the east side. 3 of them are very close together, especially Box and PERSIJA EVOS. That's less than 50 meters apart. Box Gaming Winnie, he has to cook up the nade perfectly well timed here. If he can actually drop right on top of the players inside, that's going to be the green light for them to go for the push. But Capone being spotted out by Voldemort on top of this rooftop.
Ooh, yes, nice long range there. Good call to still hold a mini 14 in this kind of position. Managed to steal an elimination, but the circle moved away. I believe Sam9 is the RRQ needs to move, but at least RRQ, they are pretty clear. I'm a little bit more concerned about the teams in this compound. Everyone needs to go.
Now, there's no way Sam9 cannot get themselves in the top 5 here, right? They're definitely in there as they got themselves the circle, but can they guard it? Can they secure this circle by themselves? Can they keep all these teams at bay? Because right now, the one that actually need to move first is going to be BTR. They're being forced to do so with right now getting themselves the most eliminations. They're trying to go for the rush. You have to flush down SLD. Like they have to force it. Now trying to flush out, but Shunos caught them off guard. SLD is their target, but the one shooting is going to be Shunos of Box Gaming. Coming up from flank, from the blind spot, finishing 2 players of BTR at a time.
Oh, can he get more than that too? And it's going to be Sata and GenForce right now. Pressure blue, we can see the blue onto GenForce anytime soon. Sata almost taken out by SLD now. 3 elimination points by Gosu. Nice counter fire, but he has power on the second floor to take down GenForce.
Swear to God, Janforce is making so much work for the team right now, but he couldn't do it by himself. He need that one last play of Satar, which down to only 30% of HP left. Trying to wrap things around at the side of SLD, but he's indoors sharing the same staircase, and now he's trying to toss a nade, but a bit too late. They are running down the staircase. PUBG making sure he cannot even toss those nades out.
Oh yes, he has to be sure to down in that way. If not, it's going to be difficult for him because he's stuck in the second floor. PUBG goes down and PUBG takes out Sata. Nice timing, beautiful game sense. PUBG still lives for SLD.
BTR have to settle down for a 7 elimination. That's more than enough. This is going to be one of the best rounds just yet in the grand finals. But Box, they will gatekeep PUBG. And there's no way SLD getting that hat trick now as SLD bowing out in the fifth place with 4 eliminations. Down to different teams. Yeah, we do have RRQ as a 4. Never mind, it's a 3 with 1 knockdown. Sam9, can they secure this chicken? They were on the north, and they keep in going from the north down towards the south, and slowly closing in the gap between them and RRQ, giving them so much of pressure. RRQ slowly chipped down for the HP.
Oh, and Sam9 still has to circle RRQ right now with Sam9. They toss up at the Beko. Sam9 are currently on fire, and Putra to get more for himself. Shots not connecting, but now he sees when the Beko is there. He tries to get the Beko, but the counter fire for the other side. That will chase Putra away.
Dap trying to pick up his teammate on the off angle there, while Lung and also Dap giving support fire just to stall. PERSIJA EVOS is a bit occupied by Winnie, the box gaming player there is, and Shunos on that side. Redface trying to push forward with those vehicles going, but they prepared themselves DBS. They caught Winnie off guard. And it's down to last play of Shunos. With that DBS working out, he's trying to finish these guys, but they are on vehicles. Can they make it fast enough?
Now Sam9 has the best chance getting the chicken dinner with the circle squad. And they're pretty much on the clear. No one's behind them. Now it's down to Bounce Gaming. How to get out of this? We hear the DBS gameplay from the inside. Zunos hears it as but who's going to make the first move? The Blue's going to put pressure onto all of them. Putra counterfire again. Let's get Redface, but Redface managed to get into the circle. But how long can it last as C makes a run for it?
Shunos barely make it out, hugging the walls and corners of this warehouse. He whiffed it, he missed the timing, but here comes another. Ellis scores one. He got himself one of the twin, but never mind. Did he manage to finish that one elimination? Not yet, as Luxy's still bleeding out. PERSIJA EVOS slowly being chipped down, last with one player left. Sam9 has a 4. Here comes the closing coming up from Sam9. They secure quite a number of eliminations, but can they just get those chicken? Zuxi 1v4 here with the DBS against Putra. But here goes, he's still knock on one. Secures another for himself. Another point for PERSIJA EVOS, but the chicken still coming on the side of Sam9.
Wow, that off angle. Thank you so much to Deb, and because of that sign, gets the chicken dinner. And this is the effect of the break of Sam9 after a rough start for them in day number 1. Is what they needed. The break was what they needed, and because of that break, managed to break the curse to get the chicken dinner.
And congratulations, Clown. If I'm not mistaken, you score yourself as the one. And never mind, you actually go for Geek SLATE instead of Sam9.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. But speaking of Sam9, I mean, like Dap, he is a pillar for the team. We know for a fact he's the one who can actually go for the awkward angles that nobody can think of. Dap always find himself the strength for the team without anybody realizing it. He's the one actually finding those loose and tidying it up. Sam9 got himself this chicken, but will it be enough for them? Because we saw a couple of teams down there got quite a number of eliminations still.
Oh yeah, I want to see like how many eliminations, because if you kind of think of them 9, yes, they got those circles at the final moment, but overall they weren't quiet. Remember the early fight at Sam9? They took over the compound from, I believe it was Boom. Yeah. So they were active in this round. It's not like they stayed put. So they would have gotten themselves a good amount of elimination points, and at the same time, almost not losing any play. They lost one end, but I think it's okay overall. Other than that, well, no Tyler, no party. So it looks like it's no party in this round, because it's Indonesia joining the Malaysian region in the teams to watch.
Now, speaking of PERSIJA EVOS, I mean, like, that's at least they got themselves consolation from that one Sam9 player for their points of eliminations. But yeah, speaking of the ties, surprisingly, they are one of the first few teams that are being eliminated early on in this Irregular for our last wrangle of the day. So I'm not sure what is happening for the Thai teams coming into Irregular, because I haven't seen them to be, I mean, like, from the last one we saw is just bacon time, and that's it. The others, nowhere near in the top 5, and they're being eliminated quite early for the entire day.
Yeah, this is where it would be great if we get to interview some of those teams, because to know what's going through their minds. As day 1 so far after 4 rounds isn't that great. Yes, it's a tough circle, I'm not gonna lie. Vampire circle kept running away from them, but still, I mean, because it's how they perform in the league, we've seen a lot better overall. It's not based on only this one round, but overall. Okay, so looking forward to see how they will wrap up the last 2 games, especially the fact that we're gonna go to Miramar after this. But we're gonna close off Erangel with from teams besides the Thai region.
Yeah, surprisingly, we haven't got any of the Thais. Usually they are very strong in the first day of any league or tournament here. But so far has been super quiet. But I'm loving the fact we have different flags waving here today as well, even though Azadi got himself double chicken. But that was Sam9. I'm surprised for these numbers, because they were very, I mean, like, the northern side of the circle just now was so vacant. So they definitely got themselves these scores after they get into the center, like when they are actually dominating the circle and gatekeeping all these teams outside.
Yeah, so they at least got like 3 or 4 from the boom fight very, very early. And then the rest of them was like from their position, like what you mentioned. And it was well taken by time because that requires like the team to be prepared with long range weapons and also obviously the precision to shoot in that from that distance. But yet they're still able to elimination points out of this. Even Boss Gaming was gate kept by them. So it was a lot of other teams because M9 was the team to beat at that point. But speaking about Boss Gaming, we did talk about like the level of consistency, and this time around 8 elimination points, not bad, bringing them up to a 4th place, but no one moves SLD.
Yeah, SLD, they still consistently maintain in top 5. Just now they placed themselves in the 5th place and got themselves quite a number of eliminations. For Alter Ego, even though they go out quite early, their motto of life in PUBG Mobile right now is no matter how early we go down, at least we secure a couple of eliminations. That's why they've been maintaining that 2nd spot for the longest time here. PERSIJA EVOS now jumping up. We're talking about the Indonesians and the Vietnam taking the reign over for the top 4 here. The 5th place only will start to see some of the Thai teams who have been pushed down. And Hill, I feel like they didn't get as much point as they used to, surprisingly.
Yeah, not at all. I think they were eliminated by Vampire or something like that. They were definitely eliminated fairly early on, so turn on page number 2, in fact pushing them down a little bit more. But now let's look at the performance. Because of the overall performance from the Thai region, that's why we don't really see up here for this map, but instead we see Zaxi from PERSIJA EVOS, and we got Unos from Box Gaming. A lot of tight scores for Zunos, Dap, and also Low, 4 elimination points each.
Yep, and Dap and Lung. I mean, like, these guys, definitely they needed a break just now, how you mentioned. It was so different. Even though the same lineup coming from 7-9, they're just so different when it comes to performance. Box Gaming, on the other hand, their main motive of today is going to be just going for those kills. I think pretty much they have to go for that kind of mindset for these players. But like it or not, we have to say that the circle itself playing such a big part. Multiple times back to back now, we saw the teams that are not being given enough attention, or the teams that are coming up from an angle that entirely just by themselves without any other teams that actually surrounding them. They are the ones taking the chicken dinner. Same case for the side of SLD before. They were on the other side of the hill. Nobody can actually spot them out. And the moment they jump in, that's where everybody's just not having enough time to reset.
Yeah, hopefully the Thai teams will be able to reset next because the stat still favors them. It was pretty much the same. Now top Miramar performance as well. We got the 2 Thai teams up there. FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports. VOIN, on the other hand, they were pushed down to a last place after the previous round. So it's definitely not the VOIN that we've seen in week number 1. Very, very different indeed. Looking if this change of a map would change their destiny as well.
No, speaking of VOIN, I'm not sure what happened to them. It feels like after that 1 week, it's just a one-shot thing. But the thing is, they were consistent the entire week in week number 1. After that, I don't know, is it something to do with their stamina or something to do with their tactical that is just nowhere near up there anymore? It's so hard for us to see VOIN actually perform. I feel like, is it something to do with their roster, or is just the players that coming into the grand finals just having different strategy entirely that they didn't see this coming?
Yeah, I know, right? It's a very different VOIN, and it's very hard to tell like what changed with VOIN because we don't see too much of them. They got in general they get eliminated fairly early, so I don't know, it's very hard to tell. It's and Miramar used to be their best map inside of week number 1. Remember, we saw a lot of clutches inside of that Miramar, hoping that this map will work well for them. And in our top Miramar performance as well, we have 9, and coming out of that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure that Sam9 will be happy to see this map because it's one of their best performing maps. But since we're going to switch them after this, I'll be interested to see like which team takes some of the positions or vacant towns within this map, namely DVD's position, Team Secret's position as well, because they're fairly somewhere in the middle of the map, Chumasera. So I believe that we might see a team, whoever it is, to take over that town.
And speaking of that, I do want to see a Lost Eagle Circle at least. I mean, like, whatever you drop, if it happens to be a Lost Eagle Circle, there's going to be already a big panic attack for those players, right? We have seen so much of a Lost Eagle Circle just yet, but we talked about this, our prediction is going to be the same for the entire day. Vampires haven't scored anything, surprisingly, it is going to be still down there. For Altigo, I got scored on 1. Boom close enough for you. Yoodo Alliance, no, I mean, like, Yoodo Alliance, they're popping off here and there, but at least they maintain themselves in the middle bracket, right? But they are not giving their best yet. I mean, like, they haven't found themselves those momentum or the tone they want to set out for day number 1. It feels like some teams are struggling to read out some other team strategy. It feels like it's very different. It's not great. Like you mentioned, some teams are staying as the same as they were in the league. In this case, it's going to be VOIN. So you cannot stay the same, because everybody changed in the grand finals.
Yeah. So when they did a substitution, we have yet to see the impact of substitution still. It's not like, okay, you substitute, you put in like a super sub, and then that guy absolutely performs because he wants to prove that, oh, okay, I want to be on the mainstay. So far, we haven't really seen that from any of the substitutions from VOIN. It's very, very different for them. And for them to be at number 16 is an awkward position. Yeah, considering they started off this PMSL really, really hot, and not as well. Even before PMSL, number 2 inside of PMPL Indonesia, number 1 in PMNC Indonesia. So it's really, really different. I was kind of expecting them to, I wouldn't say expecting, I was kind of hoping that they one of the teams to actually come up with a Cinderella story, but because of this gap right now, you still have a good amount of games for them to catch up. But looking at the current performance, it's very hard to see VOIN pulling that off.
It feels like they are, I don't know, is it a choke that we call usually they choke in the grand finals? I'm not sure. Or they need something refreshing, different, to give up for all the teams down there, just to see, because maybe they're being countered by these teams, right? Because they've been doing the same thing over and over again. You know for a fact you get countered by this team that actually do study you for the longest time in the league, which was 3 weeks long. Now, if they cannot come up with something really different really quick, it's gonna be tough for VOIN to play the catch-up game.
Yeah, it is. So I wonder if they can really put like a miraculous run, like a prank, so to speak, like one day 5 winners, a lot of elimination points for them to catch up, because it's looking quite dire for if they were to aim for that number 1 spot, or at least the PMWI spot 2. Or are they complacent with just being the grand finals, which I hope not, because we have seen their potential. We hope that they can push themselves a little bit more, just how BTR is trying to push themselves, with GenForce showing them how.
Yeah, and I agree with the GenForce part. GenForce has been working so much for the team as well. And speaking of, and I mean, I do read the chat sometimes. Okay, guys, calm down. If you want to say it's cause, I mean, like, I'm not having any much of a curse. Alter Ego scored their first chicken of the day, and Vampire's not my wrong, okay? If it's really the curse, then Alter Ego won't actually score any chicken as well when I called it out. But the one that actually I'm waiting for both of us, coming up from me and SirCloud, is going to be Vampires. Why are they so quiet? It feels like they are struggling right now to have a bit of chemistry, to be on the same page. The call-outs, when it comes to the team comms, it's so crucial to not make a mistake out of that. And we saw some of the blunders made before. That was Boom. If I'm not mistaken, it was Yummy, right, Cloud? He naded himself in the worst possible time.
I'm trying to recall that, right? Just to be really, really sure. But it's, bad thing about it, it's like, it's, even if that happened, it's like not the first time for Boom. I mean, hopefully the curse is not from the name Boom itself, but they have needed themselves multiple times as well. So I don't know. It's really something that hopefully they've worked on throughout their breaks, and for them to really, that is going to be crucial, because you don't want to have that sort of moment when it comes to like those really crucial fights, or it's going to be like 2v3, and then because of that nade, you're down with 1v3, and it becomes a very difficult fight. Hopefully that doesn't happen anymore. I mean, it's always hard to see teams doing that to themselves.
Yeah, but usually that happens. Those accidents happen to be when they are indoors. That's something that usual. But Amstar is playing with Rama this time with Shetty. will be resting for a bit, so we haven't seen the best of Armstar for today in the grand finals. I do want to see will this change of Bacon Times lineup as a whole, but it is a different map as a start, so maybe this is the specialist for Mirama, which is going to be Armstar.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure the tactical reason of why they put him specifically when it came to this map. So for time, arguably one of the better Thai region teams so far in the grand finals. So they'll be looking to push forward a little bit more, because of course settling down for better is not good enough if you don't get that number 1 spot, at least number 2. But you always want to go for the number 1, considering that you're a team with that kind of stature, with that type of quality. So they'll be looking for that. FaZe Clan as well. It's been a rough day for them too. We did see a little bit, but in general, it's not really like up there. So they want to look for a little bit more, just like what Bob Gaming is doing. They're doing well in the eliminations department, so they want momentum, and being inside of a map that's going to be a little bit more open might be an advantage to them. But let's see if that changes later on inside of our first grand final, Mirama.
Two more maps to go, which including this Mirama and the next one. Now we do want to see, can the Thais now finally speak for themselves, because they have been very quiet the entire day. But what a beautiful, magnificent flight path cutting across evenly these two maps into 2 parts. On top of St. Martin down to the side of Los Higos. But no matter how beautiful the circle is, it's always about the circle. How beautiful the flight path is always about the circle. But at least the flight path is making sure that every single team can drop wherever they want. It's not too far.
Yeah, I'm looking at water treatment because that's where normally Team Secret drops. So if anyone's interested to take that, looks like the answer is not. RRQ is focusing on to St. Martin. Then next, I will see if anyone wants to take Chumacera away. Considering that DBD isn't playing, so we can see a couple of drops the north on the southern side of VOIN going back to Los Lunas, so they will share the compound with Yoodo Alliance. That's for them. Box Gaming interested with Chumacera.
It's gonna be a heated one coming up from Los Lunas. We do have like 3 or 4 teams down there. And the circle happened to be pops right on top of Minas Generalis, or even Junker as the last. Or even Hacienda de Patron, there's a chance to that as well. For Boom, they're splitting so far apart. 2-2 formation, 2 on Torre Ahumada, the other 2 just down there. Hill on the other hand spotted out Frankie. Frankie, I don't think he has any buggy. I don't think he has any vehicles. Now how to get out from here?
As long as he can play slope, so he should be okay, because the terrain here is kind of rough. He's on lower ground, that should be fine. And for Hill Esports, it's usually quite a distance. Okay, they were still trying to spot him up. Frankie. Ooh, okay. Thank goodness that the terrain still helps him.
Thank goodness, it's quite a distance still. Sky, he don't want to overstay himself in the open there, because the entire cavalry of DX is already right across. And within SLR now tapping out to the side of Frankie. And there goes one knock, but can they finish things off? Will the others of DX players will respond to this? Chua and Raby's going to counter fire, and Raby's got Tiger back on his knees. An eye for an eye, 2 for 2. There's going to be a 1 teammate for the other. Raby's and T-Duck will go in for the save, while the side of Hill. It happens to be only 2 players. I'm not sure where are the others. They might splitting into 2-2 right now, but Sky will have the space to go to a side of Tiber, but can he make it on time? Because Rabies is closing the distance.
Oh, they want to finish up the job? Okay, this is going to be interesting. As the Xavier now high ground against Hale. So 2 players of Hale, they probably got enough information, but because the distance is still quite a bit between these 2 teams, so Hale can still bail. See the pun there. But the Xavier, okay, nice shot on Sky only. And now Chua has a nade. This is going to be hard for the 2 players.
Tiger with not much. I don't think he even got himself any bandage, but Chua dropping a big one. And here comes DX, trying to finish off the job. With those sprays coming up for those M4, even though not much bullet going in with that UMP, that's more than enough to shut down on Tiger, who's barely making it out alive. Only like, what, 2-3% of HP left. He knows. Here comes E-Duck, and there goes the spray. Double knock, got 2 extra bonuses to start. This is a great start for DX. Whether or not they have Lambo playing or not, Lambo is still not subbing in. But for Hill, this is tough.
So the rest of Hill has to bail. Okay, I'm trying there. So with the last 2 players left, it's gonna be for them to get a chicken dinner. Though we have seen it before, not gonna deny that, but in any way, it's never fun. And the fact that Hale dropped onto page number 2, number 9 right now, with only these 2 players, there's a possibility that they'll drop further down the chart.
Now, surprisingly, a lot of times here for the entire day in the Grand Finals, day 1, since Sunhawk until Miramar, 5 matches now. The ones that are actually being knocked down first, and the first few teams to go out has been the Thai team so far. And always them. I don't know why. Maybe the plan was to take down all the Thai teams as soon as possible for all the other regions. That's the main concern for them, because you cannot question the firepower of the Thai teams, yes. So why do you want to give them space in the first place? Maybe that's the case. But instead of FaZe versus Vampires, surprisingly, they make a retreat. They fall back towards the compound, just trying to find themselves a better position, because they do know for a fact they are on disadvantage if they try to open fire because of those elevations, and they are on the lower ground.
Yeah, it's never fun to play on the lower ground, though sometimes there's an approach, right, that you can kind of use the ledges to kind of like hide yourself, but in general you always want to be on the ground, no doubt about that. Plus we are in Miramar, lesser vegetation. If you have the high ground, it's just about the terrain blocking your vision, but in general it's great to the high ground, so teams normally will want to try to get those positions as the point. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, right now still spreading out, holding a good perimeter, because we're still stage 1, so there's still a good amount of time for them to try to scout out the rotations of other teams and to make their next decision. PERSIJA was chill. Alright, they're still in their compound, drop spot, taking their time, gathering vehicles, just preparing for the next stage. But for PERSIJA EVOS, now they are at number 3. Actually, they're doing pretty well, but they just haven't got the chicken dinner just to re-seal the deal yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is one of the teams that should be feared by all the other teams out there. PERSIJA EVOS can be one of those teams, no chicken, no problem. Because they don't have a care in the world for the chicken. If it's a chicken, it's a bonus for them. But for PERSIJA, they have only one aim, and that aim will be just running guns. That's it. Naperco going against Razy, boom from afar, but the distance is that quite ambitious spray coming from Naperco, really. A lot of ammunition been wasted on that, but couldn't clip and couldn't finish anything. A bit frustrated. Naperco still not satisfied with that. But surprisingly, a lot of the teams coming up from same region having the same navigation into the circle.
Yeah, I think that we'll get a better later on when the circle is shown again. Because I really want to see like it change to like regular checkpoints for some of the teams. Considering that some of the teams change drop spot, like in Chumasera for example, so that will kind of like switch up the dynamics of how they rotate and how they park themselves. So far so good for most of these teams. Can't really say too much about Hale because it's not really about rotation. It's just about like in the early stages you happen to meet up in another team, and it didn't really favor them when supplies are not good enough, so not really challenged yet in terms of rotations. Let's see with a duo of Hale, how are they going to adapt to probably evading most of the fights for the rest of the round.
Well, surprisingly, most duos, most of the teams that's starting off as a duo, which we're talking about stage 1 of a circle, you already got only 2 men left. They actually do survive longer than those actually having a full squad, because they're being extra careful about their surrounding. And they're a bit more passive, yes, a bit more conservative, yes, and they are opportunists who's taking the advantage of being the third party without being scouted by any of the teams due to their small number of players remaining. But for the next circle, we haven't got a glimpse about where it will shrink towards, which is going to be less than 50 seconds away. This is when the teams start to move, and Yoodo Alliance getting spot out Winnie. Winnie is always the one under the radar for every single time.
Who doesn't like Winnie the Pooh, right? So, you know, gotta take it. And they say, circle moves up north, so water treatment's there. And I would say this kind of circle right now, Boom has a good spot. These coming in from water treatment, so a little bit more lower ground there. So Boom's a good elevation to kind of observe teams' rotation and decide on what they're going to do next.
For me, for the first day, I'm super excited for the teams coming from Vietnam and Indonesia. They have been going so strong here today. But can they keep it up for the second half of the day here? FaZe going against Vampires, having to be tailing them closely behind. And they might actually open fire. We're talking about Mela. Mela, everything that moves he will start to shoot. But never mind this time. They're taking a bit of extra precaution because they're being ambushed so many times for the Thai teams. And the ones actually making moves is always coming up from an Indonesian team. And the one that taking as a third party hands into the matter, we usually will be the Vietnam team. So these teams, they know exactly what they're doing for every single strategy they have been doing for the entire day. It has been working. I mean, like Indonesians just gonna go for the rush and just boom everything down. Yeah, it works. For the side of Vietnam teams, mostly coming out as a third party, and they're playing it very smart. They did it. It worked so well for especially SLD.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it works for you, right? So if you're able to be consistent with whatever strategy, whether you want to play a little bit safe or whether you want to play all guns blazing, like PERSIJA, EVOS, like Alter Ego, sure, go ahead. And it's just showing results. Two teams tight on the top, so they kind of like found their rhythm. But I have a hunch that, you know, because we got games to go, right? So things like this would change, because if you cannot stay doing the same thing like from game number 1 until the last game, because you get read out by other teams, you get hit, so it's going to be a risk if they continue to do so. So being one of the top teams around PERSIJA, EVOS and all that, big names, a lot of experience, I'm pretty sure that we'll see something different when we move on to day number 2.
Definitely. We do know for a fact that day number 2 is where a lot of teams that come out on the top 3 will start to be shaken. And that's where all the second page teams, you know, they have solved the mindset of nothing else to lose now. If they don't start to push on day number 2, it feels almost impossible. They're trying to last minute pushing in the last day of the grand finals on Sunday. Now on the side of Geek SLATE here, it has been avoiding a lot of unnecessary fights. But they try to get themselves into the circle and try to avoid those teams if they can. But the problem is, if all the teams are trying to avoiding all those unnecessary fights, then they might actually sharing the same compound with those navigations and rotations.
Yeah, that's that possibility, right? If you have like more like stage 4 and so on, there's lesser room to play with, naturally bump into other teams, and that's where you'll be forced to take the fights. Speaking about taking the fights, it could be Yoodo Alliance and VOIN. I'm looking at down south, because right now Yoodo Alliance, they need to move in the circle. Not only that, we have Pulse Gaming, but speaking about the fight, it's going to be VOIN and Yoodo Alliance.
Both wanting to go to the same sort of spot, and both are having the same sort of rotations here, with Stuxnet and Geek SLATE happen to be passing by to Kenny again with sharp eyes, giving the sharpshooters out, but Lapar responded, giving them a bit of a poke on the sides there. Lapar with that mini 14 have to be a bit cautious with his reloads, but they're definitely sharing the same mountains, or maybe just across. Spotted out VOIN Maxes. Here comes Kenny again and got one knock from the back line. Like how is it possible for him to finish the job then? Because Geek SLATE is coming from behind. They might steal this kill away from the hands of Kenny.
Oh yes. Now the steal might happen because we got a couple of teams here nearby. Let's see what VOIN do about this. As Lapar with the high ground, he spots out Yoodo Alliance, but Kenny tries to take down Lapar. But even if he doesn't, at least the fire from Kenny pins down Lapar, allows Flax to come closer to him and try to take him down. Now Flax, 1v1 was Ooh!
It's done already, as Flax know exactly how to play alongside with this terrain. Spot out Keenan Nax, and there goes the explosion. VOIN in shambles, leaving only Maxius alive, and he's slowly being enclosed by the entirety of Yoodo Alliance, smothering him with those bullets. Max prep himself with those DBS as well. Look, no for a fact it's better to go to save his teammate first, while Max is waiting for them to pick out to find him. They know they will try to go for the hunt here. Now Maxes will have to be extra careful. Geek SLATE coming out from behind slowly. They will cut across here because they're not inside the circle. So Maxes either to play this very quiet, try to find himself vehicles and flee out of the scene, or just take up the challenge.
Looking at his current position, definitely not going to take up the challenge. He's just going to stay put and hopefully Yoodo moves away so that he has an exit point. But right now, the answer is nope. Adelu will go in for the hunt and VOIN out, leaving them at number 16 still.
Yoodo Alliance scoring themselves 4 across the board right now, the most eliminations, while DS gained themselves a 2 due to against Hill early on. But for Geek SLATE, this is a very dangerous place for them. Yeah, it's great if nobody noticed them, but there's so many compounds, but very small ones. But if they're being crowded by a lot of players around them, there's going to be a bit of a problem to get out from there. We do have a Cinder de Patron, it will shrink even further. We do have Alter Ego, SLD in the center again, but where will the circle fare? It's right on top of Empires, SLD Hill, the last 2 players remaining, with FaZe guarding over the southern side. Now, Yoodo Alliance can step into the circle without any problems after they're done with those skirmish. But for the rest, on the other hand, on top of what the treatment included, Bacon Time spotted out the rest of DX, but we do have PERSIJA EVOS on the other end. Will DX be hammed down sandwich, or they start to fight first?
It looks like Ice is just waiting for any movement or exit frags here. Xavier, they don't know he's there though. But I gotta point out that SLD still has the circle and looking good in the middle of it. Very likely to get the stage 5 circle as well. SLD, could this be another good round for them?
Box splitting himself quite wide down there. The 2 different mountain war. I'm loving this. It's been a while. We see snipers get a headshot, and we got that. That was quite a distance and was a great one as well. But can he finish it?
There's some kind of pressure. He's able to go and save him now. I take advantage of it. One more knockdown for Ice. Can he get another one? But he has to reload, unfortunately. But he's still able to secure that elimination onto Frankie. However, for the Xavier player, he will be picked up. I smoked up Buggy. Don't go for it. He'll focus onto his teammates now. Now that he doesn't have a well and healthy V. But for the rest of Xavier, now they have to deal with PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh man, but that was a good bait coming up from the side of Bacon Time. That was great just now. He almost got the entirety of DX by himself. But now giving it freely to the side of PERSIJA EVOS. This is Thanksgiving Day for them. Not even breaking any sweat to go for the rush. But now they got themselves a reset. They have to put in effort for PERSIJA to take down DX. Whilst on the DX, they can play around the shack, but the name is just too much. Dropping a double one and then 2 knocks back to back. Another nade coming in, and I think that's it for DX. There's nowhere nearby to be saved.
Yeah, that angle, that position, Xavier is hard. But they have Bacon Time on the other side to take down one member of PERSIJA EVOS, and that's going to be Lynx. And Rabbit still survives somehow. And because of that knockdown, because of the disturbance from Bacon Time, PERSIJA EVOS cannot shoot. But now they have Boom Esports as well. So they got Rabbits behind for now.
Bacon Time is like the audacity to actually take away our knockdown before he tried to take all the players of the axe. At least leave us one player, we can be radiant right now. Box spotted out Boom Combat from afar, but they have to be extra careful. They're sharing the compound with 2 other teams here. Those gunfires definitely giving away their positions. They know there's a fact in some teams down there, still taking this fight anyway. Alter Ego on the other hand, they are a different base now. They trying to take all the fights they can, and Rosemary being fisted with Octa giving the support fire. Easily taking the players of Sem9 one by one.
Okay, Sem9 just came out of a chicken dinner, and now this round, it looks like it's a tough round for Sem9 and Putra left. Good thing he has the elevation from that terrain that stopped Mary from taking him down. But it's good news for Sem9 is that they have the circle. But again, SLD with the circle.
And same goes for Alter Ego. Both teams scored themselves a chicken for today. And SLD, they are hungry for more. The chickens will never satisfy their hunger. And coming up from Boom, Yummy. You don't want to overcook this again. Trying to time the nade well. It will be right on top of it, but it couldn't score it. Now, Yummy will have to move because they will be enclosed by the blue zone first. Geek, SLATE and Sam9 will have a bit of a truce because they do know for a fact they need to get in the center. Split it into 2-2 formation for Geek, SLATE. The other two coming up from the back line. They're guarding over the other side of the southern part of the circle. Bacon goes straight into Boom. Well, hello.
Hello, Yummy! Yummy tries to get away, but Ice counterfired. Hexas is there to get won by Hexas. Just too much for him to handle. $9 will finish him off. And that's going to be one down for Boom. Bacon time can still reset.
On side of Boom, how do they respond to this? Do they want to force a fight again? I do know Yummy is itchy for this kind of a fight. And Bombay's caught another one. There's going to be one knock. Arms are living with only Ice left for Bacon time. Never mind, he got a bit of a reset. Noise is still there. Touch barely make it out alive. Now heal himself up. And they are zombies, this Bacon, guys. They're back up on their feet and having another round of skirmish. While I still going with the smoke up vehicle. Oof. This buggy will not last long.
Not at all. Don't think you want to use it later on, but only if he survives this as he gets taken down. Ultra now in a tough situation. Levis spots him out. And Levis tries to get an angle. But if he can explode the vehicle, that's done for Putra.
Putra managed to actually cover himself. And that vehicle nowhere near to being exploded yet. Mini 14 taps will take a bit of a longer time. But for the side of Boom, here comes the entire cavalry trying to take the fight as close as possible with those EMPs spraying over the smokes. Touch, reply with the DBS, but got knocked down instead. Pombi trying to finish off the job while playing around the smoke is very risky, but yep. PERSIJA EVOS eliminated with Boom wiping the floor clean, but it's not done for them yet. Because they don't have covers. They need to move forward. But they do have a couple of players around them to try to take them out as well.
Ooh, looks like BTR is feeling the wrath of Mini 14. Sata burned down. BTR falling apart. Swabel, no one's there to him as Vampire Esports will be happy to pick up the points. The rest of BTR still on the outside with Gen 4. Now the last man.
Straps trying to get those corners clear and just to avoid himself from being shot down from afar. Boom got himself dominations for these eliminations right now. Having a 5. Do have closely behind Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance getting a 4 as well. But Gen Force slowly burned off by the blue zone. He only got one first and that's it. Shredded almost his verse entirely. Trying to get himself a bit of more space to heal, but never mind. The play zone finish him off, even though he got chipped down quite a bit from the fires coming from Vampires. But Vampires didn't see their flank side. SLD shooting, never mind. Maybe heal or SLD shooting them from afar. Across the street, all the way downtown. But we do have the circle string again. And SLD Alter Ego both park themselves in the zone for now.
Oh yeah, SLD again. Let's put focus on the FaZe Clan and Yoodo Alliance. Now the nade, beautiful toss out by Mela, taking out Shamil and Kenny. Flex, the only man left for Yoodo Alliance with a nade of his own, but Momo is coming from the other side. Momo with the DBS. Shamil will not go down without a fight. Then there's going to be Flex. He'll be taken down finally. Yoodo Alliance number 11 with 4 points.
FaZe winning those skirmish and now getting a bit of a reset. Mela has putting so much work. He's the only one who got himself those eliminations for the entire team. But on the side of Hill, down with the 2-player, they lasted a very long time for Hill. Now spot out the rest of Vampires, giving a bit of a pressure on that side, just randomly giving a warning shot right now. Vampires on the other hand take a deep fight to the side of FaZe.
Oh yes, they are taking it on the face of FaZe Clan. And then nade! Oh, the support is down. FaZe Clan. Now they're feeling the wrath of Ravenclaw. They're going to come in from the other side. Ravenclaw pressure by the blue at the same. The blue is going to close up onto them. Momo gun down as well. Now down to only Mela for FaZe Clan.
Mela, can I pull the job done? Is he being shot from afar as well? I have no clue. But Victoria's been finished off by the hands of Ravenclaw. Mela down to 50% of HP. Yes, the other side of the team is shooting him down as well. He has to deal with Geek, SLATE. He can't afford to just divide his attention to a side of another team. Vampires behind him. Mela has no place to run. Cornered all around. Now Geek, SLATE finish him off as well. Oh boy. Again, FaZe in a sandwich predicament. There's no way out for Mela.
Oh yeah, that is it for Mela here. It's a confirmation there. They only managed to get 3 elimination points. Now Vampire Esports, how are they going to get out of this? Geek, SLATE, they have the advantage. They have the circle advantage. And right now, Geek, SLATE Right now, I wonder if they know that is there. Mika's focusing onto the loot, but now they do know as the Vampires was coming in.
Vampires get on one to the side of Geek's SLATE, and now that's going to be Snipes in the smoke. Still shoots, and Shrub's got it anyways. But the Blues are closing in. They don't have time. Time is not their friend here. Stucks at net. Shrubs casually just spray. He got so much on the side of Geek's SLATE, but damn good. It's just so damn good with those nades.
Oh, beautiful by damn good. He doesn't have a helmet though. Gotta be careful of the headshot, but damn good. Like what said, dependable. He'll be the one to save the rest of Geek's SLATE.
Vampire Shrubs did so much work against Geek's SLATE, but one damn good to finish them all. On the side of Hill, Flash and Gatslow still alive, playing around the field of the open field of a very dry land here. Why they're not being spotted at all, stating the obvious. And nobody actually give an eye, batting any eye to the side of Hill right now.
Not at all. Okay, they're staying put. But now, because of those shots, they do know, other teams do know where Hale Esports is at. Plus, they might need to get across the road. But no! Oh, that was a quick one there from Pombet. It eliminated the entire Box Gaming.
And Boom feels like they're having a very good momentum. Got themselves 8 eliminations by now, with Geek SLATE down to 2 players in the Blues and 4 bit with 7 eliminations. Alter Egos got themselves at 6, and they have 4 Manuel live, but spotted out by Boom. Razy trying to flush them out, giving a warning shot with those nades going into Rosemary. But can they see what's going inside? Can they see who's and where inside of this compound? The only compound right inside of the circle right now, taken over by Alter Ego, but they don't have those elevations. Boom on the other end, if not being careful, they'll be spotted out the team across them, which is going to be easy access to the other side.
Yeah, at some point Boom needs to move as well, because the zone is just right behind them, and the zone will move now. But Geek SLATE from an off angle, that's going to be a long range shot. Geek SLATE needs to move too. Geek SLATE, somehow they still managed to maintain 2 players after that big fight, and now they're trying to get more out of Boom.
Crazy spotted out from afar, but the rest of Boom just gonna rush into Alter Ego. Boom split it into 2 different angles here. One to the side of Geek, another's going indoors, and Yami May tried to work wonders with those DBS, but it worked so well this time. Fnatic prepped himself with another DBS to respawn. Tried to pick up on Octa. Pombit on the end just gonna heal himself up inside of this vehicle. Nobody spot him out, but they know those strengths. They know exactly where to shoot.
Yeah, finally. That took them a while, but at least job's done. That's most important. And they managed to get across. So great for them, but Get Slow. Oh no. He has to get across, and SLD will be waiting for him. Get Slow will be pressured by the blue. But at the same time, 7-9 is out, and that's our top 5 team.
Now, Hill slowly in shambles. So, speaking of Hill, that's going to be them placing himself at 5th place. Now, they lasted long enough with those duo. RRQ, Asa, trying to find an off angle to the side of SLD. They know for a fact that SLD is pushing in. He prepped himself the nade just to buy time for them to actually recuperate himself at the back line, but Asa is being pressured so much right now. He needs help. Can they help him? Mort and Voldemort already healed themselves up, but Alter Ego coming up from the sidelines as well. Geek SLATE on the other. PUBGM coming out on the side flanks as always. He's doing the same job as he always done. Always. Chuanji and PUBGM going as a duo, go for the flank side while the others go on the other side. But we do have another skirmish on the side of Alter Ego, taking the fight against Geek SLATE, and it's going to be Alter Ego unstoppable with 10 eliminations. They are doing it again.
Yeah, after taking out Geek SLATE, right now they'll be watching while they reset themselves. So this fight's going to be interesting. SLD Quanji goes down to but the counter fight coming from PUBGM from behind. Managed to trade it back. PUBGM pinning them down. Yes, nades they can throw onto his opponent. While Drongzin is on the high ground right now. Q, they're kind of stuck here.
They are stuck and clustered. This is not what you want to be, but they have no other choice. But Rosemary coming from behind, but PUBGM with 1 nade finish them all. That's 1 nade to rule the entirety of RQ. But SLD, they don't have time to reset. Chuanji is too low right now, but he needs to be healing himself up. But Alter Ego already surrounded all corners possible. Rosemary on the furthest flank away, and Chuanji spotted him out. But the thing is, they don't have enough men. So many utilities being tossed over the other side. But Rosemary Potato, a bit of a trade done, but down to last player, Chuanji. Can he do this for the entire team? Spot out Rosemary. Rosemary going in for the rush. He tries to go for the clash, but here comes Alter Ego done it again.
Alter Ego it is, ladies and gentlemen, taking home this chicken dinner. And it's taken away from SLD, but nevertheless, if you gotta think about it, SLD, they are still consistent.
Same goes for Alter Ego here. I mean, like these two names, SLD and Alter Ego, the name that has been repetitively shouted over by us and has been giving their banners out there multiple times in a day. Double chicken for SLD before, and Alter Ego want to show, you know what, we can score a double on a different map this time. How about that?
Yeah, Alter Ego again doing well, and I think they got themselves like what, at least 15 eliminations or something like that. So another good haul of elimination points for Alter Ego. And
Rosemary.
who else? The Beast Mary, the MVP.
What a player. I have to say, this is my personal favorite. I have a feeling this is going to be one of the best player in PMSL right now. Rosemary, as always, delivers 1,000 over damage with 6 eliminations, but you have to give it to the team. This time I feel like Alter Ego really worked as cohesive as ever as a team.
Yeah, it was very smart of Rosemary. Think about it. He was the only one that went outside the circle, on the other side of the road, in fact, get that off angle against SLD, and because of that, that kind of like SLD down, clubbed them up together, and allowing the rest of Alter Ego to just push in, clear out the rest of SLD. So it was because of his move that kind of opened up that moment to get that chicken dinner secured. Yes, Alter Ego had this circle secured, but to wrap things up, it has to be opened up by Rosemary.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the risk taker I mentioned before, and that's such a big impact for the entire team. Alter Ego, I'm not sure how much elimination they had, but they were definitely dominating just now. There's quite a lot of teams down there realize, you know what, we need to get more aggressive, because Alter Ego just nowhere near about slowing down. Speaking of Boom, Boom today has been very consistent as well, aside from SLD. Boom and Alter Ego feels like they are in a race between these two teams. Both are super aggressive. We know for a fact they cannot sit quietly. But here, since last Erangel and this Miramar, it feels a bit odd for them. I feel like a bit awkward because they've been picked off a bit early one by one.
Yeah, it feels like in general the Thai teams facing that similar Hill looking obvious that that's happening to them as well, because yeah, we can see that they lose fights early on. Like, okay, in this situation it was the Xavier that they lost the first players very early, and it's hard if you only have players. Yeah, what you mentioned before, yes, if you have like 2 players or 1 player, you can kind of slide into it and try to get placement points, but we all know the value of placement points, but it's not as much as previous seasons because of the new format. So in case, if you're down to 2 players only and you depend only on placement points for that round, it's
just insane today. I mean, like, stellar performance coming out from Alter Ego. Scored themselves. Whenever they score those chicken, their numbers is just so big. We're talking about the rest of the team is nowhere near double digit, and they are the only one that actually can score one. 13 eliminations just by these teams. They all 4 were alive till the end of it. Geek SLATE on there, then this is a huge leap of faith here. We're talking about Geek have been very quiet the entire day. You got in your prediction, they scored themselves second place this time with 9 eliminations. Just shows how aggressive they want to get in Miramar. They're more comfortable in Miramar, but Boom and SLD, these 2 teams, including Alter Ego, these 3 teams right now, the most consistent team in day number 1.
Yeah, I'm getting multiple number 2s now with my predictions, so I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but hey, at least if you can be consistent out there like SLD, why not, right? So just keep it up. SLD with this level of consistency, ooh, they might lose that number 1 spot, but it's okay if they can continue on consistent. Then it's more of like who gets the race at the other at the end of the line. But Alter Ego, yeah, expected number 1, but hail Esports because of their performance from number 10.
I can see the race between SLD and Alter Ego. Alter Ego is like, okay, we give you the taste of the throne for a bit, just 1 or 2 maps, but we're gonna take it back now. That's what Alter Ego is giving away with this kind of performance. But PERSIJA EVOS has been very consistent so far, still staying at number 3. But where do a Boom stand? Right now they're climbing up the first page at 8th place. I'm not surprised by end of today they can actually make it up to the top 5.
Yeah, I mean they are slowly but surely doing it, right? Yeah, some interesting or not so interesting rounds, but when they do pop up, they do pop up well. And Yummy up there as one of the top performers of Miramar. 3 eliminations for him. It's been a while since we last saw him, but look at the gap between Rosemary and everyone else. The amount of damage and so on and so forth. Rosemary, Rose Carey.
Beast Mary. At this point, he's a beast. He's no more human being. He's a different species entirely. But on the side of the flags, getting themselves the chickens today is going to be Alter Ego, double SLD 7 and Alter Ego again. Now, can we do have 7-9 to close up, just to make sure we have the numbers right for each team getting themselves 2 chickens for those actually displayed themselves here? That'd be great. But I have a feeling Geek SLATE is a better Malaysian team when it comes to Miramar at this stage right now.
Yeah, if you remember back in the day, PMPL season, I believe we always called Damroot as the king of Miramar. Back in the day, I still remember that. So looking good, looking good. They definitely know how to play this very well. It's just a matter of how far they can push because the competition is tight. As we can see, a lot of teams doing very well. But overall, the points gathered by is the best, and as compared to the entire days. Looking good, looking good. But we can't. Okay, I want to put out another thought here, right? So now we have Indonesia, we have Malaysia, we have Vietnam on the flags. We can get a tie. Then it will be the first time in every possible way that we will get different regions in a city. Just putting it out there.
But so far the ties have not been very active. I have to say they tried. We can see that everyone's trying. Definitely nobody's want to be at the losing side. But it's just they're being caught way too early. If you notice, a lot of the Thai teams, even Vampires, I mean Vampires lasted long enough. FaZe example there, they're being surprisingly finished off one of the first few. Always is usually 1 by 1. Same goes for Hill. It's not like the entire team being decimated in an instant. We're talking about they're being picked off every single way they try to navigate themselves in the circle. They're just being plucked 1 by 1. So I'm not sure what's happening when it comes to team comps of the time, but definitely today has been the greatest day for the Vietnam plus the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an awesome day for them, and let's see if that separation will happen. If maybe another Vietnamese team, or maybe even SE, or even Alter Ego gets the final chicken dinner, then they can declare themselves as king of the number 1. Putting aside like the points, just look at the chicken. You can declare yourself as number 1. But if between those two teams, if they chicken dinner, it's very likely as well that they will be number 1 after this final. But if you think about it, it doesn't matter what placement you are in day 1. It matters what placement you are by the final game, and that is what is most important for all these teams, including the Q.
Yeah, the start is good for the morale boost and plus for them to setting the tone for the entire tournament. But how you finish is the most important part here, because you do know for a fact anything can happen in PUBG Mobile. That's the beauty of PUBG Mobile, right? You can never know until the end of the day or the end of the tournament. Yup, everybody can take a bit of a... that's why we ask and we have this question. Is it a bit too early by saying these guys are the most powerful team right now? Because it's the first day. We do know when it comes to PUBG Mobile, everything can change in the second and third day.
Yeah, it's like how we say about the Thai teams inside of after the league is done, and with everyone, not gonna fault everyone, but not gonna lie, right? Like, Thai teams, they're superb in the league, and if I wouldn't be surprised, I would be surprised if anyone says that, oh no, Thai team's not gonna win this. Yeah, Thai teams, they are tipped to win this. After restarting this tournament in the grand finals, we see a very different Thai showing. So I don't know. This is where I would really like to hear from one of the representatives from any of the Thai teams. Well, besides Bigetron, because they're kind of okay. But like Hale, if we can get 2 interviews at the same time, right? Make it like Hale and FaZe Clan. I think that'll be great. I want to hear from the both of them.
For me personally, I feel like it's a different issue entirely. Like, these guys have been going at it for 3 weeks long. There's no way they did not know the back and the front of every strategy that is for every single region now. It's all down to who adapt faster and who learns better and who can soak all the knowledge like a sponge and just apply it in the grand finals. I don't think that the tie is going the performance is going downwards, but it's just all the other teams are better and they start to counter the strategy of all the other regions, including the ties. And speaking of which, the Indonesians and the Vietnam will be one of the first few to go aggressive and taking their best lineup here with their best performance, going all out and trying to just stretch the gap as much as they can since the first day. And that's already a good mindset. That's the mindset of a winner there. Every single round matter, no matter how early into the tournament it is. They know it's important to have the lead.
And I noticed that Lamborghini is still absent, so probably for sure right now that he's going to take the break for the rest of the day. He only played 2 games today, so yeah, maybe he'll be looking to reflect on himself for tomorrow again. FaZe Clan, I mean, it's a tough day for them. We've seen better out of FaZe Clan. Yes, there were good moments, but because like what you said, all the other teams, they are starting to really rise up, like SLD, continuing the momentum from week number 3 onto the grand finals. So there will be tough competition here, I think. Right, okay, I wouldn't want to say like SLD would win at this point because we're still kind of early, but I would like to see, now that SLD is up there and some of the Indonesian teams are up there, right, I want to see if there's a team like from Page 2 can really put up a surprise and all of a sudden just zooms out to a top finish, at least by the end of tomorrow. And let's make the final day interesting with as many teams as possible to be able to get the number 1.
I have a feeling that's gonna happen tomorrow. I mean, like, by the end of this last map, yep, that's possibly still can be happening, but a lot of a change will be done by tomorrow. I'm not sure who, but definitely it's gonna be coming up from second Page team. I just hope those coming out at the bottom. We're talking about BTR, we're talking about who else down there, Geek, SLATE, all the teams that used to be one of the best out there. DX example, just coming back into the game and giving such just giving them a the run for the money for the top teams right now. But at the same time, we're talking about the gap here. If they don't try to close up as fast as they can for the gap, it's gonna be a tough one for those actually on the second page, because the teams that are actually up there are the ones that are actually not having that much of initial bonus point before in the league. They're catching up easily just within a day.
Yeah, you're right. I think SLD is a good example because like the initial bonus point that much, but now they are up there, and it just shows that it just takes a couple, because the bonus points, the points, they weren't too far of a gap between the teams, so it allows a lot of opportunity for just teams to like, okay, one round, another round, and they will all catch up there, and that is great to see, like some of the teams really stepping it up instead of the cliche story of like, oh, you got a lot of bonus points, oh, you will be up there naturally. Nope, we'd like to see those comeback rounds and coming back from the lowest points as well.
Yep, the only condition for them to actually do that, just not having too much of a gap between the teams. Speaking of the overall rankings, I just hope the gap is not too big for them to catch up again. Even though by the end of the day, somebody have to place the last place, right? Somebody have to be the number 1. And there's a lot of teams who will be in the middle bracket, but I just wish the gap is not that big.
Yeah, looking at you, VOIN, don't make the gap that big. Try to do something good this time and at least do close up the gap. Don't allow those top teams to continue to gather points. If not, we might see like the last few rounds in the tournament might not mean that much anymore. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully we can see it until the last game. Speaking about the last game, let's head on to it right now.
Flying into the last map of today, we're back in Miramar. How fast time flies as we just finished and wrapping things up in our grand finals here of day number 1 of all 3 days. and we're almost at the end of day number one. Yeah, that means like what, 12 more maps to go after we're done for today. But this time the flight path is flying right on top of Minas Generalis up to the side of Trailer Park, a bit favoring on the northern side for the flight path. But hey, it's still kind of in the center, so it's reachable for the players. They can find themselves vehicles if they want to go down to Valdemar. But at the same time, they have to be aware of the circle. They have to know for a fact if their checkpoint and their initial drop spots is just too far from the circle, might not the best case there for them to actually extend themselves to be in the first drop spot anyways.
But not much of a choice for them because we only know the circle when everyone drops out of the plane. At least now we know that there's some that Bacon Time they took Chumacera. I'm looking at Bacon Time. Okay. Oh, it wasn't Bacon Time, it was Box Gaming, sorry. So Box Gaming takes Chumacera, DVD, and they'll be happy that they made that choice because the circle is somewhere there. Picado in the middle of the circle, FaZe Clan's there, they'll be happy with the compounds. They're chilling there for now. Now it's going to be the challenge of other teams of which area do they want to take. So you can say that if it's from the middle, coming from the top, then probably the area, the high grounds around Power Grid will be great. Just that they need to be aware that there's another team that take that high ground as a starting point, just to gather information of other rotation.
And speaking, I feel like it's going to be a Chumacera circle, so I assume there's going to be a lot of teams trying to get on Chumacera Mountains, just beside its town. So there will be some teams that want to go for the low grounds as well. I think we had this sort of a circle before, and the circle ended up right nearby Chumacera town, where it's going to be on the low grounds instead of the high grounds. We're going to have to wait and see first. Bacon Time, on the other hand, having a bit of exchange with DX. Now, am I the only person that noticed that DX is always the team, one of a few teams that actually start the early engagement once we drop from the flight path on almost every map?
Let's see if your point is correct at this time. So far we can see Xavier, they drop, they loot, but they're not like really fighting yet. And you gotta think about it, inside of that compound that they always share in Miramar, and I want to know, it's for the most part they don't really engage, and I think that it's because there's enough exit points and they kind of like split between half. Yes, we do see Bacon Time keeping eye on the Xavier, but we don't really see Xavier like, rush and really want to take over the entire place. No, normally they would loot and they would exit. Maybe this time it would change because yeah, they're still taking their time. But is it going to be worth it? Maybe not, because of the circle. They still have a better exit anyway, so might as well they do that. Unless somehow at the back of the mind they just want to play that half gatekeeping role against Bacon Time, and might go that side.
I mean, like, why not? It's all about those eliminations these days, and that's opportunity presented itself as obstacle for these players and teams. But so far, no first contact from any of the teams. A bit quiet when it comes to the last Miramar this time. For side of Boom, they are very segregated, but still in the same compound whatsoever, but just within reach if they need any extra help. We haven't seen a lot of Yummy today, and they are situation where he need to clutch a 1v2 or 1v3 for those DBS. It didn't work out quite right for him. It's not, feels like he's not in his peak form today on the side of Boom, especially Yummy as a player. But I have to say that I have a feeling Rosemary can actually make it for one of the best players in South Asia just by this PMSL.
Actually, that's quite true. If you gotta think about it, his closest competition, Mela and Tony K. Yeah, they are not really performing, so and of course that's reflective of the overall team's performance. But Alter Ego is like now. Rosemary has been amazing, so maybe he could steal away that one spot, maybe top eliminator, maybe even the overall MVP for PMSL. So he could be a surprise to take down those big names that have been around for a while.
I mean, like, we need new names down there. I wouldn't mind if it's Okta too. I mean, Okta has been rising up the occasion when it comes to the final week and in the grand finals. I love how he's been stepping up so much and have been, you know, progressing so much in terms of his growth throughout the entirety of PMSL. We can see a lot of good players which nowhere near under the spotlight before. right? Nobody actually screams like everybody when you know Indonesia is always going to be BTR, and these days it's going to be when it first it was VOIN. Nobody trying to mention as much as LT Ego, and the same goes for Boom, but they have one of the best play in this league right now. I mean, like, that's my take. Everybody have their own opinions, right? Instead of Empires, now you put a lot of star player in this lineup. We have Ravenglaw and Straps playing, Tony K and Nuzi as well. And Nuzi definitely have a change of role after he enters into Vampires, coming from Infinity back then. It was a different role entirely, but it's doing okay. But we didn't get him to be the best of his performance like how he used to be.
Yeah, it's because of the role swap, right? So, but whenever he's needed, his needs are still on point, so he definitely still has it. But because of the role swap, he has to take a backseat, and he has to play with the team dynamics. So, I think it's still okay for him. But of course, overall, as a team, Vampire can do a lot more. What we see here, the gap now between Vampire and #1 spot is almost double by now, almost there. And by this round, it could be the case. Will we say it's Nuzi really taking a backseat? The thing, maybe not, but it's also like he's just fitting into the team composition. Would he like to be in the front? Well, I wish they have an interview with him to ask that question. But I think for him to respect, put himself as a support role, considering that his multiple FVP, I think I have a lot of respect for Nuzi for doing that.
Well, you know, sometimes it's the question about, yeah, the player is great if he can fit all the role perfectly and be flexible, but isn't it better to actually put the player at his best role or his full potential out there? So that's what I'm thinking about Nuzi in that composition. But hey, you cannot deny the fact that Vampire is still strong with Nuzi playing a support role all the flanks, because he delivers still. But is it that's his best position? That's the thing that's running on into my mind. But instead of Alter Ego, we can see every single player actually do have a different role here. Rosemary and Octa do play such a big part in getting the pillar for the team, and it's always a start, and Rosemary is the one actually initiating this domino effect into Alter Ego. Just everybody just start to step up the game after Rosemary Hucker in the first few weeks of the league. Then Octa realized, you know what, I want to be part of it too. I want to follow your momentum. And slowly the rest, Potato and Fnatic, just supporting them from behind, giving them support fire all day long. When they split into two different duos, just worked wonderfully well for Altigo. I mean, like, I wouldn't touch this lineup for now. But on the side of Boom, it's always yummy, right? So we want to see somebody else to try to pop their names out there. But the circle shrinks again. Will it be Lost Leonis? I hope not. But if it's Chumasira, I'll take that. But no way.
Not too much at all. Now, Lost Learners has a possibility, but Rosemary, ooh, from an MVP performance to getting eliminated first. So first blood will be given to RRQ, and without Rosemary, I think Alter Ego will be to Octa to step up the game.
Why not towards Fnatic and Potato too, because they can actually pull it out as well. For RRQ, it has been quiet. I was hoping RRQ to be extra. A bit extra of their performance and their spiciness when it comes to Erangel, because I love Erangel so much. When it comes to SMB or even the odd angles and the high grounds in Erangel, he can pull it so well. But right now, RQ, they're playing in Marama. This is not one of their greatest maps, but they can use it well because Asa is one of a unique tinker for the team. The way he chooses his place is a bit different if you compare with all the other teams out there and all the other players. BTR on the other hand, Janforce today has been remarkable. He just put out so much effort, and he plays like his best today. I think like this is the best of Janforce I'm witnessing for today.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Janforce definitely has been popping up. If only we can see the same momentum from the rest of the team, and BTR can come out of that the bottom spot right now, number 15. BTR, an awkward spot for BTR to be in. I'm at the point that I don't really know what's up with BTR. So if we do get an interview with BTR, I think that would be a valid question to ask them. But Gemforce, hopefully he's definitely being a good example for BTR, and hopefully the other team really follow through.
Oh, BTR. We saw their rise and we're witnessing their fall. They were good days for BTR when the twins were in there. Now they're separated into PERSIJA EVOS. Just a different team entirely, but this coming up from Liquid. FaZe taken down. It's going to be Victorious on his knees. Boom taking on SLD. Gosu. We haven't seen the best of Gosu today, but they are working out quite well for a team. Our PUBG is one of their main factors sort of SLD. Alter Ego Octa knocked down on one. Krong's in, trying to see if he can actually spot out Hex has been knocked down early on to finish off the job. But Trongzin couldn't spot him out due to the uneven plane of the terrain itself. And the Blues start to close in here.
Ooh, but SLD still wanting to go in for these elimination points. Okay. Very, very confident to be outside. Yes, we're still stage 2, but still a little bit of a risk there in case anyone gets knocked down. Trying to circle around Boom. They'll be happy they can take them out because efforts there being put up by SLD. Parjin long range, but Hexas is closer to him. Now he try to flush Hexas out.
Here comes the circle again. Please not Los Leones. I'm hoping for that to happen. But if it's going to be on the outskirts of Los Leones, it's still going to be a tough one due to the open street down there and how open it is for everybody to access to it too. Now on the side of SLD, they're having a bit of a rough start. Same goes for Boom. Coming out from the northern side. Both teams are losing towards the blue zone. And nobody will stay alive if this keeps going on. Haxa spot himself a Dacia. Gonna hop into it. Alter Ego on the other hand, just barely make it into Los Leones. It's safe and sound for now. But there are so many teams across the street. VOIN is there. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance just across them as well.
Oh yeah. So crossing the road is always really tough. But so far they are in the circle, so it might take some time. But when that time arrives, that's where we see a lot of good action. We might see the good action happening inside of Los Angeles, especially if it moves away as what you wish. And we do have inside of here VOIN, Geek, SLATE, we have Yoodo Alliance as well. But for teams on the outside still need to come in. It's going to be RRQ. They seem to be interested to take this round away from Vampire.
A bit hesitant. This is the thing about Warehouse. There's no windows to see through. You have to step out from your comfort zone, see from the two entry, the in and out of that warehouse to see what's going on inside. But the thing is, you're being greeted around the corners by DBS. That's done. For RRQ, I hope they don't make the mistake by rushing in here, but if they can make a successful flush, it's going to be a big one, because this is Vampires we're talking about. And Nuzi already prepared himself those DBS. Prep up the nade. Same goes for Nepeko. He saw that coming. He's just going to move himself slightly away from it. Here comes the DBS. First coming out from Nepeko. He's faster than the side of Nuzi just now.
Oh yeah, Nuzi down right now. And it's going to be hard for his teammates to pick him up. They must win this fight before they do so. But Asa's going to come in from the other side. Ravenclaw with the DBS of his own. But it's the truck that will stop Ravenclaw from coming out.
Tony K on the ground. Mott trying to just get another 1-to-1 trade. Ravenclaw is a DBS warehouse fight. What do you mean Super League? Is a shotgun league and SLD. No, wait, SLD. Back to a side of RRQ. They're winning over Vampires. That's a huge flush, but can they reset themselves on time? Because FaZe Mela, we're talking about Mela, one of the top Terminator in this entire tournament. Eyeing out for those kills, is hungry for more, is thirsty for any sort of a blood going in. But the rest of FaZe, they're having themselves a bit of a discipline. And this gives a lot of space for the rest of RRQ to reset. And they can actually go for another round.
Okay, but this is another round between SL and Boom Esports. Played by the edge of the circle this time. Circle likely to move away from two teams. And yes, it will. It's on the open area as what you wish. That means that this fight must end at some point.
Boom and SLD sharing the same compound, sharing the same building. Pombek shredded almost his helmet and Hexas with his DBS. But SLD losing a lot of men, and while the rest of them trying to save is a bit too late now. Having a bit of a U-turn, cancel their initial response before. Chuanji and the rest of SLD have to leave by and just leave Gosu back in the lobby for now. As PUBG tried to take the lead with Nax fight. They barely make it into the Los Leones side of a circle, but we do have a different side of a circle, southern part. But Bacon just put out Mika straight in the line of sight.
Wow, that was close. I mean, his life wasn't that much when the gunshot was open onto him. And better count his lucky stars there. Between Boom and SLD, they're not done well yet with each other. Still on the outside circle, but they have one member of SLD inside of it. The nade will be tossed out by Trongzin. Does connect, but not knocking down anyone just yet. Yummy needs to retreat.
He did actually go for a bit of a retreat there. Yummy just responded so much with those nades as well. Trongzin, on the other hand, valiantly just taking the smokes by his hands, and it's not working out quite right with those DBS working. Even though it's the biggest map there is, still going to be the DBS plays here. Yummy just arrived. PERSIJA play around the deep area. Does the side over heels here. Nobody's put him out. This is super smart coming up from PERSIJA. Ingenious.
Yeah, definitely going to stay there for a while now that he is the only player left for SLD. Try to slowly slide into the circle next. But speaking about slowly sliding into the circle, Deb, maybe looks like he spent a little bit too much time on the blue, got knocked down by it. Bacon time not going to wait more time. They're going to try to get more elimination points. Hopefully it's going to be 7-9, but nope, not interested. 7-9 still on the outside, but they need the road, and look at the amount of teams on the other side for 7-9.
Bye for Bacon time. They're going towards the side of DX now. They are running away from 7-9, but they might actually fighting against DX next. REGUM and FaZe having this sort of a very nearby neighborhood between these two teams here, with the most attracting so much attention. Geek taking up PERSIJA EVOS as a start. Here comes the contact. Links on the ground, damn good, rushing straight into being the front line. Snipes giving the support fire at the back line. I'm not sure where are the rest of them, but Mika as well as Stuxnet is splitting themselves into 2-2 formation right now. Two different fights they're going into it. While they are fighting against PERSIJA EVOS, there's another team nearby as well. And so for REGUM, nobody spotted out PERSIJA just yet. That's the last play of SLD.
Lucky for PUBGM because of that. That kind of like gives him cover from RRQ, so it's okay for now. And plus RRQ distracted by FaZe Clan. On the other side we have Boom, Yummy down on his knees. Asa wants to secure that point for RRQ, but let's see if he can do it before the zone closes in onto them, as now we'll see the zone moves away for sure. But before that, focus onto FaZe Clan and RRQ right now.
Asa wants to go in. Spot out Onzen. Onzen with a rifle. Asa wants to toss over the nade just now. Cancel it out. Here comes the shotguns. Mormon got pinned down first with the spray coming from Asa. Here comes the opening. He needs to get another one to make sure he can go for the push, because they are lacking in terms of men. They need it to be against the odds. Sorry, they have to have the odds, but Mott knocked down instead with Mela tossing the nade right on top. Voldemort couldn't get the off angle. They tried to have a bit of a visual, but couldn't possibly do it. Asa don't even reload his magazines just now. Now Onzens and the rest of FaZe taking this willingly. It was so important for Voldemort to go for the flank just now, the off angles, but he couldn't see through those mountains.
Yeah, Asa was hoping that the smoke would have bought him time, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. Voldemort casually getting this elimination point. Thank you so much, he says, and he still managed to get inside the circle. But the only thing is that RRQ only left with Voldemort. Now we move back out onto the right side of the circle, whereby teams from inside Lost Learner are starting to come out.
Mela goes straight into RRQ as well. Voldemort greeted them open armed with those sprays, but they park right next to the monster truck. Go ring around Rose, and that's it. That's the loss of REGUM. FaZe winning over again with quite a number of eliminations. Right now they are dominating for FaZe. And 5 eliminations the moment we mentioned that they got shot from afar. It's going to be coming up from a set of SLD, but Hill and VOIN is going to be next with Geek right around the corner, waiting for opportunity to take a side as a third party.
Ooh, we have another team eliminated. It's going to be FaZe Clan. Another Thai team out. Now it's down to Bacon time and Hill Esports waving the Thai flag here in this round. Let's see if they can actually do the back. VOIN surrounded by multiple teams, and it's not good news that fact that they have 2 players.
They kind of sandwich themselves in between the teams here for VOIN. I'm not sure how for them to get out from there, because we're talking about alter ego around there. Even Geek SLATE, there's like 3 or 4 teams surrounding sort of VOIN. BTR, they're on the northern side of the circle. If they have to cross the street, it's going to be another problem. But so far, it's going to be safe for them. They're taking themselves quite a number of the control of the circle for now. But the thing is, can they defend and hold their ground? Boom across them, spotted out PERSIJA. They saw the smoke just now. There's only one player of SLD still remain, but he's still surviving so well, so good. Just so smart of PERSIJA. They're picking off angle situation, but it being spotted out. Satar being shot from afar. Is it PERSIJA or different teams entirely?
Oh, it's PERSIJA, and no longer PERSIJA, as he was pressured by the blue
Alter
anyway.
Ego.
But anyway,
Who was Alter Ego taken away?
oh yeah, it was still okay. So Alter Ego will be glad that happened, and now they can extend their lead up. SLD, no chance of a chicken dinner this time. And now Box Gaming, D Xavier, let's go.
Box having a bit of a CQC with those nades in a very open field here. Both exchanging and trading with those nades. Lavi realizes this is too much. I'm just gonna leave Shunos behind. Shunos, you deal with this. He can deal with it. A bit of a trading done, but at the same time, it's just too much of DX players outnumbered the rest of Box Gaming. And there you go. It's down to only Lavi on the side of Box. And his big pressure left, right, and center. He flee for a bit to the side of back line. But at the same time, there's nowhere else for him to hide.
Yeah, he's gonna go right now. I mean, if he backs out of this, it's gonna be an open area for Levy. And D Xavier, it's a matter of time till they got it. And there you have it. D Xavier secures their point, and it's gonna be for elimination now. Box Gaming without a single point in this round.
Alter Ego still have a 3. They're still standing strong at number 1, but the next contender is going to be PERSIJA EVOS. But can they close the gap here? Within just one map to have more than 20 points in this one particular map. Sam9 taking an eye out to the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Geek will actually greet Hill in their compound. Snipes coming up from the back line. Stuxnet as the front line. The others giving support fire. They greeted them with these nades. Tiger and the rest of Hill just going to keep tossing those nades until they run dry. Stuxnet couldn't even reply. Flash got him on his knees. Snipes want to toss another, but I didn't know the angle. But Sky just pick out and start to spray. But Snipes dropping the nade in the nick of time.
Oh, that allows Mika to come and move in. But Mika immediately gunned down as the arrives. Right now, Hill Esports, they're trading it back with Geek, SLATE, and Snipes is still M249. Beautifully done indeed. But the rest of Hill Esports, they're still on the inside. Good on the other side as well. Both of these teams on the outside of zone. Flash, we need to find the rest of Geeks. Exactly where Snipes is at, but the moment he steps out, he will be shot down by Stuxnet. The Stuxnet focus taking up the mantle to save damn good as Snipes will be gunned down. Stuxnet needs to do it fast.
Oh, Geek, SLATE, they're being hammered by 2 teams at the same time. Hill and Yoodo Alliance from above them. And that's done. Geek, they didn't know that Yoodo Alliance right on top of him, but for the next one, Yoodo Alliance is aiming for the side of Hill. Gasler, the moment he picks out you, it's going to be a headshot. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, approaching the side of Sam9. They do have bacon time on the other hand. I'm not sure if they know any clue about the other teams across them, but Sam9 being spotted out by PERSIJA EVOS, now being finished off straight away. Low Usti got himself a shack. Well, Prime Putra just taking the barricade over this monster struck, and that's it. Nothing else to just cover himself with. PERSIJA EVOS spotted out Touch, which is going to be coming up from bacon time. They have Yoodo Alliance across there as well. Southern side is just overcrowded right now of the circle.
3 Touch waiting for Zuxi to pop his head. But Zuxi there too. Okay, let's see who will do the business. Oh, it's onto Armstar. So he doesn't know that 3 Touch is there. 3 Touch couldn't find a good angle, but Armstar now calling up for help. Finally he gets it.
He doesn't need a good place to hide. He just need a good angle to shoot for Touch. Here comes the finishing touch. Coming out with those nades. Boom, 1 go. Just left with 10% of HP for Zuxi right now. Touch dropping another nade. Might a 2 discount in 1. He got another, almost got legs, but I finished off Zuxi at the same time. Touch will be having those grenade elimination, but Luxy wants a bit of a damage control of that. Armstar will have to pay for the blood as well. A blood for a blood. Now back to the side of Luxy. Tossing out those molly. He knows exactly where Touch is. Here comes burning off and bacon time. Touch down next. Leave with only 1 last player remaining on the side of bacon time.
But they gotta pick themselves up quickly because we a couple of other teams as well close by. We got Sam9 Putra, we got D Xavier, who will be happy with the mop-up clue. These are focusing on to get into the circle first before they do that Alter Ego against Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance trying to go for the flash. Fnatic and Potato. Octa very low HP right now. Look at the nades being prepped up. They are just clearing off the corner. They know the corner. Potato's down. Luke with the M4 trying to find the shots. But Octa prepared himself with those DBS. Yummy is just next to them. Look at how Yummy just angled out for those nades. They're being hammed down again. Alter Ego rushed two ways by two teams at the same time. Fnatic holding the stack is by himself, but couldn't hold on much longer. While Octa tried to reset his teammate Potato. But those nades! Canny and Flex just smashed them into smithereens.
Oh, nicely placed, but now they need to face up against Boom on the lower ground. Boom, however, will be pressured by the... They're trying to get into the zone, but they need to fight. Now Hill Esports as well as duking out with each other. Lapa tries to win this fight, but loses to a DBS.
Hill still got himself quite a number of eliminations just now, but on the side of Boom, they're not done with Yoodo Alliance. BT are now marching into the party as well. We're down to only 7 teams, and with Boom prepare themselves with those DBS again. It's just going to be DBS all day long, even though it's Mirama here. With Yoodo Alliance trying to reset themselves, Yummy is just one corner away. He got it. He secures those kills. And Canny next will be the next victim here. Both left, right, and center. He's been closed into a corner, but he fights back. Can he still have the fight in him? Well, he's trying to just bear it out, clutching against 2 players of Boom, but they're not giving him any sort of a space at all.
Not at all. They're pressuring him move up to the 2nd floor, and now Candy will defend this all alone. At the same time, the circle moved away, but finally, as always, it's going to be the PS gameplay, and it's going to be none other than Razy, none other than Yummy. Yeah, that's a confirmation. Yummy to take it up with the DBS. That is it for Yoodo Alliance. 4 teams left, and now Hill and D-Xavier will need to fight.
Welcome back, Yummy, in the grand final. It's been a while we saw you being under the spotlight ever. But on the side of Hill, it's not done and dusted. They were quite early executed in the last map of Miramar. This time they are on the top 5. Leaving with only 3 players left. DX, on the other hand, they have a full squad still. And they can actually charge into a sort of hill if they want to. But BTR, they'll be the 3rd party in if they happen to fight first between DX and Hill.
Oh yeah, these ain't fair do it this time around, but they need to wrap things up. Right now, Hill is not gonna push the team though. Rap is at the forefront. Hill has 3 players, and we got teams on the other side of the road, so they don't need to be worried about that first. They need to be worried about Hill in front. They need to finish this fight as the circle might not favor them next.
10 eliminations by now for the side of DX. Speaking of DX, this is the DX we know back then. They're waking up from the slumber and now going in on the beast mode. Hunting over for the side of Hill. Well, Hill, they cannot be complacent. They cannot feel comfortable here because they're just too close of a distance between the teams out there. Boom have to cross the street, saying this for BTR. But it's down to who will be favored by the next circle. If the circle happens to be on the northern side, good luck crossing. But there's no more circle left. Like it or not, they have to battle and duke it out in the open street.
Oh yeah, because it happened so fast this round, we almost forgot that we're at stage 9. And Sky only down by Frankie. Let's say it's going to be an opening for D-Xavier. Now we got the zone is coming in with the 2 knockdowns. That should be opening enough. But get slow. We'll get some.
He's getting T-Duck. DX Rabies is also knocked down, but Boom firing on the side of Hill. They didn't see this one coming. Razy taking a fight against DX at the same time. DX being charged 2 different angles at the same time. Living with only 12 to clutch this one out. But BTR, 10 Force cooking up the nade, and that's done. DX bowing out 10 eliminations, and they have to place themselves at 4. But all these are double digit, including BTR. Sorry, even on the side of Boom, they got himself 11 eliminations here. Yummy trying to bring back the glory of the side of Boom, coming in very dry with his magazines, running low, but he have to be knocked down first. And BTR finally back in this tournament, coming in the first day at the last map.
It's been forever since we last saw BTR getting a chicken dinner. And what a time for it to come. The last game of day number 1. Let's rope them up. probably to page number 1. But BTR, this is needed. This is maybe the comeback moment. We don't know yet. But good that they ended the day with a chicken dinner. Go home with a good feeling.
I mean, I've been waiting Genforce to be the MVP of the day since the last map here. He's been putting so much work for the entire team. He played so remarkably well. What a formidable player coming out from Genforce. He's deserving as his MVP, even though his damage didn't tally up with his eliminations. But he did so much. There's so much knockdown coming out from Genforce, but he just couldn't finish it. He doesn't have enough support because every single time he fights, it's either him being alone or the rest of the team being knocked down already. But on the side of Boom, I think Boom, DX, same as Hill, each of these teams do have the double-digit numbers up there. The minimum is going to be 10, but last time we saw Hill or Boom, it was 11.
Yeah, so they probably got like 13 maybe because there were 2 players left. Okay. We gotta tabulate out the scores, right? Because this round is just insane. Like there was a lot happening in this round. Anyway, Hill Esports finally not missing out on the watch, doing decently well this time. I believe it was because of the eliminations collected. Again, we'll need to look at the scores later on just to be sure how many elimination points did they get. But because they're up there and not in the top 3, so top 3 or top 2, so meaning that it's pretty decent amount of eliminations as well, just to that second spot.
But how about BTR coming up from 15th place? This is definitely going to be a huge lead for them, getting those chickens, and this is going to be pushed up when it comes to overall ranking. Like you mentioned, they needed this. BTR was desperate for this chicken. They need a bit of a win sometimes, because they have been smashed into the wall for the last couple of weeks here, and finally got themselves a bit of a momentum, and it's a good start. Hopefully it will drag this. They will drag with this momentum until tomorrow. I just hope it doesn't disappear just today and that's it. I don't want it to be a one-shot thing. But for Genforce, I mean, like, he's definitely got a lot of fight in him. Yeah, this is just, if only they have those same spirit as Genforce for the entire line of BTR, they definitely will have a comeback. But when you talked about double digit, I did mention about DX, Hill and Boom. Boom got themselves 11 eliminations. They didn't even place first just now. BTR, even though they got themselves chicken, but they pushed down to 3rd place.
Yeah, I think this is the lowest chicken dinner ranking that we've seen so far. We have seen a good number of number 2s, but it's the first time I believe that we see a number 3. But that's okay. At the end of the day, good feels for the BTR camp, but even better feel for Boom because, well, 17 eliminations, 17 points in total, great for them. And this time around, last we saw VOIN, they went at number 16 with only 1 point. Yeah, I mean, they were eliminated early on, so it's a day for VOIN overall.
Yep, but I mean, like, finally you got your predictions.
Oh, yeah!
By the end of today. Congratulations,
Wow.
SoundCloud. But when it comes to the overall ranking, it's just 5 points apart. Now, Alter Ego and SLD, I'm loving the gap between them. It's just so close. But coming up from the 3rd place, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Boom have a lot of work to do. Where do BTR stand? That's going to be a lot of a jump. Coming up from 15th place before, now jumping up to 11th place. Can they come back on the first page here for BTR by tomorrow?
Yeah, 12 games ago, it could still happen. So looking forward to see tomorrow, especially whether the top teams can still hold on to it, because the gap will close with this kind of performance from teams on page number 2. Alter Ego, SLD, not be complacent. But Alter Ego overall, obviously they're doing well. That's why they're up there. 85, 5 points difference gap with SLD. But then you see a 14-point gap between SLD and PERSIJA EVOS. But with 12 games to go, you know, they can be caught up too.
The only team that the only team that have chicken on 2nd page is going to be Sem9 BTR for now. But Rosemary, oh boy, he is chasing for the season MVP. I mean, like, for me personally, he's already won himself a Choo Bass MVP award for the entire PMSL. I'm totally going to give it up to Rosemary. But for the rest, I'm surprised Yummy is not in here though.
Yeah, maybe because like today it's not really like his bad day. So that's why some of the other players kind of caught up to him. So yeah, I guess that's my only explanation. But okay, I want to point out this as well. Okay, so 124, we know that he's the top eliminator. Rosemary is 6 elimination. Same goes to Tony K, away from Mela. Only 6. Very close.
Too close. And for damage output wise, I mean, you have to give it to Rosemary. He got the most. But if he can actually close the gap here between these 2 days, that's going to be incredible, because it's been a while we have, other than the Thai players, getting one of the best in the FMVP race, right?
True.
And we do have Shrubs. I mean, like, Shrubs is also one of the players that I'm eyeing out. So personally, I do love Shrubs in Vampires. I've seen the best of him when it comes to this the past few months, but I feel like Yummy is just like very close behind there. And I think it's only Rosemary, if you compare just now all the top 4, out of the 4, 3 of them coming up from the Thai teams.
Yeah, it still shows that how strong Thai players are, whether they're individual or whether as a team. It's also nice to see like a different name coming up as like the MVP race there. So Rosemary, because before this it was mainly dominated by Nuzi, and I guess that kind of opened up because Nuzi switched his role, but still we see majority of the time still up there as well. If Rosemary can get that FMVP, wow, it at least breaks away that that trend that the players always get the FMVP, and that's going to be a good story.
Now, personally, I want to root for Rosemary. I feel like I want to root for Rosemary right now, because I want a change of a trend here, because we've seen the best of Mela, we've seen Nuzi before, we've seen a lot of Thai players back then, and we haven't seen a lot of the other regions. I want them to take it as much as the other Thai teams do. And this is a good, refreshing take of PMSL as a start, right? This is the first ever PMSL in the history of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, the brand PMSL itself, right, is the first. But what's not the first is our interview. So it looks like we're gonna have a group interview. Let's head on to our host, Cairo. Take it away.
Hello everyone, we're back for the last interview session of the day, and here with me right now, there's 2 players from 2 different teams again, and this time around we have PERSIJA, EVOS, Redface, and Zuxi, and on my left side we have a player from Box, which is Winnie and his translator. So, as you guys know, there's a new skin in game. You guys have to check it out. It's the X-Suit Stygian Lich. So don't forget to check it out. And continuing with our interview session, Redface. So you guys played very proactively today and got a lot of elimination points. Could you share with us, is there any secret that makes your gameplay improve so much?
Kita cuma ngikutin apa yang Bagas bilang aja sih.
He said we just following what I said.
This is actually a great answer, because last time this question was being given to Luxi and now to Redface, but still the same answer. Seems like you're very important to the team, and it's good to know that. So do you have the confidence to overtake top 1 by tomorrow?
Punya percaya diri nggak buat kita besok dapetin top 1 besok? Ya tentu aja kita punya kepercayaan diri karena kita rasa kita udah cukup kuat buat dapetin piala PMSL.
He said we are pretty sure to get the top 1 by tomorrow, and he said we are pretty strong for right now because we had a lot of training and scrims, and we are very, very ready for the grand final.
All right, well answered. Okay, so which team do you think possess the biggest threat to you, and have you guys thought about how to deal with it next?
Tim siapa yang menurut lu paling susah di PMSL Grand Final ini? Nggak ada.
Oh. Okay, for the answer is nothing.
So there's no team at all that you guys are scared of. Okay, looks like they're very confident with their firepower and their team. So any words you want to say to your supporters out there, Redface?
Jangan lupa buat dukung kita terus di PMSL dan di turnamen selanjutnya. Tetap support kita PERSIJA EVOS. PERSIJA EVOS juara.
Keep supporting us. Don't forget to keep supporting us and keep supporting us until the next upcoming tournament. PERSIJA EVOS juara.
Alright, PERSIJA EVOS champion. Alright, moving on to my left side, we have Box Winnie. It's my first time interviewing you. So I expect a lot from you. Okay. So for the first question, your performance is getting better each week, and currently you are at 7th place from 13. That's a good improvement. So could you share with us how you guys overcome the obstacles to improve so much?
Đội của mình vừa bắt đầu cải thiện rất là nhiều trong các tuần qua, và hiện giờ thì đang ở in the top 7, top 7 ha. Như vậy thì mình đã làm gì để trải qua những cái khó khăn đó và để được cái thành tích đó?
Để có được thành tích đó thì mình và team phải teamwork rất là nhiều và tự tin giao tranh ở những thời điểm cuối.
To get that result, our team will be teamwork very hard and also make more confident in the comeback time to get the better result.
All right. Teamworks make the dream works. All right. So your gameplay seems to be kind of different from league stage, if you can remember. Then did you change the gameplay style for your team, and is there any difference about it?
Đội của mình có thay đổi chiến thuật gì hay không, hay là vẫn giữ như cũ?
Bọn mình vẫn giữ như cũ và không có gì thay đổi nhiều, và chỉ cố gắng đếm người và ở những bo cuối để có thể cong một góc.
We still maintain the same, don't have so many change. However, we will still maintain the person, the player, and to get on the circle, the last circle in the game.
All right. So last question for you, Winnie. Is there anything you wanted to say to your fans out there?
Câu cuối cùng em có muốn nói gì đối với các fan hâm mộ cũng như bạn bè của em ở kia?
Cảm ơn mọi người đã luôn ủng hộ Bóc, Nghị Minh, và bọn mình sẽ cố gắng 2 ngày cuối cùng và để có thể trên top cao nhất có thể.
I would like to say thanks to all of people to support us, to support board gaming. We will try our best to become the top of the final rounds.
All right, box gaming fighting. All right, I think that's all for our interview session for day 1 grand finals. It's been a journey, as we can see, and there's 2 days left for the grand finals to end, and we can find our champion at the end of the grand finals. But as for now, that's all from us. Thank you. Back to you, the casters. Bye bye.
Man, I mean, like, I miss Cairo with his crown earlier before.
I miss our Thai translator, not gonna lie. But we haven't got...
okay.
Yeah, but because the Thai teams, well, maybe it's not their day, so that's why we didn't hear from we heard from one of the Thai teams, but yeah, maybe tomorrow, who knows, right? But Choo, that's tomorrow's story. Today's story has ended. Will the top team still be at the top? Stay tuned to find out tomorrow. My name is Sir Cloud together with you. We'll see you again. Bye bye.